Leif Babin, welcome to the show, man.
Thanks for having me, Sean.
It's an honor to have you here.
It's an honor
It really
to be here.
is. And man, we've got history together. We went through buds together. I'm sure we'll get into some of that. But man, I've been following you for a long time, man, in what you're doing. And you're just putting out amazing stuff. And I think you're a great example for veterans and SEALs coming out of the teams and anybody coming out of the military. You know, it's we both know it's a big struggle for a lot of people, and to have, you know, good examples to follow and good leaders like yourself, it's really cool, man. What you've accomplished and what you've done after the teams, and I want to commend you for that.
Thank you, Sean. That means a ton to me. That means so much coming from you, and I'm so proud of you and your success and the powerful voice that you have been for so many great stories, and how you've represented, you know, as a teammate, how you represent the SEAL teams, how you represent the veteran community, and it's great to reconnect with you. It's been way too long, and man, I was thinking about all the history that we had through our time together in Buds, and what a great time that was. Like, what an incredible time, and our class and what people went on to do, and the combat that you saw and so many others saw and were a part of. But just can't tell you how excited I am to be here with you, and I'm proud of you and all that you're doing, and honored to call you a friend.
Thank you, brother. Feelings are definitely mutual, and like I said, I've been looking forward to this for a long time. So, but everybody starts off with an introduction here. So let me get to yours. Leif Babin, former U.S. Navy SEAL officer, served 13 years in the Navy, 9 of which were in the SEAL teams, several deployments to Iraq with the infamous task unit Bruiser. You are the co-author of the New York Times bestseller, Extreme Ownership, the #1 New York Times bestseller, Extreme Ownership, How U.S. Navy SEALs Led and Win, and the #1 national bestseller, The Dichotomy of Leadership with Jocko. You are the co-founder of Echelon Front and currently serving as president. You're the recipient of the Silver Star, 2 Bronze Stars, and a Purple Heart. You are a husband, a father to 3 kids, and a Christian man. Am I missing anything? I'm sure I'm missing quite a bit, but
No, that's it, man. I think the being a husband, father, and a Christian, I think are the most important aspects of that entire bio there. I think those are the most important jobs I've had, and I was lucky enough to serve with some incredible people, you know, like yourself, going through training and then on the battlefield. And I'm just honored to be able to share some of those lessons learned with others around the world, and to see people that can take and apply some of the leadership lessons that we learn on the battlefield and in their lives. I'm humbling and mystified about how, you know, just the how far and wide that has spread, and the impact it's had, and it's incredible to me to see that, and that's kind of what keeps us going. That's our mission of why, and I get to honor the teammates that I lost and talk about their legacies and all that they did and how they lived.
we have a lot to dive into. And so in the interview, that's what I want to do. I want to cover your life story, your time in the teams. I mean, I wasn't there, but I've heard a lot of amazing things about Task Unit Bruiser. I had, you know, several friends that we went through buds with that wound up serving with you and under you. And, you know, once again, you hear a lot of shit about a lot of people, you know, in the teams, and especially officers. And man, you always come like highly recommended, and your guys fucking love you, man. And it's really cool to see that. You don't see that in a lot of platoons, I don't think. Not like what I hear about yours. And so I can't wait to dive into that. But
that's the highest compliment you could ever pay me, man. And I love those guys. I'd do anything for them. And it's just the honor of my lifetime was to serve with some awesome teammates.
So we have a Patreon, and Patreon is our It's our subscription network, and they are our top supporters. A lot of them have been with us since the beginning. And one of the things
I'm proud to be a member.
Yeah, thank you for being a member. They will be ecstatic to know that you're in there. But so I offer them the opportunity to ask each guest a question, and usually I only pick one, but for you there were a lot of good questions, and so I think we might do three here. First question is from Charlton Clark. What are three words that encapsulate a powerful leader, and why?
Three words that encapsulate a powerful leader and why. I think the three words, the three most powerful words are, it's my fault. It's my fault. And I think as a leader, recognizing that you are responsible for everything that your team does or doesn't do, just as a dad, or a spouse, you're responsible for everything that your family does. And I think that understanding this concept that we call extreme ownership, man, our ego is such a powerful driver in the world, and it wants us to point fingers or cast blame or make excuses or say, hey, look at that guy over there. He's more successful than me. Well, he got lucky, or, he got this break, or he started with some advantage that I didn't have. Instead of actually, and when you do that, what you do is you don't actually take action to correct the problem, to actually implement solutions to fix that going forward. And so I think when you accept ownership for every single thing that happens in your world, every single thing that impacts your mission, then you could actually take action to solve problems, constantly learn, constantly grow, constantly improve. And I think that makes all the difference.
Man, that's great advice. Thank you. Stephen Casey, what is the most significant leadership principle you have seen that is essential but has problems transitioning or translating from the military to civilian situations?
That's a great question. I think initially I thought that this concept that we call cover and move, which is teamwork, right? We're working together as a team. You and I are trying to move across the street under fire. You're laying down suppressive fire so I can move. And then when I get across the street, I lay down suppressive fire so that that you can move. Like we're covering and moving. We're leapfrogging. We're mutually supporting one another. When Jock and I first launched Echelon Front, our leadership consulting company, we went in to talk to a corporate a business, and we thought, man, should we even talk about this concept? Like, how does that even apply? And we're talking. This is a gunfighting tactic from the battlefield. And the moment that the senior executive team is telling us how the sales team and the production team, are like, they're not on the same page, and they're blaming each other and they're pointing fingers at each other. The marketing team is saying, well, the sales isn't selling that, and the sales team is saying, well, marketing's not actually setting us up for success. You got a bunch of finger pointing, a bunch of blame casting, and we said, okay, let's talk about this concept of cover and move. And they said, hey, that's exactly what I need you to teach to my team. And so it's really just the recognition that it's not about you, it's about the overall team and the overall mission. And that applies to your family. I mean, when you see your wife, or your spouse that's like struggling or frustrated with the kids or something that's going on the home front, and you can say, hey, okay, those school applications are taking a long time and you got a bunch of stuff on your plate. Why don't you let me just take that off your plate? I'll take that. I'll run with it. That's cover and move in action. You can you're working together as a team, mutually supporting one another in order to accomplish a mission and win. And I think initially we weren't sure how that would apply in the civilian world, and it absolutely does. I think one that's harder to apply is the what we call our fourth law of combat, and that's decentralized command. Decentralized command is the obviously something that you're familiar with being in the military. It just simply means that everybody leads. And I think a lot of times when you talk to a leader that wants to control everything, they want to do everything, obviously that doesn't work on the battlefield. And that's one of the strengths of the SEAL teams and special operations units. You've got thinking shooters. Even going through BUDS together when you were 18 years old, You're a smart, capable, talented individual that just because I'm the officer and I'm in charge, like I need you to be able to step up and make calls. I need you to be able to solve problems. I need you to be able to move the team forward in a positive direction. I can't make all the calls. I can't, if you're just sitting and waiting for me to tell you what to do, that doesn't work. So that's a concept that's hard to get across in the civilian world. People say, well, I don't trust my team, or they don't have a strong relationship. So we help them work to build those relationships. It's all based on the strength of relationships. It's built on trust. When people understand not just what to do, but why they're doing it, what we call commander's intent in the military, the purpose and the goal and the end state. But oftentimes now we start to see leaders when in the civilian world, they'll release, the authority, they give people ownership, and they kind of let people run with stuff. The problem is they get too detached. They get too far away. And so it's always a balance, right? It's a dichotomy, and you're getting pulled in different directions. So you want to be detached as a leader. You want to step back. You want to let your people step up and lead and run with a plan and execute the plan, give them ownership of the plan. But you can't be so detached. You can't be so detached that you don't know what's going on. You're too attached from the challenges and problems. And then you can't actually support your team. You can't guide your team. You can't actually step in and help them, if you're not even familiar with the challenges, or you can't see when they're getting off track, and you maybe need to, help redirect them.
When you're talking, I'm just curious, this is a personal question, when you're talking about, when you're relating stuff back to, to Ramadi or gunfighting scenarios, because it sounds like you guys kind of do that, how fast do civilian types wrap their head around what you're teaching them when you're using those analogies?
Pretty fast usually. I think initially some people will think, I guess I can put it this way, the biggest excuse that any of us give ourselves, me included, is that it's harder for me than it is for other people. And so, yeah, Sean's maybe experienced some things on the battlefield. Well, how does that really apply to me? Or, hey, you've done some things in your life and you have some good lessons learned, but that doesn't really apply to me. I have a different situation. Instead of keeping an open mind, instead of saying, oh, what can I learn from Sean? What is he experienced? How can that apply to my world? What lesson can I take and apply, to that? And, before Jocko and I wrote the book, Extreme Ownership, I'd have a lot of that. Businesses would say things like, well, how are you going to translate this to the business world? They would say that over and over again. Tell me how you're going to translate these combat leadership lessons to the business world. And I think once they read Extreme Ownership, they realized that the hardest part about combat leadership is it's not about planning, executing missions under fire. It's not about maneuvering troops with bullets flying over your head. The hardest part about combat leadership is getting a diverse group of people with different skill sets and different agendas and different perspectives to work together as a team to accomplish a mission. And obviously that applies to any team in any situation. It's people. It's actually getting people to actually work together as a team, put their own egos and their own agendas aside and put the mission first. And I think that's what makes the SEAL teams great. Certainly the best units in the SEAL teams have that, right? They put the team and the mission before anything else. And it's not about them as an individual, right? It's about the team. They're going to sacrifice for the team. They're going to sacrifice for their brothers on that team. And so I think that when people realize that that's how these concepts translate, it's just about getting people to work together as a team to mutually support one another to accomplish a strategic goal. That applies to everything, everywhere.
Makes a whole lot of sense. That's good to hear that they can comprehend it that fast. That's really cool.
We do have people that push back. We'll come into a company. I was with a company a few weeks ago, and they there was half the room of several hundred leaders were female executives, and these lady executives, some of them were pretty skeptical. They told me afterward, hey, I was pretty skeptical about how this applies to me, how we were going to take these leadership concepts and apply them, and in our world, and they came up and said this absolutely applies. We need more of this.
Wow.
And so I think once people are just willing to open their mind, they realize that every problem that you face in life is a leadership problem. Your frustrations with your spouse, your frustrations with your kids, your friction points in the community, the frustration you have with your boss or the people on your team for not doing what you want them to do, or the people outside of your immediate team that you depend on for support. these are all leadership problems. And I think once we think about those problems as leadership problems, then we can start to apply leadership to the point of friction, as the Marine Corps would say, to get those problems solved. But you see that what might seem like a hopeless problem actually is a solvable problem.
Interesting.
If you're my boss and you're micromanaging me, and I'm feeling like Sean just needs to get off my back, I'm being micromanaged, and I feel like I'm in a hopeless situation. Well, Sean doesn't trust me. What can I do about that? He just needs to back off and trust me and let me do my job. But if I realize that actually I control that situation, if I take extreme ownership of that situation and realize if what I'm feeling is micromanaged, you're asking me questions about what's going on. Well, that's because you care about the situation. And you don't have enough information, you need some more information. So I start to take action to push more information your way, to build a better relationship with you, to talk to you about what I'm doing and why I'm doing it, to get some guidance on you, to get some guidance from you, so I understand the strategic goal and that we can be aligned. And if we do that, then I can get that problem solved. All of a sudden, you're like, hey, Leif, you got it. Good to go. Let me know how you want to do this. And so those check-ins become less frequent. And so what seems like an impossible situation actually is easily solvable the moment I put my ego in check and the moment I actually take ownership and I start to lead up the chain of command and apply leadership to get problems solved.
Wow, that's great advice. Thank you. Thank you. Did you know that studies show that 80% of resolutions fail by February? You can beat the odds with Lumen and improve your wellness. Lumen is the world's first handheld metabolic coach that helps measure your metabolism through your breath. And on the app, it will tell you if it sees you're burning fat or carbs, and gives you tailored guidance to help improve your nutrition, workouts, sleep, and even stress management. Just breathe into your Lumen when you wake up, and Lumen can tell you what's going on with your metabolism. Then Lumen gives you a personalized nutrition plan for the day based on your measurements. You can also breathe into it before and after workouts and meals. So Lumen can tell you exactly what's going on in your body real time and give you tips to keep you on top of your wellness game. Take the next step to helping improve your health. Go to lumen.me/SRS to get 20% off your Lumen. That's LUMEN.me/SRS for 20% off your purchase. These statements and products have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease or condition. I know everybody out there has to be just as frustrated as I am when it comes to the BS and the rhetoric that the mainstream media continuously tries to force feed us. And I also know how frustrating it can be to try to find some type of a reliable news source. It's getting really hard to find the truth and what's going on in the country and in the world. And so one thing we've done here at Sean Ryan Show is we are developing our newsletter. And the first contributor to the newsletter that we have is a woman, former CIA targeter. Some of you may know her as Sarah Adams, call sign Superbad. She's made 2 different appearances here on the Sean Ryan Show. And some of the stuff that she has uncovered and broke on this show is just absolutely mind-blowing. And so I've asked her if she would contribute to the newsletter and give us a weekly intelligence brief. So it's going to be all things terrorists, how terrorists are coming up through the southern border, how they're entering the country, how they're traveling, what these different terrorist organizations throughout the world are up to. And here's the best part, the newsletter is actually free. We're not going to spam you. It's about 1 newsletter a week, maybe 2 if we release 2 shows. The only other thing that's going to be in there besides the intel brief is if we have a new product or something like that. But like I said, it's a free CIA intelligence brief. Sign up. Links in the description or in the comments. We'll see you in the newsletter. As you've heard on my show before, there are bad guys out there who want to try to take us down. It's all they think about. And if you ask me, this could happen at any time. Will it be terrorists? Hackers? We don't know. I just think there's a possibility that something's coming. That's why I'm asking you to get prepared, and I'm making it easy. Go right now to preparewithsean.com and you'll see a 3-month emergency food kit from My Patriot Supply for $100 off. Their 3-month kit provides 2,000 calories a day, the amount most people need in an emergency, down to the calorie. They've studied survival and know what they're doing. If you're like me and want to help take control of your family's safety, this could be your chance. Go to preparewithsean.com and get $100 off a 3-month emergency food kit from My Patriot Supply. Preparewithsean.com. All right, Leif. One last thing. I got one gift for you. Last one, I promise. And then we're getting to your story. But just a little something for the ride home. Those are Vigilance League gummy bears.
That's awesome. I've been looking forward to sampling these.
Right on. Well, now you got some.
Outstanding, man. I appreciate it. Thanks, brother.
You're welcome. But all right, Leif, we're gonna, like I said, we're gonna go into your life story, and I have a feeling this is gonna get really heavy, and I think people are gonna get a lot out of this episode. And so, once again, I just want to say that I've really been looking forward to this. And so, let's start at the beginning. Where did you grow up?
I grew up in a small town in southeast Texas in the piney woods called Woodville, Texas. And it was an awesome community to grow up. And it was a small town, about 3,000 people. We had 2 stoplights. We had 2 Dairy Queens, which made us, I guess, big time at the time. But it was just a great place to grow up. You know, there was, if you wanted to go to a fancy restaurant or a movie theater, you had to drive more than an hour away. But I loved it. I mean, I spent all my childhood playing in the woods, playing some kind of combat, the woods, throwing spears at each other, and building forts. People sometimes ask me if we played cowboys and Indians. We actually we were all Indians all the time. No one wanted to be a cowboy. Everyone was an Indian. And so we were the Native American warriors out there patrolling the woods, setting booby traps for my mom to like fall in our backyard. And we lived in a great neighborhood with just kind of woods behind the neighborhood, and we were just constantly in the woods playing and out from like sunup to sundown. My mom had a whistle that she would blow, and we had to be within hearing distance of the whistle, which was, I pushed that pretty regularly, but you could hear that whistle, we'd come back. And I grew up in a great household. My mom and dad were loving, wonderful parents. They really took their job seriously as my dad was the town dentist, and he had a busy job. My mom was a stay-at-home mom and then a part-time school teacher and a school librarian. But they really just poured into me and my brother and 3 sisters. We had a big family, and they took that as their primary job, is raising us upright. You know, the Proverbs, train up a child in the way he will go, and when he's older and not depart from that. I think they took that very seriously and really set an amazing example for me, you know, as a mother and dad, and just were constantly there to support me. And I was always my dad's like fishing, hunting buddy.
Really?
You know, he had friends that he'd hunt with, but we spent so much time together on the lake, on the ocean, you know, fishing and hunting out in the woods. It was an amazing place to grow up. And I didn't fully appreciate the town of Woodville and the community until after I left school. I went off to the Naval Academy, and when I was really deployed overseas, because the amount of care packages that would come in from not only my family, but friends and just members of the community. I mean, it was stuff that we would share with the rest of the task unit, because there was so much stuff that was coming in, and it just, you know, there were some great communities across the United States, but it was just a quantitative measure of just how awesome that community was to grow up in, and just how supportive and patriotic and amazing. The church was a big part of our life growing up. We started going to First Baptist Church of Woodville when I was in 3rd grade. My dad became a deacon there, and church was mandatory every Sunday. When I started being a little wild man, you know, in my high school days, and partying a little too hard, my dad would come in and drag me out of bed and saying, "You're going to church, boy. Here we go." So then we get home from church, and it was put on your working gloves and working clothes. And I remember trying to push back and saying, "Hey, Dad, aren't we supposed to not work on the Sabbath?" And he said, "This isn't work, son. This is fun."
Yeah.
So we'd be out chainsawing brush and clearing land. We grew up on when I was about 12, we moved to some acreage kind of out in the woods. We lived in a neighborhood before that with woods behind it, like I mentioned, but then it was constantly just working to clear that place and, keep it nice, build fence and repair fence and clear brush. And it was just an awesome way to grow up. It was an amazing community.
5 kids.
5 kids in my family.
Where'd you fall in the birth order?
I was the second.
Second?
So my sister and I are very close. We're 16 months apart. So she'll never let me live down that she was in those 16 months. I guess she lived a lifetime of experience that she's older and wiser than me. And then I have a twin brother and sister. My parents wanted to have 3. They had me and my sister. Then the third child was twins. My brother and sister are fraternal twins, and then they had a surprise about 8 years after that, my baby sister.
Nice,
But
nice.
I was the only one that served in the military. I always wanted to do that. My dad had been in the Army and then in the Air Force. And so I spent my first couple years at Ramstein Air Base. He was stationed there as an Air Force dentist. And I was the only one that went in the military, my 5 siblings. But for me, that's all I ever wanted to do was be in the military. So
What'd your dad do in the military?
he was in the National Guard and in the Army, and then they paid for his dental school, and he served his I think 4 years
Wow.
after dental school. So he was stationed at Ramstein for I think for 3 of that.
Right
So
on.
my first kind of 6 months we came back when I was 3 years old.
Wow. I lived there too when I was a kid.
No kidding.
My dad was in the Army too as a pharmacist. Wow, our upbringing is very similar.
I never knew that. That's awesome.
Yeah. Yeah. But are you tight with all your siblings or?
I am. They're a great family, and we all keep each other in check. And yeah, they're a wonderful family. Everybody's got kids. We have a huge. I think my parents have 17 grandkids.
Holy cow, that's
from
awesome.
like 18 to 2 or 3, I think.
That is awesome.
So it's a pile of cousins. Every time my kids go, it's magical, and they scream, "Why can't we live in Woodville?" Every time we go there, they get to just run around the woods.
That's awesome, man. Does everybody in Texas?
Everybody's in Texas now.
Nice. What kind of, were you a star athlete or anything like that and growing up?
I played probably like a lot of people. I played soccer and baseball and basketball. I was horrible at basketball. I realized that wasn't my sport when I got a rebound. I think that was in 4th grade or 5th grade, and I immediately shot the basket, scored a goal for the other team. I was like, basketball's not for me. So when I started playing football in 7th grade, and tackle football was like everything. And in small town Texas, it's, we'd have 3,000 people in the town, and we'd have like, probably nearly that many people at the game, on Friday nights. It was just it was an awesome thing. I loved it, man. It was the closest thing to suiting up, and gearing up for combat. That you could do, I think, in the civilian world, and it was a fun time. We had in our high school, the head coach, our head football coach, Coach Melvin Houston. He'd been there for years. Awesome guy, and he was a real mentor to so many people on the team, particularly for some of the star athletes who were raised in homes that maybe didn't have a father there. He was an incredible guy, and his wife was also the choir director. So all of us, like the entire starting lineup in football, was like in choir as well. It was mandatory. And he was in track, so we all ran track also to kind of keep in shape. But we had some of the star football players that were like marching in the band at halftime. Everyone kind of did everything.
Wow.
And it was just a fantastic place to grow up. Awesome community.
Very cool. What got your interest in the military?
I can't ever remember wanting to do anything else. I mean, from the time that I can remember wanting to do anything, I wanted to be in the military. I was painting my face and crawling through the backyard jungle, and it was, I wanted to be some kind of combat leader. I had a little stint where we had these F-4 Phantoms that would come fly over from some of the bases in Louisiana. I remember a couple of like B-52, like treetop level flights that were pretty awesome. So there was like a small stint where I was like, oh man, maybe being a pilot would be cool. But then I quickly went back to like, no, I want to be some kind of a ground combat leader in some capacity. And then when I was like I was probably in junior high school when I started hearing about the SEAL teams and Marcinko books came out. I read Rogue Warrior. You probably read it probably about the same time I did, and that was one that really I started reading about the SEALs in Vietnam and learning about the Rung Sat Special Zone and Cam Bay and Na Bay and all these places that our SEAL forefathers were operating out of, and I was just smitten with that. And then the movie Navy SEALs with Charlie Sheen came out.
Oh yeah.
And while I was in high school, and it just that kind of cemented it for me that I wanted to be in the SEAL teams, and so I wanted to go to the Naval Academy to pursue that dream, and so I put in a package for the Naval Academy. I put in a package for West Point as well, and we had a super strong West Point alumni association in Southeast Texas, and one of the head guys, he was a Silver Star recipient. From the Korean War. Amazing guy. He was really close friends with my grandfather. And he was a big advocate of West Point, his West Point grad. And he was pretty heartbroken when I chose Navy. But I chose that because I wanted to be in the SEAL teams. And my dad and I did a lot of fishing growing up on the Texas coast. There's fantastic inshore fishing, offshore fishing on the Texas coast. And we were going out on the Galveston jetties. And I remember just watching all these. I'd accepted my appointment to West Point because I got picked up in it was January of my senior year. And so I'd accepted my appointment. And I still hadn't heard back from Navy. It was and finally in late April, when I was graduating in May, I got accepted to West Point. Or I'm sorry, I got accepted to Navy. So I'd already accepted my appointment to West Point. I finally got an appointment to the Naval Academy. And so then I was like, man, what do I do now? I don't know, what I want to do. The alumni network told me they said the West Point alumni network said all right, you got a decision to make here. Dwight D. Eisenhower went to West Point. Jimmy Carter went to Navy. Which one do you want to be? I was like, man, that's a tough one. Yeah, you're putting it on me here. That was a strong statement. But I was out fishing. My dad had a little center console fishing boat. We were out trying to catch some speckled trout and redfish on the Galveston jetties. And I remember looking at these oil tankers. The Houston ship channel comes into the Galveston there. It's one of the busiest ports in North America. And just watching these different tankers come in and all the different flags, sail from around the world. And I just remember turning to my dad and saying, I'm going to go to Naval Academy. I wanted to be in the Navy, and I wanted to be in the SEAL teams. That was the purpose. And after 4 long years at Navy, I did not get selected for the SEAL program.
Damn. It's why did you, I know you said all throughout your childhood you wanted to be a leader in a ground unit, but why, I'm just curious, why didn't you go the enlisted route? Why were you hell-bent on the academy?
Man, that's a great question, Sean. There were many times as an officer when I was sitting in a tactical operations center, and when I was, when we were passing out the PowerPoint Ranger patch, 3,000 hours, where you just, where I was like, maybe I should have enlisted in the SEAL teams. I definitely questioned it when I graduated from Navy, because when I didn't get service selected, and man, they made the right call, to be honest. They only took 16 guys out of the Naval Academy. And there was a prior enlisted SEAL in my class. So they took 15 guys. And, there was 200 people that went out for the screener. There was probably 80 guys that graduated from the screener. And probably 40 or 50 of those guys could have gone and done really well, any of them. And so they only took 15. And I was not one of those 15. And that was based on my grade point average, which was atrocious. I was part of that half of the class that made the top half possible. And I had a terrible conduct record, because when you get, a midshipman that was 2 years older than me, who was kind of barking orders at me and telling me what to do, I let them know that I was not too pleased about that. I was pretty strong-willed and hard-headed, as you know me to be, and I think that that didn't serve me well there. So I had a conduct record. I got in a bunch of trouble, and so I wasn't selected. But actually, it was the best thing that ever happened to me, because my time in the surface fleet was awesome. I was instantly thrown into a position of responsibility and leadership, and I served 3 different deployments on 2 different ships. Got to sail all over the world and see some amazing things. Work with some incredible people.
So what was
Well,
So
to answer
you
your
tried
question,
out. Sorry, go ahead.
well, I was just going to say, to answer your question, I think what my parents were pushing me to like go to college first, and that was probably a bigger factor. But it was a, I don't know, like there were when I got service selected out of for the service fleet out of the academy, I was like, man, I probably should have listened to the Navy. So, but it was. I think my parents just kind of encouraged me to go to college. I was interested in the Naval Academy. You know, I was interested in having a degree under my belt. If I hadn't gotten one of the academies, I would have gone to Texas A&M and been in the Corps Cadets there in the RTC program. So I think that was probably more their
Right on.
encouragement than anything else.
Right on.
But there's certainly times that I regretted that. And what I loved about the SEAL teams was, man, the while the college degree might have separated officers from enlisted at some point. I mean, the post 9/11 world, that wasn't even the case. For a lot of guys, like Brian Bill in our Bloods class, had an electrical engineering degree, probably a way better GPA than I ever had. And so many guys that I served with, like you, were just super smart guys. And were way smarter than I would ever be. So it was there wasn't a lot of differentiation. It was just simply like a different role.
Interesting. So I didn't. So they're recruiting right out of the academy. I didn't realize there was that much. The 200 people roughly 200 people trying out. That's pretty stiff competition. What? So when you found out that you didn't, how did they tell you didn't make the cut? Do you find out immediately?
They announced, it's like service selection night, and so they announce you, and so I had put my first choice was Naval Special Warfare. My second choice was Marine Ground. I was like, if I can't be in a SEAL, I'll go be a Marine infantry officer. Maybe I can try to go, force recon and that route. And then my third choice was service warfare, the ship drivers, and so when they basically like just you distribute a piece of paper that gives you the service selection with all the the seniors, the firsties there. And you're sitting there in like the wardroom on and it's I saw my best friend and roommate, just his head just he was really disappointed to not get served. We were both going out for the SEAL program. That's what we wanted. And so when he didn't get it, I didn't get it, and we were right there in the room together, sitting next to each other. It was an encouragement, to keep going. But again, it was the best thing ever happened to me. I loved my time in the surface fleet, and I wanted to be a SEAL the whole time. But I went to about 6 months of school in Rhode Island, and then I flew out and met a ship, and we were enforcing sanctions against against Iraq back before the war kicked off. So these were the UN sanctions that had been in place since the Persian Gulf War, and so I got to work alongside SEALs would go and take down these ships. Our boarding team would go alongside and take over the ship and then just vector them over to a holding area. It was super cool, man.
I forgot you were on a boarding team, correct? If I remember right.
Yeah, we did dozens of boardings. Yeah.
How did you get involved in that?
The ship just selected me to be a part of it. I was lucky enough to be a part of that, and it was a neat thing to be able to see and do, and I think just being able to navigate a ship across the world was it required a lot of responsibility. I mean, when you're the officer of the deck, you're in charge of the ship. When the captain's asleep in his stateroom at nighttime, or if he's elsewhere, you are responsible for the entire well-being of that ship. I mean, it's massive responsibility on your shoulders.
What kind of ship were you on?
I was on a destroyer, DD-972 USS Oldendorf. I did 2 years on that. We had an awesome, wardroom of great officers, and the enlisted sailors were outstanding that were on that thing. It was just a great leadership opportunity for me. I learned a ton of lessons. Did a ton of things wrong. Came in kind of this strong-willed ensign and got shut down. Realized like, look, I need to rely on my experienced chiefs and sailors to actually lead this team and learn from them. And so I got to see like what good leadership looks like. It's not the person that's barking orders at people. It's actually being the silent leader that listens to the team and lets them run with things. And then I went to a different ship, FFG 38 USS Kurtz. Did about a year on that there as a training officer. So I did the first ship. I did 2 deployments to the Persian Gulf. I kind of transit that, Indian Ocean, Pacific transits. and then I did a Western Pacific deployment with the Kurds, the frigate. Both of those were great experiences and awesome group. And I got selected probably halfway through my time at being on that second ship, the USS Kurds. I got selected. This was September 2001, and I got selected finally on my second package that I put in for the SEAL program. And so right as September 11th happened.
Wow.
And so we knew this was real. We knew we were going to war. I knew after Buds we were going straight to a SEAL platoon and deploying overseas. And so probably by the time that you were going through your boot camp and just starting your Navy journey, I was for me it was interesting because some of the sailors, there's so many sailors in the fleet with a 70 to 80% attrition rate that didn't make it through Buds. I remember one of the sailors is a great guy, asking me like, hey, you got selected, for Buds. How far do you think you'll make it to the program? And I thought that was a crazy question. I was like, all the way through the program. Like why would I be even going if I didn't think I was going to make it all the way through? I think in his mind, having gone there and not made it through, it just was like impossible for someone to make it through the program. And I think I was so appreciative of the experience. When I got to Buzz and you and I going through Buzz together, it enabled me to think about what it took to actually get there, all the effort that it took. And I had some amazing people that pulled so many strings for me, to write letters of recommendation, to train me and prepare me and get me ready, physically, and stuck their neck out to get me selected out of, dozens of people that applied. And so I was never going to let them down in any way. And it gave me some great perspective.
January's almost over, and so is your chance to save on a Helix mattress while getting the very best sleep of your life. If you're dealing with snoring, back pain, sleep apnea, or if you sleep too hot, Helix mattress can help with all of that. So many of my listeners are getting the most restful sleep of their lives, me included, with their Helix mattresses. A good night's sleep is one of the best ways to have a better quality of life. I know that Helix helps me get plenty of rest every night. It's really been a game changer for me. Helix is dedicated to helping everyone sleep better so they can live better. And right now, my listeners can go to helixsleep.com/SRS for 20% off site-wide plus 2 free dream pillows with a mattress purchase. That's helixsleep.com/SRS for 20% off site-wide plus 2 free dream pillows with a mattress purchase. helixsleep.com/SRS. Fabric by Gerber Life is term life insurance that you can get done right from your house, all online and on your schedule. You could be covered in under 10 minutes with no health exam required. Just go to meetfabric.com/Sean. That's meetfabric.com/Sean. We're weeks into 2025, and this time every year, I reevaluate all of my family's needs. My family's financial security is my top priority, and I want to make sure we're prepared in case something unexpected happens. Fabric helps me protect my family, and Fabric can help you too. Fabric has flexible policies that will fit your budget, like $1 million in coverage for less than $1 a day. There's absolutely no risk. They offer a 30-day money-back guarantee, and you can cancel at any time. Join me and the thousands of parents who trust Fabric to protect their family. Apply today in just minutes at meetfabric.com/Sean. That's meetfabric.com/Sean. Policies issued by Western Southern Life Assurance Company, not available in certain states. Prices subject to underwriting and health questions. Man, I didn't realize you got picked up in September of 2001. Where were you? Where were you when the towers went down?
I was on duty, the pier side in San Diego at 32nd Street Naval Station, aboard the USS Kurd. So I was the duty officer, and we were just, everybody was just waking up in the morning, and obviously that's 6 in the morning, on the West Coast, when 9 o'clock, when it went down, and on the East Coast. And I got a call from the incoming duty officer who was listening to the news on his way into work. And he said, "Hey, a plane's just hit the World Trade Center." And I thought, I'm thinking it's like a little Cessna sightseeing plane or something, that got too close. I'm like, what are you talking about? So I went in and we turned on the news in the wardroom. And I turned on the news and I'm sitting there watching, like, man, just smoke billowing out. And we just watched on live TV as the second plane hit. And we knew instantly, this is an attack. Like, this is real. We're at war. And it just changed everything.
Wow. Wow. And so you were selected right after that or right before that?
I don't remember the exact date that I found out that it was right around then. I can't remember if it was just before or just after, but I know I got the news like in September 2001, and so it was. I knew this is real, and I was lucky enough. I had a great commanding officer on board the USS Kurtz, and he was kind enough to send me TAD over to SEAL Team 5. And so I was TAD to SEAL Team 5. I went over there. I helped out wherever I could, on the administrative side, but they assigned us to a senior chief, and he was, all he did, he just trained us all the time. And so we for like 6 straight months before I went to Buds, I was spending most of my time over at SEAL Team 5 just training and preparing. And some of my friends were there who had helped pull some strings, for me to be there. In fact, that very same SEAL who'd got service selected,
No kidding.
yeah, he got he had got picked up just the year before. So they went through the year before that you and I went through Buzz together, and he was just there as a new guy, assistant platoon commander. And so, man, he'd take me out for runs. The runs that he took me on were harder than anything we did in Buzz. Like I would puke my guts up. And as a result of that, I was a horrible runner. That was the thing I probably struggled with most. And I didn't fall back into the runs in Buzz just because, thankfully I had that opportunity.
How long was it?
Prepare.
How long was it after you got the word that you showed up at Buds?
We classed up, 241 classed up in April of 2002. So that was, it was pushing 6 months of kind of prep and training. And I knew that when I got picked up, like that was the last time. I was already a Lieutenant JG, and I knew I was going to make lieutenant at the 4-year mark. Which, if you remember, I put that on at first phase. I got quite the promotion party, if you remember, the beat down. But yeah, it was. I knew that was like the last shot, so I was already training for it. I was already preparing for it. But I had about 6 months of people that really. And it's so hard to train when you're underway on a ship, as far as running and swimming and doing the thing. You just can't do it. So, so it was just awesome to have, my commanding officer and the senior leadership on that ship support me and be excited for me. And on my previous ship, they wrote super powerful letters of recommendation as well, that enabled that to happen. And if I didn't have the SEALs that were pulling for me, that wrote me a letter of recommendation, and more than anything probably was Admiral Smith, who was a retired SEAL admiral. His son Adam and I are friends, and he had our close friend who's still serving. I won't name him. Was probably my biggest advocate, an amazing guy, and pulled so many strings for me, trained with me, got me ready. Connected me with Adam and then Admiral Smith. And Admiral Smith wrote me a just incredibly powerful letter of recommendation. That if people hadn't pulled those strings for me, man, I would have never even had the opportunity to serve.
What does the selection look like for an officer to get into Buds? What's the selection process look like?
I think there's 24 billets out of the academy today. And I think there's something like that for all of like ROTC. And then there's like a handful.
So they take 48 a year.
Something like that. I don't know what the numbers are. I have to double check that. I think that was it for a while, but it's highly competitive, right?
Interesting. So they only take 48 men.
It's something like that.
In
Yeah.
the program.
Yeah, don't quote me on the numbers of that because those might vary.
That.
But it's very highly competitive. And then there's a handful of officers that come in, like our mutual friend Travis, that will come in with a officer candidate school billet, and who went through Buzz with us, and there's just it's very competitive as an officer. So you're training with people like, I mean, I was competing at the Naval Academy with, you know, the captain of the water polo team. Like, I was never a competitive swimmer. Right? That guy's going to destroy me. Like somebody who's on the cross country team, somebody's on the on the triathlon team.
They got to be looking for more than that, though. I mean, they can find physical fitness anywhere. What are they looking for specifically in an officer? I mean, because it sounds like you weren't even no offense, but it doesn't sound like you were a superstar athlete at the Naval Academy.
I definitely was not.
Problems running. You weren't a swimmer, you know, and then you have all these guys that were. Maybe that's not why you got picked up. I don't know, but I mean, they have to be looking for more than athleticism.
That was a part of it. I think it was a major factor. I think they're also looking for grade point average. They're looking for, student leadership opportunities. I was never a student leadership because I was always in trouble for something. So I think, there's just, I wouldn't trade it. My time at the Naval Academy was awesome. I really enjoyed my experience there. There was some negative examples, right? That showed me like the leader that I didn't want to be. As well. I think that's always the case, right? I think good leadership is rare no matter where you are. But there also were some amazing leaders there who poured into me and set a great example. And frankly, Sean, I wouldn't trade that for anything. I mean, the fact that I didn't get service selected for the SEAL program, I had to work my ass off. I had to train. I had to go out and build relationships. I had to stop feeling sorry for myself and making excuses. Because that would have been easy to do, right? Well, this person knew that person, or this person got picked up, or that person happened to, make better grades than me, or this person's a better athlete, and that shouldn't be what it's based on. I can make all those excuses. What I had to do was, before I even understood this concept we now call extreme ownership, I didn't take extreme ownership to say, if this is what I want to do with my life, I'm going to have to actually do the work to make this possible, to open the door. And when I put in my very first lateral transfer package, so I had to get fully qualified as a surface warfare officer. So that took me about 1.5 years on my first ship. That's a huge qualification to get, right? You have to study, you have to prepare. It takes a long time and effort. And I finally got that qualification, I met every requirement possible. And I put in a package that I thought was a strong package, didn't get service selected.
Wow.
I got turned down again. And that was crushing to me. I thought,
damn,
man, what this is, and the senior officer, he was a captain at the time, and he was the chief of staff over at WARCOM, the Naval Special Warfare Command, so very senior officer. And I reached out, just tracked down his contact info, scheduled a meeting with him. And went over and sat down to talk to him. And I said, "Hey, sir, I'm, Lieutenant J.G. Babin. I want to be in the SEAL teams. This is what I want to do. I think I can contribute to this community. What do I need to do to make this happen?" And he told me, he was like, "No one has ever scheduled a meeting like this with me. I think that shows a lot of initiative on your part. Keep trying. Get your scores better. Get some better. Go get some strong letters of recommendation. Put in a package again, and I think you'll do better next time." So, I think we call this concept default aggressive. That problems aren't going to solve themselves. Like, you actually got to go solve problems. Mm-hmm. You actually have to make things happen. Things aren't going to just fall into your lap. Like, you got to go make it happen. And that applies on the battlefield. It also applies anywhere in life. And the opportunities, I think it's real easy for us to look at people and be like, well, that person got lucky, or this person just stumbled upon that, or this person had that door open for them. And more often than not, man, people make their luck through hard work, discipline, preparation, effort, all the years and years of effort behind the scenes that people don't see. And so I think that to me was a tremendous life lesson of like, hey, this isn't going to happen unless you go and do the work to make it happen. And that required training, being the best surface warfare officer I could be. I knew that, like, instead of complaining about not being in the SEAL teams, if I wanted to be in the SEAL teams, the best path for that for me was to be the best surface warfare officer I could be. And there was, people would say things like, well, you don't want to be, they won't want to let you go, if you're too critical for a member of the team. That's total bullshit, right? You gotta, the better that you are on your team, the higher you perform, the more that your leadership's going to want to write you a strong letter of recommendation, right? The more that people are actually going to want to take care of you and help you out. So the more I could contribute to my team, that happened to be a ship, that I was assigned to, the better it would be for me. Going and building relationships with people, reaching out to folks that could write powerful letters of recommendation, and it was. I think for anything in life, like the opportunities are not going to come your way. You got to go make things happen. You got to be default aggressive, and it's again, if you wait for problems to go away on their own, they generally get worse. So I'm thankful that happened. It was the best thing that ever happened to me, and I can tell you, Sean, years later, after I was serving as a senior, executive in the business world, we'll call it, right, at the operations officer and executive officer position, and I was frustrated with the employment of SEALs or lack of employment with SEALs in combat at the time, and I would get super frustrated about things that were way above me in the chain of command. I can remember at least 3 different occasions where I jumped in my truck, I drove across the Coronado Bay Bridge. I went over to 32nd Naval Street. I went over to 32nd Street Naval Station, which is where all the ships in San Diego are. And I walked out on one of those piers and I looked across at Coronado, at Naval Amphibious Base where the SEAL teams are. And I remembered what it was like. And it just put that all in perspective for me.
Wow.
This is, I can't ever forget what it was like to be over here, wanting to be there and wanting to do anything I could to get over there. So no matter how frustrated I am, I'm in the SEAL teams, and I got to do the best I can, and impact the people around me, and try to make whatever unit I happen to be assigned. Try to make life as good as I can for those people that I'm with.
Wow, that's interesting. So you would go back to what you couldn't wait to leave, to reset.
Just to give me perspective on what it was like to remember what it was like to want to be in the SEAL teams and not be there.
Man, that's cool. That's cool, Leif. So, correct me if I'm wrong, but at breakfast, I think we had a discussion where, are you mentoring junior officers in the SEAL teams or junior officers that are wanting to go to the SEAL teams?
When I got back from my second combat deployment to Ramadi, I took over the junior officer training course. It's over 2 years. I ran that training program for every single SEAL officer that graduated from BUDS. So before they go to BUDS, before they go on to the advanced training, the SEAL qualification training, they would go through a 4-week classroom, week-long field training exercise. And so I'd been through that program. That's where you and I broke off together, right after we graduated BUDS, and then you went on to SEAL qualification training, and so I the officers from our class went to SEER school and some other schools, and then we went to the junior officer training course together. And so I got a chance to run that 4 years later, and it was a great program when I went through it, but I think it was focused on trying to help you understand how it was organized, and what I got to do was really, I think, try to revamp it to just try to set those leaders up for success, and to help those leaders be ready for the most difficult combat situations that they might come up against.
We'll get into more details with that at a more appropriate time in the interview. But the reason I'm bringing it up is, what are you looking for in junior SEAL leadership? What are some of the top attributes that you've identified that great leaders inside of Naval Special Warfare all seem to have?
Number one, humility. Humility is the most important quality in a leader. And the reason I say that is because, look, if you don't have an ego, you don't care about winning, right? You just mail it in. You don't care about outperforming the other people or doing well. Like, ego drives us to be successful. So you got to have an ego. But so often, ego is it just absolutely destroys people. It destroys careers. It destroys teams. It destroys relationships. It destroys lives. And when people can't put their ego in check, you can never get better. You can never improve. And I think, the biggest lesson that I've learned in life through some extremely humbling combat operations, and then beyond, is that it's be humble or get humbled. And anytime that I'm feeling like, I got things figured out, I've got to, I'm ready for the worst case scenario life might throw me, man, you get humbled and you get put in check. So I think that humility is number one, the most important quality, because without humility, you can't learn from anybody else. You can't get better, right? You can't evolve, you can't adapt or innovate. You can't listen to other people's ideas or learn from them in any capacity. And worst of all, you can't look yourself in the mirror and conduct an honest self-assessment, a brutally honest self-assessment, because that's what's key. If you can't do that, there's no way you're ever going to improve. What's required is an honest self-assessment of like, okay, I need to do these things to improve. I need to do these things to actually fix myself going forward. Okay, these might be my strengths, but these are my weaknesses. I need to work on those, to get better. Hey, we might have gotten lucky on that combat operation, but if we better be prepared for that worst case scenario next time in case we don't get so lucky. And so I think number one, humility. Number two, ownership. And that goes right along with each other, right? If you're going to point fingers and cast blame and make excuses, it's right there with humility. The driver of that is ego. But oftentimes, the reason I say ownership is because if I'm going to wait for you to solve my problem, like that problem's not going to get solved. So let's say you and I have a conflict and we don't see eye to eye on something. I can say, well, Sean just, I don't like the way Sean talked to me, or Sean needs to come apologize to me, or, Sean, that's Sean's fault for not seeing the world from my perspective. Or I can actually take ownership of saying, you know what, Sean, there's some reason that Sean disagrees with me on this. Let me actually learn from his perspective. Let me actually take ownership of fixing this problem by taking some action, to actually get his perspective and see his perspective on things, and see what I could have done better to better communicate, what my perspective was, and ask more questions so I could see the world through his eyes. And so I think those things are super critical. Teamwork is a great example of that, right? If you're just about yourself, and you can't actually put the team at the overall team and the mission first, I think that's not someone's gonna do well. And particularly in high performing organizations, whether you're talking to like a SEAL unit or a special operations unit or a SWAT team, or frankly like a super high performing sales team, in the corporate world, a lot of times you'll talk to them about the concept of cover and move and teamwork, and they'll say, oh, we're doing awesome. We're doing awesome. But our admin department sucks, and supply sucks, and they're not getting us what we need. And hey, the senior leaders up in their corporate high tower, they don't know what's going on down here. And so and what you realize is like they think about teamwork within just their immediate team, not about the other teams that they actually depend on to be successful. So, when you start realizing like, hey, I need a better relationship with the admin department, so that we can get paid, so that we can actually get the paperwork taken care of, so that we can actually do what we need to do and focus on our job. I need a better relationship with supply so they can give me the tools that I need to be successful. I need a good relationship with my chain of command. Probably one of the biggest lessons I learned from Jocko is not having a good relationship with your chain of command doesn't help you. And it certainly doesn't help your team. So you got to build a good relationship with your chain of command just to make sure you're aligned with them, make sure they understand, what you're trying to do and how you're trying to do it, and why and they have the information they need, to better support you and make better decisions. So I think when you're looking at humility, ownership, teamwork, I think those are crucial things. Discipline, I think, is something else. If you have people that are not disciplined, I mean, I think about somebody in our BUD/S class, like Brian Bill, for instance, who probably wasn't born great at everything. And right, that guy he was the only guy in our entire BUD/S class that was first time every time in die phase, through the pull competency test, which is, if you don't know what pull comp is, it is miserable, right? Where they're tying your hoses and knots, and that's a terrifying test, right? For so many people that even people that are comfortable in the water. And we had so many rollbacks from the previous, class, as
I was one of
them. Yeah, you were one of those. It was, and the stories you guys told us, it was like terrifying, and so I think that Brian was the only dude on that wall this first time every time. Why is that? Well, he was methodical in his preparation. And he was disciplined, and that enabled him to be successful in everything he's trying to do. So I think somebody, it's great to have some innate qualities and natural abilities, and those things are great. When you can combine natural ability and discipline, that's unstoppable. But, hard work is going to beat natural ability over time if you've got somebody who's disciplined and is going to put in the work. So, I think those are the qualities that I think apply not just to a SEAL leader, but I think to any leader in any situation. Somebody who's humble, somebody who will take ownership, somebody who's a team player and puts the team first, and somebody who's disciplined.
Man, That's great. That's great to hear. Thank you. I got a ton of questions, but I'm going to save them for the leadership section. But so let's get back to Buds. So you show up to Buds. We're classing up in April of, was it 2001?
April 2002.
2002, correct. And so what was it like for you walking in the compound as a Buds candidate, Buds student?
Man, I might have been different from a lot of us. I loved it. I thought it was awesome. I mean, to me, just having not that you weren't, certainly we were walking on eggshells all the time, right? And I remember afterward, particularly as the class officer in charge, right, as the senior person in the class, it didn't matter what happened, right? I don't think I failed a single room inspection the entire time. Actually, I did. We had one spot inspection in die phase that I failed. And me and my roommate failed. It was like but every other inspection I passed. Every other personnel inspection I passed, which was unheard of. And yeah, I got beaten. I was the first guy to get beaten every time, right? Because anybody in the class fails, you as the leader are responsible, and so you're gonna pay the man for it. That was just part of the game. I embraced that with a sense of humor. So there was. It took a couple of years to be able to walk on the grinder before you were kind of like, who's looking at me? You feel like you need to be running and calling cadence. But by the way, they don't call cadence across the grinder anymore, man. It's I miss that. That was so freaking cool. Like just to my left, just yelling at our class as we came across the grinder. For me, just knowing the history of that place, knowing not only through the SEAL teams, but for the underwater demolition teams, our Frogman forefathers before them, and knowing all of that took place right there, right? I mean, it's Coronado Naval Amphibious Base. I mean, this is where the guys that were going out and swimming up on beaches like Iwo Jima, and Guam and Saipan. I mean, just amazing history. I thought it was awesome. And, checking in, I mean, for guys like you that were a class ahead of me, initially it was like, you might as well have been there for 30 years of experience, right? Because I'm just showing up and you don't know like what to do. I quickly just try to have a sense of humor. I remember I walked into the INDOC office, right? Those first few weeks that they used to call INDOC, the indoctrination, before you started first phase. And one of the instructors was like, Babin, just walked up to me and was like, hey, they had like their coffee mess there, and they had like this fancy coffee, and I came from the fleet. There's no fancy coffee. Everybody's these chiefs, the fleet are drinking like black tar coffee that was, reheated coffee from like 5 days ago. So they had this like fancy coffee mess in there, and they had a pile of like sugar cubes. I mean, and it was probably like, I don't know, 50 of them. He's like, how many of those sugar cubes, can you eat at once, Babin? I'm like, all of them. I just like shoved them all in my mouth, And I think from that on, I just try to, just have a good sense of humor about it. And it was, to me, I thought it was the quality of people that we got to serve with there was, I think in that post 9/11 era of people that, like you, that are like enlisted in the Navy. This is what they want to do. I'm going to go serve my country in a time of war. It was just incredible, man. And I wouldn't trade that for anything. It was awesome.
What about the intimidation factor? Were you intimidated coming in, checking in there?
Totally, man. Of course. I mean, you're kind of like, do I make eye contact with people? Do you not? You're trying to just figure that out. We talk a lot, the dichotomy of leadership, right? You've got to try to find that balance. You got to be confident, but not cocky, right? And I said humility is the most important quality of a leader. So you've got to have some confidence, but you can't be cocky. And I think just trying to find that balance was like, knowing that like the instructor staff, that some of the guys that would, say, I hate officers and give us the hard time, more than anything else, they ended up being my favorite instructors. And they just, even though they dished out the worst physical punishments at Bain, they were awesome. And some of those guys who were like looking to give the officers a hard time. One of the things I loved about INDOC too, do you remember the officer belly flop contest off the high dive?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
off like the 15-foot board. That was so awesome. Man. It just, you're like, okay, if I'm going to do this, I'm going to win. Like, I'm going all into this thing. I'm going to make it so painful. I'm gonna like knock the wind out of myself, and someone's going to have to like haul me to the side. But that to me was like, it was fun. I think you just try to make the best of it.
What was when usually everybody I know has some type of they're worried about a hang up in buds, whether it's the pool comp or the 50-meter underwater swim or the 2-mile swims or whatever it may be. Mine was the 50-meter underwater swim was the first one I was really nervous about. What?
How'd you do on that?
Crushed it.
I didn't
First
think that
time.
was hard.
It was easy.
You know what was crazy? So I'm sure you watched the Discovery Channel like,
Oh yeah,
like
like 50 times.
So I did too. And what I realized later, some things like Hell Week, they really can't show you just how hard Hell Week's gonna be, right? So like I thought Hell Week's way harder than I even envisioned it could be, just kind of based on watching that show. But some of the other things like the ocean swims, the cold water, like the underwater swim, I realized they were focusing on people that were struggling. And so it made it look like it was impossible. So yeah, I mean, I thought the 50-meter underwater swim was like no factor,
Yeah.
But some of the things that kicked my ass, man, were
Before we did them, what were you worried about? What was your biggest fear?
I worried about it. I sweated every single evolution.
No kidding.
Every single one. And I had a friend tell me that, sweat every evolution. Like just you better be worried about preparing. We're gonna spend our weekends prepping, planning. And we were doing stupid stuff too, like pool comping each other in like in the like local like apartment complex pools, into like civilian dive rigs that we rented from the local, like stupid stuff, like dangerous stuff. If you're listening to this, don't or watching this, don't do that. That's stupid. You're gonna AGE yourself. You definitely need a dive master in there to make sure stuff like that's not going on. But we just tried to sweat every evolution. I was worried about the runs because I struggled with runs. And I found the runs were hard. I mean, they definitely were, all out sprint for, but I don't think I got in the goon squad even one time. That was also because our good friend and classmate, Seth Stone, had made the egregious error of marrying one of the BUDS instructors'
Oh yeah,
sisters.
I forgot about that.
So the officers would get regularly pulled out and just beat on for that. And then the entire class would get beat on. And then wherever Stoner was, we call him Sesto, we call him Stoner, but wherever Stoner was in the lineup of the runs, if you remember, they would just find him and be like, Goon Squad, here I'm back. And he would just embrace it, and just start bear crawling. The Goon Squad, everyone's just getting beat on, and everyone else is like circling up. But you were a good runner, right? I don't think you were in the Goon Squad.
That was the one thing I was really good at, was running.
Yeah, I remember you being a good runner. The swims for me, I was like one bad swim. Our mutual friend, who I won't say his name, but we got put together. It was another officer, and he was not a great swimmer, and I was not a great swimmer. So we were like one bad conditions away from failing the swim. I think the only swim I failed was the ones where they forced us to wear like the new fins. Remember that one?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
And like half the class failed because we had to wear these new fins that were supposed to be so much better. And we all went back to the old school, like World War II, like
UDT, duck feed. Yeah.
But it was that was one where I wasn't a fast swimmer. I'm not gonna go for a while, but I knew I was kind of one bad swim away. But I think one of the hardest things for me that I didn't anticipate was drown proofing. People thought drown proofing was easy. Did you have no problem with drown proofing?
I thought drown proofing was easy.
So many people did. Drown proofing was horrible.
No shit, that was hard for you?
After we did bouncing off the bottom was fine. But once we had to do like the traverse, with your hands and feet tied, and my heart rate got up, and then I started doing the flips.
So just for the audience that doesn't know what drown proofing is, basically what they do is they tie your feet together, they tie your hands together behind your back, and you start off just in the deep end, right? Bouncing up and down, kind of getting a rhythm into breathing. Then you have to float. Then you have to swim. Was it 100 meters? You have to swim 100 meters with your hands tied behind your back and your feet tied together. And it is challenging. It is, the swim is definitely challenging.
Well, I've struggled with it, and I was really struggling with it. And one of those buzz instructors who was the meanest instructor, when it came to officers and just hammering them, he just pulled me aside and put me in like the 4-foot section. It was like he's like, hands and feet tied. You're gonna do your bounding in the 4-foot section, and he just like left me there, and then he moved me over to the 9-foot section, and it was just like a progression, and that really helped me. And then actually, one of the other instructors, remember we had to you were supposed to, so after you do you do that traverse, then you were supposed to you do like a flip and then go down and grab the mask, and then you bound. You were supposed to do like 3 flips and then like 5 bounds, and then that was the end of the test. And one of the instructors on the side was like, I think I was probably 30 flips in. He was like, again. Yeah, and finally that same instructor that helped me out came over and was like, Babin, you're good, get out of the pool. And so it was, he kind of helped me out. But I mean, you knew you were going to get the full benefit on it, like no factor.
Yeah.
That was, so that to me was harder than I thought it was going to be for whatever reason. And then life-saving was a challenge too.
Kick in the ass, man.
The smallest instructor we had, so if you remember, we had our you had your unconscious victim for the, I don't think life-saving is like that anymore.
What do you mean it's not like?
I don't think it's like a pass-fail evolution like it was. Like, I don't think you can get kicked out of the program. Remember, for us, like if you didn't pass it,
I remember.
You got kicked out. And so the unconscious victim, I got the smallest buds instructor we had. He was like probably 150 pounds. He was the unconscious victim, which means he's laying there. I just grab and haul him across the pool. And then the very next one was, if you remember this instructor who had started he had played starting linebacker at Arizona State University.
Oh yeah, I remember him.
And man, he was an awesome instructor. I loved it, but he kicked my ass in the water. I swam over to him and realized he's like, save me. And I grabbed him. I think it took me.
Was this Scotty Walker?
Yeah.
I mean, we could say his name. He's in the Buds thing.
Yeah.
He's in the 234 thing. So
I don't know if you can say, Scotty was hilarious, but he just attacked me underwater, and it was a giant wrestling match with he probably weighed 250 at the time. I was like,
I remember watching that guy when we were doing log PT pick up the fucking log by himself and just start running up the berm with it. And I was like, holy shit.
I remember that too. And we were all like, dude, that guy's an animal. And I remember it was probably, it felt like a 20-minute evolution for me to get him to the side. It probably wasn't near that long, right? But I finally get him to the side, and I crawled out the combat training tank just outside, and I just puked my guts up. And then I crawled back in there, and it was like the next one. So that was a tough evolution. But it was awesome. I mean, you also knew that what was cool about that is there's nobody that I can't save. If I can save Scotty attacking me, under those conditions, and this monstrous human, and I could get him to the side and fight him the whole way, I could save anybody. It was, just the training program itself was just awesome.
Do you remember when Ben? Do you remember the armpit hair tactic that Ben created?
I do remember that. I had forgotten about that. Yeah.
Genius move.
That was a genius move. I don't think that I can't remember if instructors shave their armpits for that or if they stop, but it was
I remember he had, what did they call that victim? You had the passive victim, you had the unconscious victim, you had the one that's going to fight everything you do, basically beat the shit out of you as you're trying to save them. And I think it was Pranger. Was it Pranger? Ben went out to save Pranger, and he just reached all the way around his chest, grabbed a big handful of armpit hair, and just yanked it. The instructor was like, I'm good. And what a genius move.
Dude, I remember instructor Nave had me, and I didn't even know what a triangle choke was. He had me in a triangle choke on the bottom of the 15-foot section of the combat training tank. I'm trying to go underwater to get away from him, and he just locks me up in this triangle. I'm down there on the bottom.
Man.
That was crazy.
When did you find out you were going to be the class OIC?
So in Indoc, I was the senior guy. I was the only officer for a little while. We had a few officers that ended up getting rolled back. So I think there were 18 of us in Bud's class 241 that like started with 241 and made it through in one shot. I think I was the only officer from that group. And the rest of our like 44 guys that graduated, you know, were rollbacks. And man, thank God for you guys, because when you got rolled back in the class, like y'all brought in this like, okay, we've been here before, we understand how to prep for these things. Because at the time we didn't, other than the Discovery Channel show, like you don't even know what's coming, right? The schedule's secret. You can't. It's not like you can walk in and ask the instructors that, you know. So that was massive. But we had several O's that were like rolled in, and so. I think when you got rolled back into the class, that was there was a senior officer who took that role through Hell Week, and then shortly after Hell Week he got rolled out, and so then I became the senior officer again. So most of the class I was a senior officer.
What did that feel like for you to be the OIC of? I mean, that's a lot of induced pressure, I would imagine.
Yeah, it definitely is. I mean, I think it instantly. Luckily, I'd learned the lesson of like, hey, I can't do everything. I'm here to rely on my teammates to make this happen, right? I need to use my senior enlisted leadership. You know, if I'm running around trying to count everyone, right, that doesn't work, right? You have to have and if the LPO, the leading petty officer, is doing that doesn't work. We need squirrely boat crew leaders. You know, you need people in those boat crews that are helping those boat crew leaders out. This is how decentralized command actually works. And so I think it was, that to me was like the thing that I was, you know, I would get, sometimes people would come up with ideas and say, hey, let's go ask the instructors if we can do this or we can do that. And, you know, people wanted to kind of try to cut corners. I was, you know, I know I frustrated some of the class sometimes when I was like, yeah, we're not gonna expend the leadership capital on something like that. We're going to just show up when they told us to do it. You know, we're not going to ask if we can come 15 minutes later, right? We're going to like it's not worth it. And I think for people that at that time, I know sometimes, particularly some of the O's and boat crew leaders got frustrated with me, you know, with some of that stuff. But you have to just, I think, really prioritize like what you're going to push back on, what you're not. And like we had a phenomenal class. I mean, it was awesome. It was. I mean, you joining our classes was one of my favorite stories of the whole thing, man. With the whole week kickoff.
Yeah, that was
outstanding.
Yeah, I got rolled because I failed the first phase exam. Genius move, Sean. But it all worked out.
Everything happens for a reason.
It was an awesome class, and I do think my most memorable experience in Buds with Leif Babin was the O-Course wrestling match when I got a little too far out in front of my skis and challenged you to a wrestling match. I didn't come out on top, but
dude, that was so awesome. No, we show up to the O course, and we show up to the obstacle course, and you know, if you don't know anything about the Buzz obstacle course, it's a notorious obstacle course. These things have been around for a long time. All these obstacles are named, and before even CrossFit or these kind of high intensity, you know, interval training was even a thing. The O course was that, right? You're going to do 7 or 8 minutes of like max put out effort, you know, when you're done with that thing, and then you add the soft sand runs, and you know, to the demo pits and back. You know, that's a mile and a half down, mile and a half back, and then add a ruck run, you know, in that soft sand on top of that for third phase. So we were out there for that evolution, and I can't remember what happened. Like something got screwed up. The schedule got screwed up. I know I had cleared with the proctor we were supposed to be there, but the instructors never showed up. And of course, there's nothing worse than like bored Bud students standing around. So somehow it started with these wrestling matches that were going on, and we had some wrestlers in the class, so people were calling each other out like WWE SmackDown style. And I remember, like, I was just kind of like trying to stay above the fray, making sure, you know, because it's in the sand. We didn't want people's head hitting rocks or, you know, obviously at this point you get injured, right? You're going to be rolled from the program and potentially don't even graduate. So I wanted to try to prevent that. I was trying to stay above the fray. And all of a sudden, you know, I got Sean out there. You like walked out in the middle. It looked like Apollo Creed from the Rocky movie. I want you. You were like, Babin, I want you. And like just challenging me. I was like, okay, I guess I got no choice here. So man, they like drew a ring in the sand like Kumite, and we had a big wrestling match. That was awesome. I think it was probably more of a stalemate than anything, but
Yeah.
I stuffed the tape
Yeah, I'm
down.
pretty sure you choked me out.
It was. I think I just held you in place until it was like, okay, let's move on to the next. Everybody got bored.
Are you looking for a voice that truly represents your values? Meet AMAC, the Association of Mature American Citizens, founded in 2007. AMAC was created to champion the needs of Americans who believe in faith, family, and freedom. Today, AMAC is over 2 million members strong and growing. The mission is simple but powerful: to protect the interests of all freedom-loving Americans, advocate for common sense policies, and offer incredible member benefits, including the award-winning AMAC magazine. To exclusive discounts on travel, insurance, and everyday services, to a strong voice in Washington, AMAC is here to make a difference in your life and our nation. Joining AMAC isn't just about benefits, it's about belonging to a community that stands for timeless American values. And right now, regardless of your age, they're offering an incredible deal. Enroll in a 5-year AMAC membership for 47% off. Visit amac.us/SRS today to take advantage of this special offer. That's amac.us/SRS. Join AMAC and be part of a movement that stands for you, your family, and your future.
But dude, my favorite story from you was that Hell Week experience because, you know, no one knows. It's kind of like combat, right? No one knows. Hell Week was, I think it was the 5th week for us going through first phase. So we've been in 5 weeks of NDOC. We've already been in 4 weeks, you know, of first phase at that point. And I think we started our class, we started with 193 guys. And then I think we started with, we started Hell Week with 101 guys. So our automatically was just already a bunch of people had quit, right? It's getting whittled down. And I remember those numbers well, because it was, so you're already losing a bunch of people, you know, in those first few weeks.
Now, hold on. Let me I just 193 guys at one day or 193 guys in NDOC?
193 guys in NDOC.
Okay.
Is what started with Bud's class 241. That's what classed up.
Okay.
The original class. Now, some of those guys left, others got rolled back in. You know, the numbers are kind of switched around. And by the time we were about to start Hell Week, we had 101.
Wow.
So we'd already lost, you know, a lot of guys had quit, a bunch of, you know, injuries, people enrolled, things like that. But you were a brown shirt rollback, which is like that coveted brown shirt had to be awesome, right? You'd made it through Hell Week. And so
if you don't remember right, they actually took our brown shirts and gave us the white shirt back.
Well, and I think that's what's so. I know people who in the previous years have been given a chance. They screwed up something in Bud's, you know, in dive phase or third phase, and were given a chance to go back and start day one, and they're like, "No, thank you, I won't do it."
Yeah.
They turned down a career in the SEAL teams because they were not willing to go back. And so once you've made it through Hell, I mean, Hell Week is as close to combat as you're going to get. I mean, it was designed by Draper Kaufman and his staff at Fort Pierce back in World War II, you know, for the naval combat demolition units that were hitting the beaches at Normandy and you know, and blowing up all the. I mean, these were the first waves at Omaha and Utah, and they were trying to create as much mayhem as possible for them. And so they tried to combine all this training down, you know, weeks of training into just 5 continuous 24-hour days. These guys, you know, up all night, no sleep, explosions going off everywhere, chaos and mayhem. And just like combat, nobody knows how they're going to do until they get in that situation. And I remember just reading the Bible, having Bible study.
You were having Bible study?
Totally, man.
In Bud's?
Totally, yeah.
Wow.
Andrew Paul and I on our team, and several others, you know, we got issued those Bibles.
Yeah.
Those little Bud's Bibles that were, you know, in IV translation and in the camo. I still have that one, man. And we we were reading from Judges about the story of Gideon. And the story of Gideon, who's this reluctant warrior, like the angel of the Lord appears to Gideon and says, hey, you're going to go fight the Midianites. And Gideon's like, what are you talking about? I'm the least of my family. I'm not even the biggest and strongest guy in my whole family. Midian is so much stronger and more powerful than Israel. Like, what are you talking about? I can't do that. And the angel continually assures Gideon that, he says, some translations, it's in NIV, it was, you are a mighty warrior and God is with you. And those are just such powerful words, in some translations, it's God is with you, mighty warrior. And it's, Gideon is this reluctant warrior. And of course, he is empowered he calls out to Israel. Thousands of people come to the call. He has thousands of Israelite warriors that have answered the call. And God says, that's too many. People aren't going to believe in the miracle of this. So he whittles it down to just a few hundred. And Gideon goes and destroys the Midianites with just a few hundred warriors, through the power of God. And so we were reading that verse. And in fact, Andrew, Paul, and I, during Hell Week, when in the darkest hour, like the second day, like Tuesday night, and probably the largest number of quitters. I remember quoting that verse to Andrew, and him quoting it to me. Like it was
In the middle of it?
in the middle of it, yeah.
Wow.
I said, I told him, "You're a mighty warrior. God is with you. Now, go get back under your bow." So those things are. Those verses were super powerful to make it through. But even then, I'm nervous. I didn't sleep at all, man. Prior to Hell Week, like most people probably didn't. You probably didn't before your first Hell Week. And what's crazy is you guys at 240 had the worst Hell Week of all. I remember it was like I was going into SEAL Team 5 because I was TAD there before we classed up. Actually, maybe I was already in Indoc. I can't remember. But I was scraping the ice. I scraped the ice off of my windshield.
That was 239.
The 239.
I would love to take credit for that, but I can't. But that was class 239.
Okay, maybe that was
I remember
239.
watching that, and I was like, it's fucking snowing in San Diego right now, and these guys are in the water. And I was like, holy shit. And I remember watching all these badass guys just quitting.
Okay, I guess that
I
was
remember
239,
just
but,
going.
Well, 240, you guys had a huge amount of guys that got pneumonia.
Yeah.
I think it was a particularly miserable one. It certainly wasn't the June Hell Week that we had, which the water wasn't as cold, the weather was cold. That just meant we ran more, But you definitely went through a tough Hell Week for sure in 240. And so when you got assigned to come back and that brown shirt, you get a white shirt, you got a white shirt, you make it through Hell Week, you get that brown shirt. I mean, this is a super coveted thing. We're all looking at, you and, the guys that have made it through of oh man, those guys made it through Hell Week. And we're talking, the vast majority of the 70 to 80% of the people that don't make it to training quit during Hell Week. And so when they took away your brown shirt and sent you back, as a white shirt, and I just remember, I was in awe, man, of the attitude that you had. You were like, all right, this is what it is. We're going to do it, and I'm going to go through this thing. I'm going to be a team player for 241. I'm going to tell them what I know. I'm going to support the team. And, we're all nervous, man. We've been up, for nights on end. Everyone's kind of freaking out. We're reading these Bible verses to trying to strengthen each other. And right as they kick off, they come into the tents and they have an amazing way. I think I hadn't slept for easy 24 hours prior to that, just as I was able to kind of relax enough to fall asleep for, 10 minutes, right? They come in, all of a sudden the blank fire's going off, belt-fed machine guns and grenade sims are being thrown. And I remember running out there, and we had instantly had quitters from the team that had been thinking about it. It got to their head, and they're already ringing the bell within minutes. And we're running out to the grinder, we're running around, and I remember them calling you out by name and pulling you out of the class, and then giving you your brown shirt back, and now you got the support. And it was one of the coolest things I ever saw, man, because there were so many people who would have been like, no way am I doing that. I just did, this is supposedly the toughest military training in the world. You're going to make me go through it again. And that's what you were willing to do. And you were a team player the entire time. And then even as a brown shirt rollback, man, you were checking on us. You were looking at us. You're like, hey guys, you were just strengthening us, giving us some encouragement. It was freaking cool, man. And I remember later you gave me some photos of all of us, just we looked like just You know, just disaster, like wet, sandy, all like contorted on these
Swollen,
cots. You know,
yeah.
3 days in when we get like our first chance to sleep for 45 minutes or an hour or whatever. And you know, but you were like taking photos for us, like just helping us out, looking out for us. And it was awesome, man. It was like the consummate team player and the person that's gonna put the mission first. And you were like, hey, they're telling me to do this. Cool, I'm going to do it. And even you were willing to go into that with such a great attitude, and you could tell the instructor staff was like fired up by that. And you know the respect and admiration that they had for you to be willing to do that. And you were like, because I don't how much you were. It wasn't immediate, right? Like it was. I mean, you were running around the grinder.
Yeah, we did the whole, I think we did the whole, we did the whole breakout, and then they called me and the other two gents out first surf torture.
Yeah, so we were probably 45 minutes or an hour of like solid physical beatdown. At this point, you probably are 100% convinced that you're going through the entire next 5 days of no sleep. And
Because Holcomb had actually told us, like, they're probably going to pull you guys out. We're like right before. And we're like, all right, whatever. And then I remember seeing him and break out, and I was like, they're not fucking pulling us out. And
like he was just playing mind games with me.
yeah.
Yeah.
But well, thank you for saying that, man. I will say, I think the thing that sticks out the most, and you were a great fucking leader, by the way. I really looked up to you, you know, going through buds, and
That means a lot, man.
and I had a terrible mistake in third phase right before we were done on the island. I had an 80 with a blank round, and talk about one of the most humiliating experiences of my entire fucking life. And yeah, I had an 80 is an accidental discharge. And I just remember getting called out immediately, and I was like, fuck, man, we're like a week away from getting out of here, and we're done, and I'm probably going to get kicked out. And I don't know what the conversations were, you know, behind the scenes. I never asked, but I always respected you for not making more of a thing out of it. And because it could, man, that's, you know, when you make a mistake like that, you feel like the entire world's crashing down, you know, and I've never even talked about it before, but
I haven't thought about that in a long time.
Yeah.
And you know what though, Sean, like to me, like it was failure is the best teacher, right? And I think that those are the things that I can't imagine that helped you as a shooter and as an operator, you know, as teaching tactics, you know, down the road, you know, those kind of lessons learned and the weight and pressure after all that you've been through, you know, weighing on you. But for, you know, you were always like exactly the kind of person that we wanted in the SEAL teams, like exactly the kind of person I wanted. I remember at one point the instructor staff going through Hell Week saying like, who's not performing in your boat crew? Like who's, you know, they're always trying to solicit like info. And I'd always be like, me, I'm not performing. You know, I wasn't going to throw guys on the bus or things like that. And then you start to realize like, hey, they want good people to serve in the SEAL teams. And if you don't want somebody, if you wouldn't want somebody on your platoon, you know, if you wouldn't want to go to war with somebody, then that's like, you owe it to the SEAL teams to like, these guys should be weeded out of the program, right? That's what the program is actually for. And so I think that was somebody like you were always an absolute standout performer, always somebody put the team first. And I mean, to me, like, you know, I don't think that was ever a question in any of the instructors' minds. And, you know, and everything I could say positive about you was always said, man, because you were a go-getter, you got things done, you're smart, you're capable, you're talented, you're innovative, you're a hard worker, you're a physical put-out guy all the time. And you absolutely the kind of guy, you know, that I wanted to serve in the SEAL teams with, that other SEALs you would want to serve with as well. And frankly, my hat's off to you, brother, because I was 26 years old, man. I was an old man. There were a couple of guys older than me, our leading petty officer and a couple of our non-commissioned officers. But man, I had 26 years of, you know, maturity experience for you to do that as an 18-year-old. to have the maturity to train and the discipline to actually train and to put out and to be able to make the training book. I don't think I could have done that at 18, man. So, I mean, that's to me, that's what I loved about the SEAL teams. It was always about the guys and the quality of the people that I got to serve with, and guys like you, man. And that's what I love most about Buds is like, hey, we might be getting beat on. This might be physically punishing, but we could look at each other and just laugh about how ridiculous this situation was, and or how funny it was, or how much we were actually suffering. And that's the best of the SEAL teams, man.
Yeah. I'm with you, man. And like I said, your reputation preceded you and went with you everywhere you went. And so moving out of Buds, I mean, where did you? We all get a dream sheet. Where did you want to go? What team?
I wanted to be on the West Coast, just because I'd been stationed in San Diego. My friends were out there. Just, I had spent some time on a ship during a midshipman cruise in Virginia Beach. And I liked San Diego. I got to know it better, and my closest friends were there. So I think I'd put West Coast SEAL teams. And I got service selected, or I say service selected. I got selected I was going to be sent to SEAL Team 1. And excuse me, so I got sent to SEAL Team 1, and I had orders to SEAL Team 1, and that was a problem for me because in their rotation, like as you know, I put on lieutenant in Buds, and so I was already a senior guy. What that was going to do was I was going to start as a one-time platoon commander, so I wouldn't have the experience of being an assistant platoon commander under my belt, and that was a problem. I was going to instead of having a full workup cycle and deployment as an assistant platoon commander, which would give me some experience in the SEAL teams and give me some perspective. I just didn't think that was good for me. It wasn't good for the SEAL teams. And so luckily, I had some good friends. That was my same friend that was at SEAL Team 5 and several other friends that were there. They went in and talked to the executive officer and commanding officer at SEAL Team 5. And they pulled some strings for me and got the D Theater to cut me some new orders. So I went to SEAL Team 5 and as an assistant platoon commander. So even though I was a lieutenant,
I never thought of that.
I got a chance to be a platoon commander. It was the best thing that ever happened to me, and I'm so thankful for my friends that were there, for the senior leaders that were there that pulled strings for me, and made that happen, and really opened some doors for me. So we got a chance to go through. And got a chance to serve with some of our mutual friends, Elliot, from our Buds class, who Elliot may be the most senior, the most significantly wounded living SEAL, like through the GWAT era.
Yeah.
Who got wounded in Ramadi and TBI, and lost his leg, wheelchair bound, significant injuries, but just an amazing guy, man, and such an awesome dude. And always loved stories from Buds. I pulled strings to get him over to SEAL Team 5 and try to stack that platoon. He was coming out of the 18 Delta combat medic course, Special Forces combat medic course that all our corpsmen went to. But it was great to be there with Elliot, some of the guys that were in classes just before us and behind us.
We'll get into deployment cycles and everything that happened, but just real quick, I mean, when you pinned your trident on, you'd been passed up. You didn't get selected 2 different times, one in the academy, one a couple years after the academy. Then you make it through straight with no hangups. I mean, who was your first phone call when you passed Buds, when you got through?
My first phone call was to my dad. My dad and mom were praying for me the whole time, and knew that's what I wanted to do, and just wanted to thank them for their love and support, and all the prayers, and that was. I think my dad has since got disappeared, but he had a voicemail for me after Hell Week that I called and left for him, too, as well. But it was a proud moment, man, and getting that trident. And you and I, we didn't get pinned together because that was at SQT during the time. But I remember well Ty Woods, who was our instructor at SEAL qualification training. That he probably pinned your trident on the chest just like he did for me.
Yep.
As well, man. That we later lost in Benghazi. He was an awesome guy. yeah, that blood pinning ceremony was something that we had a full on Navy investigation on. I had to answer all these questions, and
Oh man, really?
yeah, and they were like, this can't happen. This is hazing, and so an officer was like doing an investigation, and I wasn't hazed, and like this is completely voluntary. This wasn't hazing in any way, shape, or form. Like I saw that as a ritual. That was like, this is what
Yeah.
I wanted to be a part of. And so I asked him, the investigating officer was like, hey, did you get your trident pinned on? He was like, well, that was a different
Oh
time.
shit, he
Yeah.
was a SEAL?
Yeah, I was like, that was a different time. I was like, there was no hazing whatsoever took place. Yeah.
Ah, that's awesome, man. That's awesome. Well, I do have one other question. I had no idea you guys were studying the Bible on buds. And, I think at least for me, faith in general kind of dissipated into nothing for a very long time until recently. And I'm just curious, did that stick with you throughout your entire career?
Man, I've fallen so far, Sean. I've stumbled, as much as anyone out there. And I'm glad I had the foundation, built in me. I think, and by the way, man, I love that you share your faith with people. I think that's an incredible thing. I don't know how people who have been through dark times in their life make it through without faith, man. People ask me, how is it that you're doing okay? And I think knowing that there is a creator that's in charge of the universe, that has all things planned out and has a plan for each one of us, right? That to me is everything. And knowing that you can screw everything up, and all you have to do is simply just ask for forgiveness, and strive to follow the righteous path as best you can, knowing that we're all going to fall short of the mark, but that's all it takes. And I think that to me is everything. And I think, thank God that was instilled in me at an early age. I didn't realize or fully appreciate that. I went to the public school. I went to a private school at a small, like 3-room log cabin schoolhouse until I was in like 5th grade. And then I went to public school in a small, East Texas public school. And then before my junior, I transferred to a public school, or I'm sorry, a private Catholic school in the bigger town of Beaumont that was about an hour away in Southeast Texas. And so, it was the level of education there, I think, was going to open some more opportunities for me. It was probably easier to get accepted into the Naval Academy, as a result of that, or one of the service academies. But it wasn't until I started going to school, and I was going to school in the Catholic school was an outstanding school. We had a religious class every semester, and I was going to school with kids that had been in a religious class from kindergarten on. And I remember, so this is my junior year, and this is my first ever like religious class, because in public school we didn't have that. But I went to Sunday school every Sunday with the First Baptist Church of Woodville. I was involved in the youth group, and we were constantly. My dad would study the Bible and talk about it at home. It was constantly something that we referenced and talked about. And so I remember the teacher at high school in this at Monsignor Kelly High School asking, like, in the spiritual class there, like, how did the Israelites get to Egypt? And I was like, I was kind of looking around the room. I was ready for somebody to jump in, and I was like, I just raised my hand, and I thought, I talked about Joseph, the coat of many colors, and his brothers sold him into slavery, and then he's which is an amazing story from the Bible, right? Joseph is sold into slavery by his brothers that are jealous of him. His brothers think he's dead. He goes to Egypt. Years later, there's a famine in the land of Canaan. His brothers bow down before him and are asking for food supplies. And what he says to him is that, what you use for good, what you meant for evil, God chose to use for good. And so all the Israelites come, and so they start to become, populous in Egypt. They eventually be slaves, 400 years of slavery that results from that in Egypt until Moses leads them out. And I was kind of looking around the room like, well, everyone knows the answer to that question. And afterward, people were like, dude, like, what? How did you know that? And I was like halfway paying attention in like Baptist Sunday school, like getting kicked out because I was bad, and cutting up and punching people in the back of the head. But I realized like studying the Bible was that had been ingrained in me. That's something my family did. That's something that we did in church and in my youth group, like opening the Word, studying the Word, and I'm so thankful for that foundation that was built in me. And man, there's times when I strayed very, very far, from that. But I thank God that always has brought me back to like the truth, right? Always understanding that there's forgiveness for anything, and that all it takes, is to recognize your own failures and flaws. That none of us are actually good enough, to achieve righteousness on our own, and only through the blood of Jesus can we do that, and that's all it takes. So that to me is. I've shared that with many people when I talk about it. We don't lead an openly secular organization at Echelon Front, but I think there's so many foundations that are biblically rooted, right? When it talks to being humble, I mean, you can't study scripture and not realize like abject humility is like continually the theme. The proud will be humbled and the humble will be exalted, and that's throughout the scripture, and particularly in the New Testament. But I think the idea that like if we got to take ownership of our problems, like we're never going to actually be good enough, and that's what prevents us from from achieving salvation. So that to me, I think to me, faith is everything, and I think having that foundation that's that's built in, and study of the Word. I try to be like Paul talks about the noble Bereans who, after he would preach to them in the synagogue, would study the Word to see if these things were so. So, right, you hear something in a sermon, you hear something from a pastor, you hear something from somebody in the world. We would actually search the Word, open up the Bible, study Scripture, make sure that actually is the truth, and that it's open for any of us to study and know. But I just, it's been really cool to hear about your spiritual journey, and I thank you for sharing that, because I think for so many people out there, they're trying to find some answer, in the secular world. They're trying to find whether it's fame or fortune or money, power, followers on social media, whatever it may be, and they're never going to find that, right? That we all know that that doesn't lead to happiness. It is and I think being grounded in that. By the way, have you ever been to the Palace of Versailles?
I don't think
France?
so.
So the Palace of Versailles, I got a chance to go to France this summer, just before the 80th anniversary of the Normandy invasions.
Oh,
And I did a
man.
Go Ruck event there. We did the 80-kilometer ruck, about 50 miles. It was brutal, man. 19-hour, get some evolution, but awesome to do that with the Go Ruck team. And but we went to the Palace of Versailles, and my wife and I took our kids there, and we had a nanny there that came and helped us with the kids, and she did some great reporting there. And the Palace of Versailles is probably the greatest monument to the idea that money and power and fame and fortune cannot buy you happiness. It is the most magnificent place you could ever go, like golden gates. And I mean, this was the seat of power, right, for the French kingdom. From Louis XIV, who was the Sun King at the height of France's power, one of the most powerful people in the entire world, all the way through Louis XVI, who eventually, he and his wife, Marie Antoinette, were led to the guillotine. And I think one of the reasons that happened is because I don't think they had a clue what was going on outside the palace, man. I think they're surrounded by people who, you can walk around these amazing gardens and this incredible, just ornate palace that would have just eclipsed. It's mind-blowing to think about the power and fame and fortune and influence and, that was going on. This is the reality show, right? TV at our time that everybody wants to be a part of. And you just sense that it's probably the most miserable place you could be, right? You can't trust anybody. Everybody's got their agenda. Everyone's trying to, to undermine the other. And it's I think it's just a living monument to that. I think it's worth going and worth seeing.
Very interesting.
For that. But it's, again, just leading us back to the faith of like, what buys you happiness, right? It's the proud will be humbled, and the humble will be exalted. And only through recognizing my own failures, abject failures and flaws and weaknesses, can I actually find salvation, through Jesus. And I hope that's something that others can turn to and see, because that is how you find peace in this world.
I'm not like extremely wealthy or anything, but I'm working towards it. And so doesn't the Bible say something like a rich man has like a fucking,
It's easier for a camel to pass through the eye of a needle.
yeah. What do you think about that?
Yeah, those are great questions, man. I think Abraham was very wealthy. Right? I had massive herds. So did Isaac. So did Jacob. Joseph became second only to Pharaoh in Egypt. The most powerful empire of the time. And the day. I think. I think God. I mean, Job was given tremendous wealth, right? And that's one of the things that was taken away from him. That when Satan was trying to get him to curse God. So I think God. I think God gives us. I think as long as you remember that it belongs to God. It belongs to God, and so you can choose that to do good with it, or you can choose it to be selfish with it. I think God has given you the means to help people, and I think I kind of like Dave Ramsey's take on it. That when you have like you can't help anybody else out, right? If you came to me and you're like, "Hey, Leif, I'm having trouble paying my bills, and I might lose my house here if I can't pay my mortgage, and if I don't have my own finances in order, like I can't help you. I can't do anything for you. So like I need to if I have my finances in order, then I have the ability to actually have the means to help you. It enables me to help other people. So I think when it becomes the object of worship as like, no, I want more money. It's money for the sake of money. I think that's where it becomes a problem. And then when you know that it's all like, it's just all dust, right? You can't take any of it with you. And I think when people kind of hold that up as like, this is what success looks like, I think you do have to be careful that there is, I think that Jesus talks about the Jewish culture of the day was like, hey, if someone was poor, well, that means that God, like, they did something bad. If someone was rich, then God had blessed them. They did something good. And Jesus threw that on its head. Like that thinking is not true at all. In fact, when his disciples had asked him, when he encountered a blind man, who sinned, this man or his parents? And Jesus said, neither. This man is blind so that God could be glorified. And then he healed him, So, I mean, I think it just throws out the idea that like, bad things can happen to us at any time, right? All of this can be, can be given and taken away. And I think as long as you use the means that are given to you for good, to help those in need, to help others in need. And that's I love what you're doing that, man, with like the veterans advocacy groups, and bringing people into the fold, like not working yourself, right? So you can actually help people, and get them into the fold so they can get taken care of and get the benefits they deserve, through the VA. I think those things, using the platform that you've been given for good, man, like that's you've been given this platform for a reason, man. God has placed you in that position for a reason.
Yeah.
And you can choose to use it for good or ill, right? And when you share your faith with people, when you try to help those in need and try to actually reach out to those that are struggling, in hard times, like you're using it for good, man. And that's what I think has been so awesome about seeing your success.
Man, thank you. Yeah, it's just something, I don't know, man. I think about it all the time because I want to set future generations of my family up to. It's how you don't get pushed around. You know what I mean? In my opinion, is you create enough wealth to where you can't be fucking pushed around anymore, and that's like something that's really important to me. I just don't want to see. You see all these fucking families, and everybody's getting pushed around, man. Pushed around in their beliefs. You see it everywhere, and it just like it just looks like the people that don't get pushed around are the ones that work themselves up to be wealthy so that they can afford to, you know what I mean, pull their fucking kids out of school and put them over here and
I think there's definitely something to that, man. Right? I mean, if you become uncancelable,
Yeah.
like where somebody they're trying to put the pressure on you, you know, and you could say like, well, I'm not going to do that, you know, or hey, I'm going to, yeah, that might be a big paycheck, but I'm not actually going to take that sponsorship because I don't want you dictating what I get to say. You know?
I'm never fucking like that. You know?
Well, I think that's what's been awesome, man. That's what's driven the success of your show, man. I mean, there's no question in my mind about that. Like you get to talk to people you want to talk to. You don't pull punches. You don't like, you know, you say what you want to say. And I think, and not that you're not smart about it or professional about it, you know, but I think there's, I think the self-censorship, man, that you were talking about with Joe, you know, on the Joe Rogan experience was like, that's the worst of all, right? We're like, oh, I shouldn't say that because someone doesn't want to say that. I mean, I just think I think that's the kind of thing where I think there's enough people pushing back on things now where that pendulum is starting to swing back, where people are like, yeah, we've had enough of that.
Yeah, I think so too. I mean, is that something you think about though, when you're building your business?
Totally.
About the wealth stuff and what the Bible says about.
Totally, man.
What was the passage again? The camel.
It's easier for a rich man to pass through the eye of a needle, is the passage that Jesus talks about. Now, there's some controversy about whether or not he's talking about an actual geographic place or an actual needle himself. Like what? And then he was asked about it. His disciples are asked about it. He's saying it's not impossible, and there clearly are many, you know, many examples of wealthy people, including Joseph of Arimathea, who was a wealthy man that Jesus was laid in his tomb. Nicodemus, who was one of the Pharisees, and Jesus called him the teacher in Israel. In John, where he comes to Jesus by night and asks, like, you know, how do you get to heaven? You know, how do you be born again? And so those are things that these were believers that were wealthy in positions of power and used their power for good, you know.
Interesting. Yeah, it's just, you know, it's something I always think about. And I know Jesus is, you know, all about family. And so if the goal is to, you know, protect your family with it and everybody around you, then I just don't see how it could be bad. But, you know, I don't know. I get wrapped up in these little.
I struggle with it too, man. I struggle with it too. You know, as we started to gain some success as well. But I mean, the cool thing is like I mean, you've got a growing business, right? You're employing people, like you're creating livelihoods for people. I think that's huge, man. That builds our economy, and you're promoting, you know, the sponsors and those companies, you know, that employ people. I mean, those things all have huge impact. So you can't lose track of that. I think we live in a society where you kind of get demonized, right, of like success, and you shouldn't be apologetic for it. I think you should be, again, confident, not cocky, right? Like you confident knowing like, hey, this is what I'm supposed to do. God's given me the opportunity to do this. I'm gonna use this platform for good. And then I'm gonna help people in need. If I see someone in need, I can help them, cool. I'm gonna absolutely help them. And I'm gonna use that, the means that I've been given for good. And I think also, again, knowing that like, ultimately our faith is not in money or savings or even our firearm stash, as much as I hate to admit that, in our house, right? Our faith is in the almighty creator of the universe who's in charge of all things, man. And even if he lost everything, right, it like Job did, you know, he's still on the throne. He still has a plan. That's where your faith lies, you know?
There's a lot of people looking for that right now. A lot of people looking for that. It's really, it's cool to see, you know, how many people are coming to the word. But, well, Leif, let's take a break. And when we come back, we'll pick up at SEAL Team 5.
Join me and my special guest for the next behind-the-scenes experience exclusively available on Vigilance Elite Patreon. The behind-the-scenes footage is raw and uncut. This is as close to the set as you can possibly get. You can expect anything from off-topic conversations, studio tours, the final moments before the interview starts, and everything in between. The behind-the-scenes content is constantly evolving and will continue to bring you more as we grow. You can gain access for just $15 a month exclusively at Vigilance Elite Patreon.
All right, Leif, we're back from the break. you're getting ready to check into SEAL Team 5 as a brand new guy, but in '03. And so let's just talk about, what that experience was like checking in. Let's go to day one.
Yeah, it was awesome. Walk across the quarterdeck there at SEAL Team 5, and we were in the old kind of Quonset huts, then, and we ended up building like a new building that was all kind of fancy, and some of those old Quonset huts have been out there since the World War II, underwater demolition team days. But it was awesome. I knew a bunch of people at SEAL Team 5. It was great to be a new guy there. There was a bunch of pipe hitters there. There were people that were just, they had just come back. I checked in. We came back from Alaska, our winter warfare training trip, which I did in August of 2003, which was actually miserable. It was like 40 degrees and raining on us, for a lot of the time. But we had a great time up there, on the we awesome fishing, and we came back. Excuse me. We came back from that, and I immediately went on like an elk hunting trip with my dad and my brother. We went up to the mountains of Colorado and went and pursued some elk with our bows. And then I came in, I checked in at SEAL Team 5, and the guys were just, a couple of people had just come back, but the team was deployed. So Iraq War had just kicked off. And so, SEAL Team 5 had taken over from Team 3 that had done kind of the initial takedowns of the oil platforms off the coast. And then SEAL Team 5 had really gotten into the mix with the DAs, right? The direct action missions, the capture kill raids. And they were, they started using vehicles and jumping in, using those vehicles as like their mobility element. I think they initially had to borrow vehicles from the National Guard unit because we didn't have the capability in the SEAL teams at the time. And so that became like, I came back, and the guys that were coming back from that deployment started trickling back, over the, in the fall were highly experienced. I mean, they had more experience than any SEAL unit since Vietnam at that point.
Yeah.
So it was really cool to learn from them and talk about the real world experiences that they were, they were getting, and it was just a lot of great mentors, a lot of open up notebooks and asking a lot of questions.
So what was? It's just such a different experience than, from what I experienced. I mean, you're going, especially going to Team 5. I didn't know that they were the kind of the first ones out the door doing it, and in Iraq. And so, as a lieutenant in '03, I mean, we've already discussed the fact that you were going to have to do a platoon commander, which means, you're in charge of everyone in the platoon, for those that are listening. And you were able to, finagle your way into kind of an AOI, or not kind of, an AOIC slot is what it sounds like. So second in charge. And you're from your words, you're getting ready to lead men who have the most experience out of the entire SEAL team organization, all of Naval Special Warfare since Vietnam. I mean, what is that like to walk into that, with I mean, a junior guy right out of SQT. I mean, we basically, we're SEALs, but we really don't know shit, and we haven't really experienced anything other than training. And you got these guys coming back who you just mentioned, capture kill missions. They're getting after it.
It was very intimidating, man. When I graduated BUDS, when you and I graduated BUDS together, we felt like, hey, we just graduated BUDS. Like, we're ready to go take on the world, right? Then you start going into SQT, SEAL qualification training. You start getting some of the fundamentals of close quarters combat and land warfare and, maritime operations. You realize, well, man, there's a lot I don't know. Mm-hmm. And then you start getting that first workup. You're like, I don't know anything. I know absolutely nothing. And then I deployed to combat. I deployed to Iraq. And when I was leading my first combat missions, like, I know absolutely nothing at all. Like, it's even less than nothing. So it definitely was very humbling. It was cool, though, because there was, I think, just realizing that, like, hey, I can learn from these guys. Let me talk to them. Let me understand what they know. And I think everyone was trying to like get in the into the war effort. Everyone got a chance to, everyone wanted a chance to go forward and be in the fight. And for me, like right off the bat, our very first training block was the assaults block. And so we started, going through and learning that, and doing our close quarters combat. And then we did our visit board search and seizure block, shortly thereafter that. And it was, I had a bunch of experience boarding ships, as we talked about, in the Persian Gulf. So I'd climb down these ships onto climb down the Jacob's ladder, right? The rope ladder and the plastic rungs that you lower, from the side of the ship. I've climbed up and down those things 1,000 times. And in my very first VBSS training block, we're doing some hook and climbs from the 11-meter ribs, from the special boat team detachment that took us out. We're 13 miles off the coast of San Diego, and we're boarding the Duty Oiler, right? It's like 800 foot long, U.S. Navy service ship. This is the ship that, like the other, that's refueling the Navy warships and the carriers. And so we're 13 miles off the coast of San Diego, and we're doing the hook and climbs, climbing up that little caving ladder, just as you've done. And I remember I was about to walk off the deck. I was like the first down on the ladder to climb back down onto the rib. And we had a guy that was driving the boat. They clearly had a new coxswain at the helm. Like he was somebody who was having a tough time, and you remember what it's like when you're climbing up that little, paving ladder, right? You're getting, if your boat's going, left and right, like, are moving out, hauling out from the ship. Like it's treacherous as you're trying to climb up the 25-foot freeboard and you're bouncing up and down the waves. And so we kind of complained about it, we thought this guy can't drive the boat, and people were kind of complaining about it, but no one said anything. I didn't say anything. And so I'm about to climb down. So now the caving ladder, we climbed up, we cleared the ship, we took down the bridge, and so now we're going to do another run. And they threw the Jacob's ladder over the side, this big, heavy, rope ladder with the plastic rungs. This is now admin, right? We're just climbing down back onto the rib. So I'm climbing down this thing, and right before I go, one of the trading detachment instructors that's running the training says, "Don't be scared, Babin." He made some comment like that. I'm like, whatever. I just I was like, man, I've done this 1,000 times, dude. I walked out. I get down to the bottom rung of the ladder, right, the water line. The waves are going up and down. The rib comes in. As the rib's about to haul off from the side of the ship, I go to step on, or as the rib comes in, I'm about to go step onto the ship, and the rib hauls out probably 10 or 12 feet from the side of the ship, and I went right down in between the rib and the ship. And it would have been fine if I had positive flotation on. We went and did our dip test of the combat training tank, just like we're supposed to. We have positive flotation on. Man, if not, I'd have been 2,000 feet on the bottom, off the coast of San Diego out there. But it was, I got my leg wrapped up in the painter line.
Oh, shit.
So now I'm getting dragged upside down underwater by this 800-foot long vessel. And I mean, I didn't know what to do. I mean, they're going like 12 knots, which is a lot of pressure, if you're underwater. And my leg is like suspended, but my body's like underwater. I got my helmet, body armor, weapon, radio, all that stuff on me. Luckily, we had a weapon shape, not a real weapon. Because I ditched that, as soon as I could. I was trying to get to my, my little scuba bottle, the Heats bottle. That got just ripped away by the force of the water, so I couldn't get to that. The rib comes in and and they're trying to rescue me, and they just smash me between the rib and the ship. And luckily, if I had a Protec on, a plastic helmet, I'd have been killed. Almost certainly would have smashed my head, man. I had my Kevlar on, and so the boat smashed my nose. It just kind of like filleted my nose open. But the rib realized they can't help me, so they just kind of hauled off, and they were sitting probably 200 yards off the quarter, just no one knew what to do. The guys on the ladder didn't know what to do. And I'm trying to reach the water. Every time I tried to get my hand, I would just get ripped right back down by the force of the wave. So I within probably, it felt like an hour, right? It probably was 2 or 3 minutes, but I very quickly realized, like, I'm not going to survive this, man. This is over.
Holy shit.
And it just happened like that. And I just remember thinking, what a stupid way to go, man. This is so dumb. I've done this 1,000 times. And luckily, some heads up guys on the ladder, my teammates above me on the ladder, they realized, they climbed back up the Jacob's ladder, and everyone was kind of just wondering what to do. And one guy was like, "Hey, let's haul this thing." And they started hauling it in by hand. And they lifted me. I mean, that was a massive feat of strength. and very heads up, for them to do, because it was a contingency that they hadn't really even thought about. And so they started hauling the ladder in, and as it lifted me up out of the water, the painter rope popped free off my leg, and I floated down the side of the ship.
Damn.
And I mean, I could see just blood pouring down my face. The rib, the rib driver, the 11-meter rib comes over to pick me up. I just float right down the side of the ship. I'm kind of in the stern wash, as they come pick me up, and their faces were white. I mean, they were like eyes this big. I must have just looked.
Probably thought you were dead.
Blood just pouring everywhere, and I probably looked especially crazy, Sean, because I had a gigantic smile on my face. I was laughing because I was so happy to be alive, man. And I did not think I was going to live through that, and I was stoked. And actually, Elliot Miller was the corpsman on that, man. Elliot treated me and was keeping pressure on my face. Took me to Balboa. They got me stitched up. I sat out for another couple weeks till the stitches healed.
Damn.
And got our go plats on.
Holy shit, dude. So how did you gain the respect of the guys, of the seasoned guys coming back from combat?
Man, I don't know if I did a great job. I'll tell you, I made a lot of mistakes. And as I said earlier, like, mistakes are the best teacher. And I think so many of the, when you ask me, like, what are you looking for in a leader? Humility is number one, because I think so many of the mistakes that I made, particularly early on, were when I was really trying to prove myself. When I was like, I need to show people that I'm a competent leader, and I need to show people that I know what I'm doing, and I'm in charge of this, or, and I made all kinds of mistakes like that. Instead of actually, what you need to do is show people that you're humble. What you need to do is show people that you can listen. What you need to do is show people that you can lean on the most experienced people. We were lucky. We had a super squared away crew in my first platoon, SEAL Team 5 Bravo platoon, and they were awesome, man. Like, it was a great crew of guys. We had a stellar crew of new guys, and we had some experienced guys that just come back from combat, and it was. Our platoon was tough as nails, man, because our physical training coordinator was Dave Goggins, who was he ran all our training, and Dave was exactly who you see Dave today, man. You could always tell our platoon, because no one had any skin on their shins, because we were constantly climbing ropes, doing hundreds of pull-ups and running like crazy, and he organized all the PTs, and it was good, man. It was a good time.
I'll bet it was good. With that guy running it, holy shit, man. Well, when did you find out? So you check into Team 5. We talked about that. When did you find out where you're deploying to?
We were all fighting to get a chance to go to Iraq, and we learned that we were going to get surged, forward with. They were going to combine. We were going to be part of SEAL Team 3's deployment. So they took some of the platoons from Team 5 and split them up, and so the plan was to go half of that to Iraq, and then half to the Pacific Theater, to run JSATs with our partners. So we knew we were going to go to Iraq, first of all, and then all of a sudden, the SEALs got handed the personal security detail mission for the top 5 interim Iraqi officials. I don't know. Did you get tied up in that for your first one?
We did. Well, not for my first one. We talked about my first one at breakfast. When I went to Baghdad, the whole team was tasked with it, and we had a really fucking cool OIC. And I don't want to say his name because I don't know what he's doing nowadays. He might still be in. But he started farming us out to conventional units, and who were having problems with the ID stuff going on. And so they sent us. He got us into all these different locations, helping, training, and going on operations with conventional units, primarily Army units. And we would do like a mini workup training course on sniper operations, take the guys out, and then get rid of the problem, kill the bad guys. And so I never had to do any PSD, personal security details in Iraq, because he had farmed us out.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Well, I can't tell you I mean, having done a bunch of that on that first deployment for a few weeks, and then on our second deployment to Ramadi, just seeing, so much of that war was a defensive war, right? For those guys that were, when the enemy's 70 to 80% of attacks are IEDs, roadside bombs, and when there's nothing to shoot back at,
Yeah.
and you don't even know who placed it there, and you're losing guys, and you're hauling your dead and wounded comrades out of the street. There was nothing, I think, more powerful, for a morale booster than, for those conventional units that know the soldiers and Marines that were out there in the streets running those convoys, knowing that they had frogmen on the high ground, snipers that had their backs, and were covering for them so they could move. I think it was phenomenal to be able to do that and support those guys.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
and I think it was just game changer, And if you think about every bad guy you eliminated, right, is more soldiers and Marines are coming home to their families as a result. And I don't think we did near enough of it. And some of the people that criticized us, later of like, that's not a special operations mission. I was like, man, you don't know what you're talking about, man. These are Americans that are getting killed. Like, whatever we can do to try to help win this thing and help more of them come home to their families is what we're gonna do.
It was awesome, man. I mean, not only the operations that we did, but we ran into, and several of these, I've talked about this before, and a lot of the guys a lot of the conventional guys that we worked with emailed in saying, "Hey, I was the 18-year-old that got that kill that day," or thanking us. And we ran into, I think it was the 10th Mountain guys that we worked with. They were the first ones we got co-located with, and they were the last ones that we saw. We ran into them at the chow hall at the end of the deployment, and one of the sniper teams that we had trained and taken out came up, and they were like, "Hey, we've killed X amount of more bad guys. We have not had any casualties since you guys put us through that, and we just want to, like, all of our equipment's different." Well, they've changed everything. They took all the recommendations that we had and implemented just about everything, and it was just cool to see, man, like, the impact after you're gone. Like, we went there, these guys were getting blown up like every day. We killed the guys in the first 12 hours, I think, and then moved on to the next unit, and to run into those guys 3 or 4 months later, whatever it was, and to see them, like, still doing the job effectively, probably even more effectively, and taking 0 casualties when they were every other day. I was like, it's just fucking cool, man. I mean, how many guys are still walking around today that would have been killed had we not gone there and trained with them, and then they have kids, and their kids will have kids. I mean, when that kind of shit happens, like, you're not just saving a life, it's an entire fucking line of lineage, that is going to be roaming the earth because 16 guys from a SEAL platoon went and trained with that unit and brought them on a real world operation. And it's cool to think about,
That's awesome, man. That's outstanding. And I think sometimes, when you think what it's all about, and, like, all this loss of life, and, friends that we lost and families that have been destroyed, in the wake of it. And even those guys that are seriously wounded as well, right? Lives are changed and altered forever. It's really good to remember that, man. It's good to remember the impact of that. I think it's a little bit like that, it's kind of like It's a Wonderful Life, right? With George Bailey there, and getting a chance to see, like, what it would have been like if you didn't do that stuff, right? And I think it's a good reminder, man, of the impact that it has. And it's so much bigger than us. Like, for me, like, I was going to do everything in my power always, right, to help try to bring as many Americans home as we could, do everything we could to do as much damage to the enemy as we could. And I think that's just an obligation that we all have. And so for me, like, I was lucky enough we got assigned that security detail mission, and the team right before us had been given it. And man, that was not what we wanted, as you remember. But I think Blackwater came in with like a bid. It was like $100 million per guy. And the Bush administration said, negative, that's too expensive. SEALs, you got it. But I think seeing that, like, two of those guys had been assassinated, in the months prior to the SEAL teams taking over it. And so when this is like a no-fail mission, we have to keep these 5 interim Iraqi government officials alive. I loved one of the guys that passed down to me, from the previous SEAL team said, we know there's bad guys looking at us. We know they're going to try to, they're going to try to take us out at some point. Our whole goal is just to make them say, not today. Not today. They look at us, not today. And we're going to be, we're going to be a hard target. They're going to look at us, not today. We'll try somewhere else. We'll go hit some softer target somewhere. And I thought that was something that always stuck with me. And the SEALs did that amazingly well, right? Kept all those guys alive. It was frustrating for me I got to go out with the detail every once in a while, but most of the time I was assigned to the Tactical Operations Center. So I'm in there as the liaison officer, just tracking their movements and kind of setting up the logistics. Not what I wanted to do, but it was a job that needed to be done. And I felt like I was probably the best guy, to be able to do it for my platoon and help them and support them. Learned a ton, about passing information back to the TOC and how they can best support you. And luckily I had a great executive officer who sent me out. He tasked 12 of us, a bunch of us from SEAL Team 5, SEAL Team 8, got a chance to go and be a part of some sniper operations up at Samara, supporting the Big Red One, 1st Infantry Division up there. Didn't see a lot of got shot at a few times, kind of small little teams, kind of, going through the city, little 4 or 6-man teams and climbing up on rooftops and trying to do the sneaky frogman stuff. It was pretty fun. We engaged a few guys. I think we had 1 confirmed kill from that and, a few probables, but we definitely disrupted the IDs that were being laid and the mines were being put in the street. And it also gave me an appreciation. Obviously I love the SEAL teams, man. And I'm so proud of the training that we went through and the guys that we served with. But when I flew up to Samara, and it was funny because we left Baghdad, we had 12 guys with us. It was like 82 degrees on the tarmac in Baghdad. We landed in Samara after a couple other stops. It's nighttime. It was 39 degrees. I had 5 guys with no warmies.
Yeah, man.
And it was like, so we're trying to piece together this stuff. We're living in this like burned out, building. And I didn't realize, our guys are complaining about the, Baghdad, and they're eating at the Al Rashid, hotel with the ice sculptures and stuff. And I remember jumping in we're rolling around these up-armored vehicles and it was a lot of times in and out of the green zone. Obviously there was dangers. I mean, people were trying to attack the guys. I'm not saying the risks were limited, but I remember sitting in the cab of a big, like 5-ton truck. There's like, 1/4-inch steel plates welded on the back. They didn't even have doors on the cab. It was an Arkansas National Guard unit. And they're giving us a ride from the airfield over to like in the downtown city center where there's an ODA team. We were gonna stay with them. And I'm talking to this Arkansas National Guard soldier. I was like, man, you kind of hanging it out up here. I know, he's like, oh man, this baby, this baby's eating about 14 RPGs at this point. Yeah, she's my good luck charm. And I was just like, man, here we are, like these dudes are out here roughing it, right? They're in the fight. They're getting attacked all the time. They don't have near the equipment that we have. They don't have near the training that we have. And that to me was like I'm going to do everything I can to help every American that's on the ground here in every way that I possibly can.
Yeah. I thought you were going to say he looked at you and said, I'm not the one hanging it out. That's your vehicle. but yeah, it was pretty bare bones there at the beginning. But well, when did Elliot get hurt? Was it this platoon?
It was the next platoon. So he stayed in that same platoon. I rotated to a different platoon at SEAL Team 3. So
okay.
we ended up getting rotated out of Iraq. So we went up to Samara for like 3 weeks. Then we came back, did our turnover, and then we did the relief in place, between the squadrons. And so we got sent to the Pacific Theater. So we went around doing the JSETs with the Royal Thai SEALs and the Republic of Korea SEALs and excuse me, we spent a little time in Okinawa. You know, I got to see a different theater, got to train a little bit, spent a bunch of time in Guam, surfing and partying,
Nice.
and basically we just trained like madmen the whole time and got in really good shape, and we're itching for a chance to go back. You know, so I came back with SEAL Team 5, and luckily, my commanding officer at SEAL Team 5 at the time, he said, "You're going to SEAL Team 3." And I was so pissed about that, Sean. Like I was like, hey,
Really?
these are my guys. I want to take over this platoon. I want to be their platoon commander. And you know, he was detached from this, and he said, "Look, you're already senior. It's important that you'll be 6 months ahead in the workup cycle. You know, that you deploy so that you'll be eligible, you know, for promotion down the road, and that like this is best for your career path." And I was like, I pitched a fit about it, man. I was like, "Are you kidding me?" You know, like I was the kind of the argument and pushback type, and he was like, "Nope, it's happening. You're going to SEAL Team 3." And thank God he did that, man, because I love those guys at SEAL Team 5. They were awesome and still some of my closest friends in the world. And they relieved us in Ramadi. But thank God I got a chance to go serve in Tasking and Bruiser in SEAL Team 3. And so I showed up at the end of that deployment. I came back, did a little, you know, got a little bit of a leave, and then went straight to SEAL Team 3, checked in as the platoon commander, got assigned as Charlie Platoon. We heard about this guy, Jocko Willink, who was our platoon, our task unit commander. He was in charge, and I had heard about Jocko. I'd never seen Jocko. I didn't know anything about Jocko.
What did you hear about him?
I heard he was pretty intense. I heard he was my platoon chief, Tony Afrati, was a phenomenal SEAL. And I think probably one of the best one of the best platoon chiefs that the SEAL teams has ever produced.
No kidding.
Like phenomenal battlefield leader.
Wow.
I'm talking like, hey, we're taking massive fire from that building across the street. Give me 2 guys on me. Let's go. You
Wow.
know? And like he is absolutely the guy that you want in a gunfight, you know. And so he was like, you know, he had a reputation. Tony, everyone loved Tony. Been around for a long time, and he'd been busted down like, you know, multiple times for, you know, shenanigans and you know, just old school, you know, teams, and so here he is as the platoon chief. He's like, trust me, Jocko is the one guy that we want as our task unit commander. I was like, all right. And then when Jocko had been the admiral's aide, so he got assigned as the admiral's aide, and he comes over. And when I met him for the first time, you know, Seth Stone, our brother from you know, from Buds, he was the Delta platoon commander. So we were platoon commanders together. We had a bunch of guys from our Buds class in there, you know, as well. I knew a ton of these guys. I've been deployed with SEAL Team 3 just before this, so I got to meet Chris Kyle and some of the other guys. You know, just prior to that, they'd been in Baghdad doing a bunch of sniper ops on, you know, Haifa Street and supporting the Fallujah offensive, you know, that went down while we were deployed, you know, in the fall of 2004. And so now we're here in the spring of 2005, standing up the task unit, and so Jocko shows up, and I was like, man, this dude looks like an axe murderer. He's like, he doesn't smile at us. He just walks up like just mean mugs, like, "Hi, I'm Jocko." Like no smile whatsoever, and like just walks away. and dude, you remember Stoner, like, you know, it was an emotional guy. Man, I love Stoner so much, and he was like, "That dude hates me, man. I can see it." You know, he's like, and I was like, "Hey, man, listen. I hear he's the guy that we want." I was like, We knew he trained jujitsu. You know, we knew he just got his black belt. You know, he's a big jujitsu guy. Like we knew he had a ton of operations. You know, he'd come from SEAL Team 7 as a platoon commander. He had a bunch of operations that he'd done, and so he probably had as much experience as anybody in the teams at that point. And so I was like, "Hey man, come on, let's work hard, let's train jujitsu," you know. And after a couple months, like, yeah, Steph and Jocko ended up being like super close friends. So in fact, I think, you know, it was Steph was probably the little brother that Jocko never had, you know, to Jocko. But Jocko was like, he set the tone for our entire task unit. We had an awesome crew of pipe hitters in there, man. They were excellent. They were just coming back from Iraq. A lot of experience. You know, Chris Kyle was our lead sniper point man, and he had a ton of experience coming from Fallujah, coming from Haifa Street, and some of the other places in Baghdad. And then the new guys that we got in were studs too, man. You know, we sent them to schools. It was an awesome team. And but Jocko really set the tone for our entire team, and of like, hey, right away he was like, we're not tasking a Bravo, we're tasking a Bruiser. And I was like,
Interesting.
so, we had 3 task units, A, B, C, right? Alpha, Bravo, Charlie in the phonetic alphabet. And I was like, I thought that was weird for like 24 hours. I'm like, tasking a Bruiser. And then like 24 hours later, we're like, we're tasking a Bruiser. So like, it was actually, I learned later, this is something that he got from a book by a U.S. Army, a retired colonel named David Hackworth called About Face. And if you haven't read this book, it is a phenomenal, phenomenal book. Hackworth joined the Army when he was a private. He lied on his paperwork, enlisted when he was 17 to try to make it into World War II, just missed World War II, but was brought up through the ranks as, had learned from all his mentors who had just defeated the Germans and Japanese in World War II. And then he served in Korea and was eventually, commissioned as an officer, made it up to colonel, multiple deployments to Korea, multiple deployments to Vietnam. I think when he died in the early 2000s. I think it might have been while we were deployed to Iraq that first time. And I think he was the highest, the most decorated like living soldier at the time.
Wow.
I'm in like crazy awards, but like they call him like Mr. Infantry, and so much of he changed the names of his units
Interesting.
to
what?
give them like a personality.
So, I'm just gonna. Task Unit Bruiser is like a legendary unit, and you don't hear. Look, there's no other task unit that has a call sign that I'm aware of. You hear people talk about Task Unit Bruiser all over the place. I don't know a whole lot about it other than the reputation, but I mean, it seems like you guys have really created or did create like some type of like very strong culture in that platoon.
The culture was massively strong, in our platoon, Charlie platoon, and Delta platoon, SAS platoon, and the entire task unit. And, those 2 60-man SEAL platoons and a 5-man headquarters element that Jocko was in charge of that we started out with. And he set the tone right from the beginning. Like, we're tasking a Bruiser. We're going to work harder than everybody else. We're going to train harder than everybody else. We're going to be ready for the worst case scenarios, on the battlefield. And that was the culture of our team. And what's interesting about Jocko is you look at him and he's got this like super stern kind of look to him. But he actually, and even though he didn't smile at us for the first couple months that we worked together, in fact, the first time we were all training jiu-jitsu. We'd come in at 5 o'clock in the morning and train jiu-jitsu. He'd lay mats out in the high bay at SEAL Team 3. It was mandatory for all the officers, and we had a bunch of enlisted guys that would come in and train too. And you could tell us at officers' call, the morning meeting, because you'd say, if you said like, hey, Leif, or hey, Seth, like everyone would kind of turn their head like their whole body because their necks are all like jacked up because we're like cranking on each other and hurting each other, and everyone's going just full bore level 19 berserker mode. But the first time that I realized that Jocko was like actually, not super serious all the time. Like he's like demoing a jiu-jitsu move at 5 o'clock in the morning. We're in the high bay. He's like, Babin, get over here. He's like, grab my hand. Yeah. My other hand. Yeah. My other hand. And then he's like, bow to your sensei. Bow to your sensei. And I'm like, wait, that's Napoleon Dynamite.
Yeah.
He's quoting Rex Kwon Do from Napoleon Dynamite, but he's doing it with a straight face. And he's not like, he doesn't even smile. And I'm like, okay, this dude's joking around. So like, that was the first time I got to see, Jocko, who's totally jokes around all the time, and is obviously professional when he needs to. But what Jocko did for us was, I think, channel like aggression and guys that wanted to go get after it into like, he really taught me to be what we call in our echelon front the silent leader. That's what good leadership looks like. Like you would look at someone like Jocko and think Jocko's in charge. Jocko's a prior enlisted SEAL. Jocko's got more combat experience than anybody else here, so he's going to dictate everything and run everything and tell you what to do. And he did the complete opposite. He said, hey, here's the goal. Why don't you come up with a plan and tell me how you want to do it? And it was the first time that I saw like we'd roll on operations. Well, he doesn't say anything. He's letting the team run it. So I realized that's what I need to do as a leader is let my team step up and lead And so when my team is leading, now I can look up and out, right? Every leader should be trying to look up and out down the road. Not you. So instead of me solving the immediate tactical problem, I'm thinking about the next step and the next step and the next step beyond that. And you're thinking about the long-term strategic problems, down the road. And that's what every leader should be trying to do. And, Jocko also, he used what we call the indirect approach, which is, instead of saying, hey, listen, I had one platoon under my belt, I had a handful of combat operations. I had 0 DA missions, right? Capture kill raids at that point, 0. Seth had done a couple of them. I'd done a handful of sniper operations, but I didn't really have any experience. And, but instead of saying, for us, when the training detachment instructors, who obviously drive a very high standard of performance, when they would say things like, hey, you guys are good to go. You met the standard. We're out here at land warfare. Okay, your patrol's good to go. Hey, your immediate action drills when react to contract, and those are good to go. Hey, you guys can take it back to the camp. Instead of Jocko saying like, you knuckleheads aren't as good as you think you are. Combat's harder than you think it is. We're going to keep pushing the standard even higher. We're going to do this again. He actually just called us over, and he said, hey, Leif, Stoner, do you think we're ready for the worst case scenario on the battlefield? And we looked at each other and we're like, no, man. No, let's do another run. Let's do another run after that. Let's do 3 more runs. And it was us doing it. If we'd have said yes, he would have been cool. Sounds good. Let's go back to the camp. But he would ask us an earnest question, right? A question that he wanted the answer to, and let us reveal the truth of ourselves. And I think it's such a powerful leadership concept. Instead of, this works on your kids, right? This works with your spouse, with members of your community, with your team at work, anywhere in life. When you can ask someone a question and allow them to reveal the truth to themselves instead of trying to just bash them over the head with the truth. Because what good is telling people the truth if they don't listen? But when you can ask someone a question like that, now it's not Jocko saying do 2 more runs and everyone's complaining about it. It's actually me saying we need to do 2 more runs so that we're ready for that worst case scenario, and talking that over with my platoon so they understand it as well. And I think that was the kind of culture that became part of the team of like, hey, we have to be ready for the absolute worst case scenario that we might come up against. And so I think it was a culture of always striving to do better. And immediately, I think what set our task unit apart was, in my previous task unit, it was kind of like most SEAL task units where we had some really talented people. We had some experienced people. We did some things well. We did some things not so well. But the things that we didn't do well, when training detachment would say, hey, you should improve on this, there was pushback. We were kind of like, I'd like to see them do better. Yeah, we're good to go. We'll play the game and just get through this and get overseas. And in task unit Bruiser, it wasn't like that. It was we were our own harshest critic. It was really critiquing ourselves. And when the training instructor said, hey, look, your head counts are taking too long. You need to figure out a way to be more efficient. We're like, absolutely, let's figure this out. Let's work on that. And we were our own harshest critic. We were always trying to get better and improve all the time. And that became the culture of the team. Whether you're a brand new guy, that was trying to contribute in some way to, managing your fire team, all the way up to me as the platoon commander, to Jocko as the task unit commander, and figuring out ways to be more efficient and effective all the time. And I think that's the strength of the SEAL teams, right? Is always that innovation, that I like always trying to get better in what we're trying to do, always trying to improve and seeking inputs from everybody, no matter if they're in a leadership position or if they're simply just a shooter, who's in charge of just themselves and their piece of the mission. I think when that becomes the culture of the team, that makes all the difference. You got a team that's constantly improving, constantly learning, constantly growing. We made all kinds of mistakes in Task Unit Bruiser. We screwed all kinds of stuff up. But we learned from those mistakes, and we would implement solutions to try to fix them and to prevent them from happening going forward.
I mean, are we ready for the worst case scenario? That's a tough question. Was there ever a yes?
I don't think so. I think we were honest enough with ourselves, right, to know like, hey man, I've never been in the worst case scenario. So are you ready for it? Like, are you going to be ready for it? And I think, when you show up to something and you're overtrained, like, hey, we didn't need to train that hard. cool. It's
Yeah.
easy, it's easy. Like that's no fact. Like that's what you want it to be. If you can make training harder than actual combat, like that's the way. That's awesome. That's ideal. And that's one of the lessons that we brought back to Ramadi. With us. After we deployed, if you'd asked me, as young Lieutenant Leif Babin, Charlie Platoon Commander, Tasking and Bruiser, hey Leif, are you going to be in? Do you think you'll get in a blue on blue, like friendly fire situation? Man, I told you, like that happens to losers who don't know how to plan and execute missions. And the book Extreme Ownership, like that's chapter one. That's chapter one. The very first major combat operation that I was a part of, massive blue on blue issue. And we talked about before, like the idea that like we had to, if we didn't take extreme measures to mitigate the risk of that happening, like it was absolutely going to happen, particularly in the urban environment where it's confusing with so many different units that are out there, particularly with our SEAL snipers that were going out under cover of darkness beyond the forward line of advance. And you've got, U.S. tanks and Humvees and units that are coming into an enemy-held area and they're getting shot at by enemy fighters. It just, the idea that like that is absolutely going to happen unless you take massive steps to mitigate the risk of it happening. And it was just one of those things where like I just realized like combat is so much harder than I thought it was ever going to be, and those things can happen so much easier than you ever thought it could be. And once you're in it, you can't just peek your head. If you're taking effective fire, man, you can't just peek your head up over the wall and say, hey, who's shooting at us? Like your head's going to be gone. That's going to be the end of you. So if you're getting suppressed, man, that's all you can do, And I think it's, we had such a close call in that first situation where we had about that whole squad of my guys on that operation.
Let's rewind real quick. So this is your first operation.
That was the first major operation.
First kinetic operation of the deployment. Let's just walk. What were you guys doing? What was the op?
Yeah, if you will, maybe it's better to back up to talk about what it was like to arrive in Ramadi and start there. When we thought we were going to go work with the ICTF, in Baghdad and do this high-speed Iraqi commando unit that probably had the most training, right, of any Iraqi unit out there. And that's what we thought we were going to do. We're going to go do these kinetic operations. It was going to be super fun. We were excited about it. Everyone left to go on pre-deployment leave. And while we were on pre-deployment leave, we got a change of orders. They decided to consolidate the two different squadrons that were deploying. And we found out we were going to Ramadi. So at the time, Ramadi was just a violent hellhole. I mean, it was a city of 400,000 people. It's the capital of Anbar province. And it's a fraction of the size of Baghdad. I think the whole greater area of Baghdad has something like 2.5 or 3 million people, in Baghdad. There would be more significant attacks, right, or enemy attacks that happened in and around the city of Ramadi, this small city of 400,000 people, just a few miles across the city center. There would be as many or more attacks in Ramadi on a daily basis as there were in all of Baghdad.
Why was Ramadi such a strategic location?
I think it was it was in the heart of the Sunni Triangle, right? And it was it's the capital of Anbar province, which is the Sunni capital. So this is where the Saddam's kind of base of support and operations were. So I think there was a lot of support for Saddam and the insurgency that came out of there. I think after the Marines smashed Fallujah in 2004, many of the fighters that were there fled and went to Ramadi. And so from like late 2004 into 2005, Ramadi was just really the most violent place in Iraq. Zarqawi, who was the leader of Al-Qaeda in Iraq at the time, had declared that Ramadi was the capital of his caliphate, and he was going to establish the capital there in Ramadi. There was something like 3,000 to 5,000 insurgent fighters that controlled most of the city. And when we arrived in April of 2006, it was, I think I landed on the ground. It was like April 3rd, 2006. It was instantly it was apparent that this was a very different deployment than the one I'd been on previously. And I've been hearing about Ramadi. You'd hear every day in the news, you'd hear like, 3 U.S. soldiers killed in Anbar province or 2 Marines wounded in Anbar province. And most of those were coming in and around the city of Ramadi. I think Anbar province was accounting for something like 70% of U.S. casualties in Iraq at the time, throughout most of 2005 and 2006, and most of those were coming in and around Ramadi. So it was just a violent terrorist stronghold. And when we arrived there, right away, I mean, even in Baghdad, like you're flying around in a helicopter, and like if you flew over Ramadi in the daytime, like you're getting shot down out of the sky. Like no one was doing that.
Yeah.
So it was like vehicle convoys, and it was every single week there were memorial services going on at the camp. There were U.S. Marines and soldiers getting wounded or killed almost every day.
Damn.
Almost every day. And multiple times, I remember there would be like a call over the loudspeaker for like a mass like blood drive, come give blood, for a mass casualty
Holy
situation that was
shit.
happening. I mean, there were people killed on base in the chow hall with mortars hitting the base, before you even left the base. And when we were driving, so the SEALs were working out of a place they call Shark Base. It was like an old like Republican Guard effort. And after Mark Lee was killed, we renamed it Camp Mark Lee. But it was kind of on the edge of Ramadi, like right on the Euphrates River. And in order to get there, you had to try to drive off the main camp. And it was still kind of behind the walls of the camp. But there was you would drive through what they call the vehicle graveyard. And the vehicle graveyard was, these vehicles that would hit IEDs, Humvees, tanks, Bradley fighting vehicles. They would drag these twisted, burnt hulks, and they would just leave them out here in this kind of, it was just kind of a junkyard area. And man, it was a powerful reminder of what was out there waiting for you every time. Like you're driving past that every single time you're launched on an operation. Driving to that vehicle graveyard, just knowing that those twisted, charred hunks of metal that used to be a vehicle,
Damn.
almost all of those had soldiers or Marines that were killed or wounded in them. And then the gates were like it was a M88, which is it's basically like a tow truck for tanks. I mean, these things weigh, a tank weighs 70 tons, an M1 Abrams tank. And that's what they had blocking the gate, because it was such a threat of like a, massive IED threat coming in. And people would be attacking the camp. And I've been on the ground for probably about a week there. We turned over with a crew from SEAL Team 2, outstanding crew there. And they had built awesome relationships. They'd trained a bunch of the Iraqi units, and they were doing a ton of operations. But it was kind of mostly on the outskirts of the city, because there was no U.S. presence inside the city except for the Marine bases that controlled, and the 101st Airborne, first the 506 battalion that controlled Task Force Red Courier controlled like the eastern part of the city, and the Marines from 38 Marines controlled the main route to the city that was called Route Michigan. And about every kilometer, the Marines had a base there. And even still, even though we controlled that road throughout our 6-month deployment there was overwhelmingly the most heavily attacked road in all of Iraq. It had 7 to 10 IEDs on average in any 24-hour period. And this is a road that we controlled. So like U.S. forces control that road. Every kilometer there's a Marine or Army checkpoint. And so, I mean, it was nonstop, combat that was going on all the time.
Nasty.
And when we showed up, I was just in awe of the soldiers and Marines that were there. And the fight, there was a National Guard unit that was on the ground. And seeing these National Guard, the National Guard, man, they have a fraction of the training and equipment that we have. This was the 228, the 2nd Brigade, 28th Infantry Division, the Iron Soldiers, based out of Pennsylvania. And they had National Guard from really all over. They had some Utah National Guard, Vermont National Guard, Pennsylvania National Guard. And these guys had, they're part-time soldiers. And many of them had been on the ground for over a year at that point. And I mean, these guys were hardened combat warriors. And sometimes I'd show up and the SEAL Team 2, would introduce us, and they'd they'd look at us and our high speed little 10-inch barrel M4s and our gear, and we had better night vision and lasers and stuff like that, and they're looking back at us like, oh man, look at that, look at the SEALs they've got, these guys have all this cool gadgetry, and I just, for me, Sean, I was like, man, this National Guard soldier, who's probably 19 years old, has fired more rounds through his weapon in his year here than all of us put together are ever going to fire in our entire careers.
Damn.
And I mean, they were just in the thick of the fight the entire time. The Marines that were manning the checkpoints through that city, in particular the ones at the government center, that was Kilo Company 3A Marines, awesome unit of Marines. We worked really closely with their Lima Company, Kilo Company, and India companies, and man, they were freaking awesome. And the government center was taken. An OPVA, which is named after like the Veterans Administration building, it was like a Iraqi Veterans Administration building, I guess, under in the Saddam era. But those two, they get hit once a week by 50, 100 insurgents attacking from 3 different directions, hitting them with a dozen belt-fed machine guns at the same time, lobbing mortars in, the super accurate mortar fire, and then somebody trying to drive a 5,000-pound V-bit into their position. I mean, it was every week.
Wow.
For them. And so we just, when we showed up there, it was like, man, how can we help these guys? What can we do to help in any way that we can? And so we just decided to get to work,
So what was the work?
The work was, what can we do? What is our part of this mission? And for us, it was number one, SEAL snipers, just like the work that you were doing. We can take our guys, we can take a pretty small group. And right away, we were told there was the red areas on the map that were like, don't go there. These are Al-Qaeda. This is Al-Qaeda in Iraq battle space. And if you go there, you're all going to get killed. Nobody can even come recover your body. And so we realized, like, hey, that's the enemy safe haven. Like, is there a way that we can get into these safe havens and mitigate the risk of being overrun, by 100 enemy fighters? And so what we did was we started kind of on the edges of the city, pushing in with some of the Marine and Army patrols, but setting up sniper overwatch position. We'd go in under cover of darkness, set up on the rooftops of buildings, in the windows where they wouldn't be expecting us to be. And if you were in a bad area that had no U.S. presence before, man, all of a sudden when the first call of the prayer goes down and the sun rises and the city's moving around, I mean, you got enemy fighters moving around with RPGs and belt-fed machine guns and starting to coordinate attacks on nearby friendly patrols and outposts, and it was just a shooting gallery for the snipers.
So you could actually sit in an OP in an area that was black and see the enemy combatants forming up to go outside of that area to engage and ambush U.S. forces.
Definitely multiple times, yeah.
Holy
many times.
shit.
And
in the daytime.
well, we'd be in there. We'd sneak in at nighttime and try to be hidden as best we could, in a position. And what we did though was we adjusted. My idea before of a sniper mission was like a little small, like 2-man, 4-man element, 6-man element. Man, these elements, when you're going in there, we had to have, we would go in with a 30-man element and lock down like a 4-story apartment building. Particularly, it didn't start, initially we started working on the outside edges of the city. Mm-hmm. And then once the U.S. forces started establishing these combat outposts, they'd build a forward operating base right in the enemy held neighborhood, a permanent outpost that they could work out, bring Iraqi soldiers with them. Oftentimes what we'd do is be the first U.S. troops on the ground for that. So we'd sneak in under cover of darkness. And the ID threat was the biggest threat. So how do we mitigate the risk of that? Well, we would foot patrol. So, I mean, it was throw everything on your back. We're carrying Carl Gustav, shoulder-fired rockets. We're carrying 40-millimeter grenades. We're carrying we're multiple belt-fed machine guns. Every squad, multiple belt-fed machine guns. Because we had to be ready. We would take the minimum force that we would take, we usually was at least a squad of SEALs. Because that way I at least had 2 fire team elements that could bound. And if we're going into a super hot area, it would be double that. It'd be like a full platoon size or even more.
So you guys are running 30-man teams, and would those teams?
So maybe 18 or 20 of those guys would be SEALs plus EOD. Our EOD bomb technicians were phenomenal, and were absolutely part of our critical part of our team, just like the ones you worked with, and we had some awesome shooters too, man, that could do both, and they're so we also had we'd also sometimes we would plus up with squads from conventional Army units or Marine units as well, just because we wanted to have some more Americans out there with us. And we'd always have Iraqi soldiers. So, we might have 12, 15, 20 Iraqis with us. I did not, look, those guys were out there risking their lives. I did not count on them in the gunfight. So, when it was, we saw that too many times that when, if you got 100 enemy fighters trying to overrun your position, like the only thing that's going to save you is Americans. And the things that saved us was Americans with belt-fed machine guns. Those machine gunners carrying the Mark 48, 7.62 belt-fed machine gun and the Mark 46, 5.56 belt-fed machine gun. Those guys saved our lives over and over and over again. Just beat back attacks, preventing us from being overrun. If we were on a patrol with our Iraqis, if we're getting attacked, like enabling us to be able to keep the enemy's head down so we could get off the street, laying down cover fire for us. I talked to those Vietnam SEALs about how much they loved their machine gunners, that were carrying the Stoner machine gunners and the M60s, back in Vietnam, and how that would enable them to push deep into Viet Cong territory where nobody could come get them. And the only QRF, a lot of those Vietnam guys had working in like the Rung Sat and places like that in the Mekong Delta in Vietnam was like another 7-man SEAL squad. And they had some, maybe some, they had Seawolf, the helicopters that were supporting overhead and some aircraft, but those machine gunners kept them alive, and it was the exact same thing for us in Tasking and Bruiser. Those machine gunners like Mark Lee and Ryan Job and all those guys carrying the heavy belt-fed machine gun. Jake, our mutual, Bud's classmate, man, those guys were awesome. And, carrying because you're full patrolling in every time, and so they're carrying massive, heavy weight. And
real quick, I want to get into some specific examples of how effective the AW, the automatic weapons guys were. But let's look at a bigger picture real quick. So for Ramadi, what was the overall mission? Not just of Tasking a Bruiser, but what was the overall mission? Was it to infiltrate and occupy the city and take it from AQ, Al Qaeda?
It's a fantastic question, man. I think what's interesting about it is never did I see a time where the generals in Baghdad or someone from the Pentagon came and said, "Here's your mission, Ramadi." And so the guys in Ramadi figured out what that mission should be. They were closest to the problem. And the brigade colonel that was in charge, the colonel and his staff that were in charge of that National Guard unit, they got relieved by about a month into our deployment by the Ready First Brigade combat team of the 1st Armored Division. And those guys were brought in tanks and firepower, but they brought in a perspective on that as well about what that mission should be. Colonel Sean McFarland was the guy in charge, and his staff they were phenomenal, man. And we love that National Guard unit too. Those guys were outstanding. But the Ready First Brigade combat team is who I spent the bulk of that deployment with, helping them. Many of the Marine units and that Task Force Red Curry, that 101st Airborne unit, those guys stuck around as well for much of our deployment. But what they realized was the mission Ramadi was to stabilize the city, secure the local populace, and ultimately lower the level of violence. That was the goal. That was the goal. And I think I think for so long, if you'd asked a SEAL, if you'd asked me, my first appointment, like, what's the SEAL mission in Iraq? What are you trying to do? I said, kill bad guys. And I think something that Jocko really recognizes, like, look, either U.S. forces win in Ramadi and we all win, or U.S. forces lose and we all lose. And it doesn't matter how many bad guys we kill or capture. It doesn't matter how many operations we conducted. If U.S. forces lose here, we all lose. So what we have to do is help U.S. forces win. And we understood that was the mission, was to stabilize the city, secure the local populace, lower the level of violence. And we realized our part of that was to take a small element that was very heavily armed. I say small, right? It might have been as many as 30 guys if you're locking down a 4-story, apartment building. And many times we try to put two elements in that were mutually supporting one another, because there's nothing stronger than mutually supporting Overwatch positions with interlocking fields of fire. I mean, that's how you're going to defeat an enemy that way outnumbers you when they're trying to come and attack your position. When that other position could cover a move, cover for you, and you can cover for them, as well. But that's how we mitigated the risk of going into some of those areas. And we knew that we could take a fairly small group of guys with a lot of firepower, carrying the shoulder-fired rockets, carrying the belt-fed machine guns, carrying the 40 mic grenades, JTACs with aircraft supporting us overhead. We had our artillery battery. The artillery battery in Ramadi fired, I think they fired over 5,000 rounds.
Wow.
From their 155 batteries.
So when you're going out with 30 guys, are you breaking them up into 15 2-man teams and putting them in different locations?
Sometimes.
7 4-man teams? Are you guys all in one location?
Sometimes, but what we typically would do, we would. I like to be in multiple locations so we can mutually support one another. We also found though that when we teamed up, a lot of these operations, we were the very first U.S. troops on the ground. We would even go in and do some reconnaissance in the area. And as frogmen, right, the river, the Euphrates River runs right through Ramadi, and there's a Habaniya Canal kind of breaks off from there as well. So we had access to much of the city. And there was a badass Marine boat unit there called the Dam Support Unit. They had these Cirque boats, these small unit riverine craft, I think it stands for, but it kind of like a rib, kind of like a combination between like a rib and a SOCR. And so we teamed up with those guys, man. We'd sneak in there at nighttime, totally blacked out, night vision, and they just drop us off in the bank. No one have any idea we were in there.
No shit. So you guys would do a water insertion at night.
Did a ton of them. Yeah.
To do a reconnaissance to what? Find where your sniper hides and OPs are going to be?
Find out where they would be, do a reconnaissance of the area, engage IED layers, which we often did. And then we'd use that as an insertion platform, go in there at nighttime, jump off on the beach, full patrol in. So we could set up a sniper, our sniper hides. And so we would oftentimes take down the buildings or buildings near those buildings that would eventually be the combat outposts.
So would you insert guys? They would infiltrate the OPs, and then the rest of the team would come and link up later, or would you exfil back out of the location that you're at, and then get the rest of the team and then go back in?
Sometimes we did reconnaissance missions where we'd go in and kind of just probe and do a little recon and then come back and kind of use that as part of planning. Obviously you have to hit multiple buildings. They don't know exactly where you're going, try to go into different areas and do some misdirection stuff. But usually what we would do is an insertion method. We would go in there and set up in the sniper hide and try to get in position before the first call to prayer. So we could get in position by daylight. Then we would start to we would want to try to get some long axis looks down, some of the main avenues of approach. And then usually we would wait until oftentimes some of those larger operations, you're talking over 1,000 soldiers and Marines on the ground, 50 tanks, dozens and dozens of heavy engineering vehicles. I mean, they're trucking in, 70,000 sandbags to, multiple semi-truckloads of, Jersey barriers and Texas T barriers, those giant concrete barriers to try to, concertina wire rolls to reinforce these positions. Because you're going to get attacked. I mean, they're coming. And that's usually where we could really help those guys is, so we would set up and cover for them as they infiltrated. And there were multiple times. I remember
So you would know. I'm just trying to wrap my head around the overall mission. So you would know where the conventional units are setting up. Then you would conduct reconnaissance around that specific area, find the best vantage points, and then set up the OPs.
Well, sometimes we would conduct a reconnaissance, provide it to the conventional units to maybe made a recommendation on where they could set up, or take them with us, on those reconnaissance missions, and then we would plan that thing out, and we became their go-to as far as they realized the effectiveness of SEAL snipers, and what we could do for them, to disrupt attacks because, they're super vulnerable, right? When they're just out there in these neighborhoods, they're getting shot at. You've got, hundreds of enemy fighters that could muster and start attacking their positions. And so our snipers were able to disrupt those attacks over and over and over again. But a lot of times we'd be sitting in a position and you'd see like the mine clearance element in their big like MRAP, those V-hull vehicles. They were the only guys that had them at that time. We would ask for them and nobody else had them. But you'd see them slowly like on white lights, like digging IDs out of the road. And there was, to the one of the first major operations we put in, they cleared dozens of IDs out on that. Just to tell you how bad things were, there was a route that was coming down off Route Michigan, that main road that I said was statistically the most heavily ID'd road. A couple months before we moved into that area, right before we deployed, the Marines had tried to push down a road into where we ended up putting a combat outpost. It was called Route Sunset, and they'd hit something like 13 IDs in less than 500 meters. So it was constant. You couldn't even get into these areas. And so we would watch those guys clear. And so it took like 4, 5, 6 hours for them to clear all the way down. And we wanted to make sure that the IEDs weren't being in place, on top of that. And so then all of a sudden tanks, Bradley fighting vehicles, those troops are coming in Humvees. And man, I remember this one time we were sitting in the sniper hide in what was going to be the buildings that would become the combat outposts. And we're on the 3rd story. And I'm looking over the side, and I got that mine clearance element. They got this, it was called the Dagger was the call sign for the vehicle. And they got this huge arm that's I think they call it the Buffalo was the vehicle. And they're digging. It's just this big robotic arm that's digging in the dirt. And this robotic arm got blown off every night. They'd replace it. And I'm looking down there, and I could see these Projos. And I'm looking over the rooftop. I was like, this is, all of a sudden it occurs to me that if that thing goes off, these are 155 rounds, that thing's gonna take my head off, my face is gonna be gone. I was like, if I can see the, explosive, it can see me, I need to get back behind the rooftop. It's right there, at the base of the building that we're in. And we found a bunch of them too, on the, along the creek we were patrolling across as the Army went and burned out the vegetation later, and they dug, they found 8 or 10 IDs in there. We were patrolling all around.
These things are just everywhere.
Yeah. And then from the combat outposts, once we had that established, so then we could push out deeper into enemy territory. And so initially, the Army would say hey, we want you here in this building so that you can cover our guys. And you're looking 360 for 100 yards in all directions. For blocks, it's all you can see is U.S. soldiers and Marines. Yeah. It's I can't even engage anybody. So we talked them into it, and luckily Jocko would kind of explain why we needed to do it, and we pushed about 300 meters outside the perimeter, and they were worried about us getting attacked, but we pushed 300 meters outside the perimeter, set up in a big 4-story apartment building. I wanted to go in a different direction. Chris Kyle was like, that we need to go there. That's the apartment building, and luckily I was at least humble enough as a leader. I made all kinds of terrible mistakes, but at least humble enough to listen to the guy that knows what he was talking about. Just say, okay, cool, let's do what Chris wants to do. Thank God we did that, because we had over the next 48 hours we disrupted all kinds of attacks on that combat outpost, and that was just kind of the model for what we did over and over and over again. You'd see a dozen enemy fighters that are trying to rally and they know they're going to attack the combat outpost, which you can't see, or you get, right as the sun comes up, mortars are landing dead center of the combat outpost, kills a soldier, wounds 3 others, and the soldiers can't even shoot back, right? Indirect fire, it's coming from kilometers away, over blocks of the city, and you can't even see the launch point. And so our snipers are able to engage guys loading mortar tubes into the back of a vehicle, from 600 yards away.
Damn.
So, it was that kind of element where, those soldiers, when they started hearing, the 300 Win Mag, it was 3 enemy fighters engaged with 300 Win Mag. You would just hear, they were so stoked about it. They knew that, we were up there on the high ground, to protect them and help them out. And as a result, every single time we called them, because when we're deep in enemy territory, we got vicious. They always figured out where we were. Sometimes it was sending unarmed kids through the neighborhood, knocking on gates. All the standard stuff. And they knew we weren't going to engage that guy, but they wanted to figure out where we were at. So we just adopted the Marine tactic from 3 Marines of it became an overt fighting position. So if you didn't have an urgent surgical casualty, like you weren't calling evac, because that's what they wanted you to do. You were going to be in the streets, getting ambushed, have an IED clacked off on you, or having, multiple machine guns engaging you while you're patrolling out. So we try to wait till under cover of darkness if possible.
Damn.
Sometimes we didn't do that because if I felt like I was in a position that was not very defensible if they attacked us. Like if we had rooftops, but all the rooftops were kind of equally, high or even higher around us, and they might have the advantage over us. So there were a couple of times when we had to make the tough call. It's kind of like you make the least bad decision you can, right? Or you're like, hey man, I know we're going to get attacked, but we can move fast on foot. We can do some misdirection. And we can get back to the base. And it's going to be better than allowing them to set up a massive attack, on our position where they have all the advantage,
So I think we've done a fantastic job of painting what Ramadi was like back in 2006. And so let's rewind back to your first kinetic operation with the Blue on Blue.
Yeah, man, even before that, when the guys hit the ground, the very first, like I've been on the ground for like a week. Everyone arrives, and so they're just offloading in the camp, and we got in. There's like a massive, multiple unit, like well-coordinated enemy attack on the camp. We're talking so every single SEAL is on the rooftop of the camp, just dumping fire across the river, that was like the very first. And one of my guys who was probably our most senior machine gunner. It was his third deployment to Iraq. He'd been a machine gunner, every time. He'd done a bunch of assaults, done a bunch of capture kill raids, those direct action raids, and he was like, this is the first time I've ever fired my machine gun. I mean, he'd been on the ground for like 3 hours.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
3 hours?
And they shot like 500 rounds off the rooftop. So. Yeah. So we knew this is going to be different, And then that first the first major operation. First of all, I was so pissed at Jocko for this because he wasn't. I had to be acting task unit commander for that because, and it was the right call, man. It was the right call. But I obviously wanted to be out there with my guys on the battlefield. And a bunch of guys, the Army, this was the 101st Brigade, or the 101st Airborne Division. This was the first of the 506, Task Force Red Curry. And they lived that, the celebrated Band of Brothers tradition, from the book that Stephen Ambrose wrote in the HBO miniseries. This was the first of the 506 Parachute Infantry Regiment. Awesome unit. They just had phenomenal soldiers, incredible leader of their battalion commander, and they were asking for help. They were doing some operations, pushing in what was called the Malab district. It was a really, really bad area, and so our guys went out there and set up a position. We had. Our job, tasking from the Combined Joint Special Operations Task Force, that was the Green Beret colonel in charge of all the special operations at theater at the time, everything was going to be by, with, and through Iraqi soldiers. So we were tasked to train and fight company and battalion size elements of Iraqi soldiers. Like that was literally our tasking. So that's what we were there to do. Mm-hmm. And obviously that was an ODA mission. It was a little bit different for SEALs to kind of adopt that. But we took Iraqi soldiers with us on every mission. And the SEAL Team 2 guys before us had done a great job of training those guys up and trying to mitigate some of the risk of their training. But that's what our guys were doing on that very first mission. They sent, we had an element of SEALs that was going out as combat advisors to the Iraqi soldiers. And we're talking like 100 Iraqi soldiers on the battlefield, with like a dozen of our guys and some of the Army, the military transition team, and some Marines that were with them. And then we had 2 different SEAL sniper teams that were going out there along with some Army sniper teams. And so they went out onto the battlefield. They briefed where everybody was going to be, everything. The plan made a lot of sense. I'm kind of tracking this mission. I'm watching their con ops and I'm listening to it on the radio. And it was pretty clear that like all hell kind of broke loose on the operation. And we expected it to, because in the Malab district, this was our very first major operation as tasking a Bruiser. So Jocko felt like he needed to be over there located with the battalion leadership, so he could kind of be the liaison officer to manage that as the command and control with all those different elements out there. 100% the right call to be able to do that. So Jocko's out on the battlefield, but instead of being, there's all these different multiple SEAL units out there, he's co-located with the battalion staff from Task Force Red Curry, try to manage that. And we have this report of like a massive enemy attack that goes on. So our SEAL sniper element is reporting the attack. And then all of a sudden we also get a report that, there's a report that the insurgents are attacking the Iraqi unit that's out there. And there were some issues I won't get into on the communication side, as well, that kind of broke down passing communications. But Jocko's out there on the battlefield. He shows up there. He knows that his guys are in trouble. They're calling for heavy QRF, right? They want tanks. That means they're in a dire situation. They feel like they're about to be overrun. And so Jocko shows up there, the command and control element. He moves up, sees the Anglico officer, right? The Air Naval Gunfire Liaison officer that's there to coordinate an airstrike on a building. There's red smoke marking where the enemy is. He knows that the sniper team is in there somewhere or should be close by, and so he's kind of trying to deconflict what's going on. And he went up and kicked the gate open, and it was Tony, my platoon chief on the other side, was like, and realized like this is a blue on blue situation. So and no one understood what was going on. This was. Meanwhile, I'm monitoring the radio on the other side of the city. I'm getting traffic passed back to me. There's a huge spin up on this, but all of my guys that were in that sniper position, that was a squad of my guys that were there, and it was they were all convinced, I think, that they were about to die. I mean, they had moved. They moved out to a sniper position under cover of darkness. They realized that where they were was not a good and defendable position. They didn't have visibility on where they needed to see to cover the road that they were supposed to cover for the soldiers and the Iraqi, the U.S. Army soldiers, Iraqis that were moving down that road. So they moved position across the road, and they weren't able to pass that information for a series of reasons, a breakdown in communication. Then the Iraqi soldiers were out of sector. So it was supposed to be like hours before they were clearing. Well, some of the Iraqi soldiers, I think, decided like, hey, we're going to get killed if we're out here. Let's get this thing over with. They like rushed to the furthest point away, from the friendly, outpost, Camp Corregidor, and then tried to rush back. And so they were out of sector. So all of a sudden, as our sniper team is setting up, they zip tied the gate to the, and they're setting up, and it's just starting to get light. So like first call to prayer goes down. So night vision doesn't work, but you can't really see. And all of a sudden they've got somebody, creeping by the window with an AK-47. Like they see the unmistakable sign of AK-47. Like they engage that guy. And they didn't realize it was an Iraqi soldier that was out of sector.
Shit.
So the Iraqi soldier, that guy gets killed. Several others get wounded. The Iraqis engage back. The Iraqi gets dragged back. They call in for fire support because they're thinking, oh man, there's Al-Qaeda insurgents are holed up in this building. And man, we got this on video. There was an embedded reporter, I think from Stars and Stripes, with the unit, the ANCO unit. They pulled up a Humvee and they probably dumped 300 rounds of 50 cal into the building. And our mutual friend Matt that we were in buzz with is on the rooftop. And I mean, all he can do is just take cover. Rounds are coming to the rooftop. Like one round, luckily it went through the concrete wall enough to slow down, like hit him in the face and like embedded up under his cheekbone.
Are you
And
shitting
he said it
me?
was burning him, but he like grabbed it and pulled it out of his face and like threw it down on the roof. And so these guys are like, man, we're about to be overrun, right? They're calling for that QRF, and they're thinking, man, these guys, they're bringing it. This is our first major operation. So they're calling in for tanks and fire support. Outside, they're calling in for tanks and fire support. So a tank pulls up. When Jocko gets up there, before we kick the gate open, there's a tank with their gun trained directly on the building where my guys are holed up. And they're just all kind of hunkered down trying to just take cover and not get their head shot off. I mean, you can imagine, right? There's 50 cal rounds coming, and belt fed, 7.62 coming right over your head. All you can do is just bury your face. And try to take cover, and return fire as best you can. And they think they're about to get overrun. And then on top of that, not only were they going to engage with tanks, they're coordinating an airstrike. So the Anglico, the JTAC, right, the air controller, he's coordinating an airstrike that's about to just demolish this entire building. So I mean, it would have wiped out our entire squad.
Shit.
And so this was the lesson from that, of like just how easily, like, we thought we had taken every step possible to mitigate the risk of that happening. And so meanwhile, I'm back at the Tactical Operations Center. We're monitoring radio reports. We're hearing that, we've got wounded SEALs. And I know it's one of my guys. I know it's Matt at this point. But we're hearing that it's friendly fire, right? So like, okay, what's going on? Man, all of a sudden word spreads like wildfire, right? The webby, like, instant, chats are going on across the every talk of like friendly fire, like what's going on? And so, I mean, there's like massive scrutiny on this operation, right away. And I remember I jumped in the truck. All I know is that Matt, our brother that we went through buds with, that I've done, this workup cycle with, is in my platoon. I was his platoon. I know he's been shot in the face. I don't know what that means. I don't know if it means his head's gone. I don't know if he's gonna die. So I jumped in a truck, drove across the base to Charlie Med, that was a medical facility, and I went to pick him up. And man, they put him on a morphine drip and patched him up and gave him some antibiotics, for infection. And when I was talking to him, obviously he's kind of out of it, right? He's got some morphine but he's like, man, those guys brought it. It's like they were going to overrun our position. He's like, I thought we were all going to die. And he kept saying it over and over again. And I was like, Matt, it was friendly fire, man. It was friendly fire. It was friendly fire. And I probably said it was friendly fire probably 6 times before it like sunk in. And he was like, what? And it was like, he couldn't believe it. He couldn't believe it when I said it. And so I think that right there, as like, our commanding officer flew out. We had an investigating officer that flew out. We were so fortunate to not lose any of our guys on that. And, it was horrible that we lost an Iraqi soldier on that. We took up a big collection for his family and tried to do everything we could, for him. There were a couple other Iraqi soldiers wounded. Luckily, they recovered, from that. But it was so close to being just absolutely catastrophic. We're talking, wiping half my platoon out. And then, when people were looking like, what heads are going to roll over this? What heads are going to roll? Who screwed this up? Right? This is friendly fire. This is the worst. This is the cardinal sin. The cardinal sin that you commit. X-ray platoon in Vietnam, right? That had a friendly fire incident, and this is the worst case scenario that can happen. And so we had a big debrief, and our commanding officer, our commanding master chief, were sitting in there. The investigating officer, who was our JAG, was in there. People are wondering, like, who's responsible? Like, how did this happen? Who's responsible for this thing? And we knew it was probably some heads were going to roll over it. And Jocko stood up in front of the task unit. We're all in there. And he said, whose fault is this? And man, the radioman stood up, was like, man, I didn't pass the traffic on when we moved location. I should have made sure that got passed. That's my fault. The SEAL that engaged the Iraqi soldier said, I didn't get proper PID. I thought that was an enemy insurgent, and I engaged him before I had proper PID. That's my fault. I should have made that happen before. I mean, over and over, the guy with the Iraqi soldiers, who had been combat advising them, said, this is my fault. Those Iraqis were out of sector. And we just went around the room, and Jocko was like, no, it's not your fault. I'm like, no, it's not your fault. No, it's not your fault. He's like, this is my fault. Like, I'm the task unit commander. Everything that happens to this task unit is my fault. I'm responsible. And we're going to do everything in our power to make sure that nothing like this ever happens again. And just to watch that happen, like the power of extreme ownership in front of everybody in the task unit. Our respect for him was already high, man. And it went through the roof after that, right? Realizing like, and our commanding officer, he actually left there. He had greater trust in Jocko and in task unit Bruiser, because he knew that we were going to take steps to make sure that it didn't happen again. And we did prevent it from happening again. Friendly fire happened, friendly fire would erupt, but it never became catastrophic. We were always able to manage it. We could, we could stop it before anybody was killed or wounded. And it was always a constant threat, but we took massive steps to mitigate the risk. And in fact, even some of the guys some of your SEAL Team 8 brethren that plugged into our team. They were an awesome crew that came out and joined us. And they were kind of jokingly calling me the Rocket Man there for a little bit because I had these two flares on my back. We had a white flare and a red flare. You know, a white flare was our red flare was send QRF. A white flare was like ceasefire. And so those were signaling devices. I was like, man, I want that with me all the time, just in case that we have that happen. I'm going to carry those things around on me. That's ultimately my job, is to prevent this from happening. So we implemented lessons learned at every level of the team. We took massive steps to mitigate it from happening. And when it did happen, you know, like, we get some rounds over our head, we instantly had the radio comms, and we had a good comms check with that, you know, the tank that was shooting at us. We could get them to cease fire. You know, we're marking our positions, ceasefire. Sometimes we'd throw a freaking giant, you know, VS-17 day glow orange signal panel, you know, half the size of this room over the side of the building, and let every insurgent know where we were at, just because that was better than taking, you know, 120 millimeter main gun rounds, you know, into your position, because the threat of that was significant every time.
Damn. Wow. Wow. You know, I heard you talking once, I think it was with Jocko, about getting shot in the chest, in the plates. Can you run through that?
Yeah, man, that was the darkest day of my life.
I'm sorry,
Man,
I didn't know that.
August 2nd, 2006, man, we lost Mark Lee. And Ryan Job had been wounded right before that. And yeah, I took a round. I think it was a ricochet, you know. Otherwise, it probably would have killed me, split my spine in half, you know.
What were you guys doing?
We were, it started as a big, basically just a coordinate search operation into what was called the J Block sector of Ramadi. And so after we'd established those combat outposts, we'd push sniper overwatches out, and then we would push patrols with the Iraqi forces out, you know, to try to patrol into the city, engage with the local populace, show them that we were there to actually support them, talk to them about where the insurgents were. You know, these were, the Marine Corps calls them census operations, of kind of just showing the local populace that, like, we were here to support them. You know, that was that stabilize the city, secure the local populace, you know, part, which paid huge dividends down the road, you know, to ultimately lower level of violence. And you know, the Anbar awakening, you know, came out once, but all that started with breaking the back of the insurgency, like really lowering their military capability. But what we would do is push patrols out with the Iraqi soldiers, and the military transition teams that they were assigned to them. And we put sniper overwatches out there, and we had a bounding overwatch that was in a sniper position covering. And we were out with an awesome unit from the this was from the Task Force Bandit Team Bulldog. So this is Bravo platoon, first. It was Bravo platoon, 1st Battalion, 37th Armored Regiment of the 1st Armored Division. I mean, this was a unit that had been in the Ardennes, you know, for us in the Battle of the Bulge in World War II, like historic unit, incredible group that we built some awesome relationships with. And we, by the way, we couldn't have done any of these operations without these soldiers and Marines. You know, we push into these areas. The only reason that we could do that, the only reason that we could push so deep in enemy territory, is because we knew that the soldiers and Marines were going to mount up in their tanks, mount up in their Humvees, and come to our rescue and aid. And they did it over and over and over and over again, all the time. And we had just an incredible working relationship with those guys. And I wouldn't be sitting here if it wasn't for them. And so we supported them as well, right? When they asked us to do things, we helped them. We put in sniper overwatch positions. And so we were pushing our Iraqis deeper into, you know, enemy-held areas. And as we were clearing through an element of the J Block, we'd done probably, I don't know, 6 or 8 operations, like in this area, kind of pushing deeper and deeper in. And Ryan Job was one of our machine gunners, amazing guy, incredible guy. Well, the kind of guy that, I don't know how long it took him to get through buds, but it was a long time. He was one of those guys that was never going to be the best athlete, was just absolutely tough as nails.
Yeah.
Was just a stud, you know, awesome machine gunner, super strong man of faith as well, you know, and hilarious. But he was the machine gunner basically holding security for Chris and the sniper team that was on the rooftop as we had this kind of bounding overwatch. And I was with the Iraqi element that was moving forward to the streets. And we were about an hour and a half or 2 hours into that operation. Again, one that we conducted many like that before. And all of a sudden, I mean, we hear a shot ring out. I mean, you can hear the impact of it, you know, and I hear, you know, our most combat experienced guy was Chris Kyle, an awesome teammate and a tremendous sniper, saved lots of lives on the battlefield. And man, I could just hear in Chris's voice, man, he's like, we call Ryan's nickname was Biggles. And he was like, Biggles has been hit. I need a corpsman to the rooftop now. And man, I could just hear in his voice, you know, how horrific that was. And I literally been talking to him, you know, both those guys, like 30 seconds before that, right? Just walked down the stairs, you know, to try to, you know, we're going to organize our team and kind of push out to the next building before we take the rooftop there. And man, we get, you know, so we go rushing back up to the rooftop, and Mark Lee, who was rolls right back up there, another awesome machine gunner, just an incredible guy, steps right into the very position that Ryan got shot, like right in the position with his belt-fed Mark 48 machine gun, and just starts laying down suppressive fire, knowing that like we're gonna get shot back, you know, at any moment. And we got up to Ryan. You know, Ryan had been hit in the face, and just a single shot hit him in the face. You know, you could call an enemy sniper around. You could call it just a, you know, obviously it was not your average like spray and pray, you know, insurgent. It was somebody that had some good side picture trigger squeeze, engaged him, hit him in the head. And man, it just looked horrific. I mean, his eyes gone, like his
Holy
whole half
shit.
his face looked like it's missing. And you know how blood looks, man. It's just, so I ran up to him. I just grabbed his hand. I was like,
Is he conscious?
when I rolled up to him, he's just laying there. And I grabbed his hand. I was like, hang in there, brother. We're going to get you out of here. And I didn't believe that for a second, man. You know, like it just looked like there was no chance. And, you know, meanwhile, Mark and is standing there laying down suppressive fire right over the rooftop wall where Ryan just got hit. Other guys stepped up there too, are laying down suppressive fire. You know, we're calling in the Casevac vehicle. The corpsman rolls up there and is working on him. That corpsman was Johnny Kim, our, you know, just a phenomenal guy in there, you know, going to work, you know, on Ryan. And miraculously, Ryan like sits up. He like sits up and says, I'm okay. And, you know, the blood was kind of going down his throat, right? So he has to kind of sit up to kind of clear that. And man, we get under his armpits. We're getting him down. So the Casevac vehicle, you know, we had a M113 armored personnel carrier down there, you know, for Casevac. And so we get Johnny, our corpsman, and we got, you know, guys under each shoulder of Ryan, and we're getting him escorted off the roof. And he walks off the roof really by his own power, like down the stairs. Just incredibly tough, you know, human being. And we found out later that Ryan got hit when he was in the hospital. You know, he had all this shrapnel in his face, and they were trying to figure out like what exactly happened, because I thought the round just impacted him, you know. But we realized that like there was a round impact on the receiver, right at the base of the receiver where it meets the buttstock for his Mark 48 machine gun. And we were an hour and a half into this operation. He was, you know, it's 117 degrees. You know, it's miserably hot. We're carrying all our gear and water. I mean, Ryan must have been sweating profusely. Man, just like the awesome teammate that he was, the awesome machine gunner was, Ryan was on that machine gunner. He was on that machine gun looking down the sights of his weapon, ready to provide cover fire. And if he hadn't done that, he would have just taken his head off, you know. That round would have just taken his head off. So, like, that saved his life. We, unfortunately, we didn't figure out till later. It was 2 weeks later that we realized that the shrapnel had severed his optic nerve to his good eye, and he was going to be blind as a result of that. And so I didn't know how it was going to go at the time. We evac Ryan. You know, we sent our corpsman with him. We pulled back to the base. And August 2nd, we'd done multiple operations in this area. We'd gotten tons of gunfights in this area. There were definitely a lot of insurgents. But there was something different about August 2nd. Like, this was probably, I think it was the largest single like engagement of any of the engagements that made up this, like, you know, 8 or 9 month like Battle of Ramadi. And the insurgents were just coming out of the woodwork, attacking the soldiers that were out there clear. So we had one sector, they were clearing another sector. After Ryan got hit, we pulled back and went back to we foot patrolled back about a kilometer to the base, kind of refitted. And the soldiers were like under attack, man. They and they asked us if we could help them. They were getting attacked from these different positions. So we loaded up in Bradley fighting vehicles and we rolled back out, into the city. And it was, man, there was so much going on that day. Like for guys like Mark Lee, for all the guys that were in charge of the platoon, like they knew they were going back out in the teeth of it. Like we just seen what happened to Ryan. And our brothers in the Army needed our help from Team Bulldog there. And nobody hesitated for a second, man. Jocked up in their gear, reloaded mags, refitted with grenades, loaded up into those Brads, and we rolled out.
No
So we went out
shit.
to hit those target buildings.
No hesitation.
No hesitation, man. Those guys did everything I asked them, man. Unbelievable courage. We had the firefight was so bad that day, man. We had I think for the company commander's name is Mike Babin, is a close friend of mine. He's retired now. Main gun Mike, we called him. He fired over 50 main guns from his tank throughout his time there. And I don't know how many people have done that since the World War II era, man. 50 main guns, but he was a phenomenal guy. I think just about every tank and Bradley fighting vehicle out there was we would use the term Winchester. They're out of ammo. Like they call it black when the tank's out of ammo. Like they shot every single main gun round that they had.
Damn.
In that engagement, and
That is some serious shit.
it was right in the teeth of it, man. And so I think for me, I talked it quickly over with Tony, my platoon chief. I was like, look, if we're gonna hit a target where we got bad guys that are shooting at us, the best thing we do is soften it up, first. So we wanted to go in and try to stay off the street. We knew we had at least one sniper out there. So we wanted to try to use armor, to get into to these areas. And so we had the Bradley fighting vehicles and the tanks just blast these buildings, man, before we went into them. And then smash to the walls and lower their ramps, before we engaged. And we hit one building. The insurgents had already pushed out of it. That the Army told us, hey, we're getting engaged from this building. There's insurgents in that building. So we loaded back up. We hit another building. And in the second engagement, as we went into that building, man, the building was on fire as we went in there. Like a main gun round had already hit the building and just blasted it open. As we started moving into the building and clearing through the building, we took fire from the opposite end of the hallway, and Mark was hit and killed. And somewhere I was hit in that engagement. I heard the gunfire ring out. I stepped out into the hallway, got hit, and I just grabbed one of our guys who was in the hallway. It was clearly a hot hallway with bullets and ricochets flying around, and pushed him across the hallway, just to try to get him out of the line of fire. And I heard the man down call. Mark was 20 feet away from me, when that happened, and guys came as more assaulters poured in the building. Like they cleared the rooftop, and it was the absolute worst day of my life, man. And I think the fact that I got hit, just in between the plates, and I knew I'd been hit, but then the guy that I pushed into that room was like, hey, Leif, you're bleeding. Just blood always looks like more than it is, right? It was my whole inside of my, inside of my vest was soaked, and it was just trickling down. You could just hear the tap, 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 blood on the floor, but there just wasn't time to even think about that, man. It was Mark was down. We moved up to him, got the corpsman on him, got him casevac'd, and for whatever reason, I thought there might be some hope. Mark was unconscious when we got to him. I thought there might be some hope to him, man, but he'd been hit in the head. He was killed instantly, and Mark was just such an incredible warrior, man. And he was doing exactly what I asked him to do, which was engage enemy insurgents. He was moving down a hallway, stepped up right into the doorway to engage enemy insurgents that were shooting at us from the building next door, man. And sacrificed himself for me and the rest of the guys that were coming in there. And he was I mean, just like Ryan, just the most incredible teammate, just absolutely hilarious, just strong as an awesome, incredible athlete, but just the kind of just representing the absolute best of the SEAL teams, you know. And I would do anything, Sean. I'd do anything to trade places with him, man. I got lucky, you know, for whatever reason. I got lucky, and some ricochet hit me, and you know they patched me up, and I you know, there'll never be a time when I go up to Fort Rosecrans Cemetery and see Mark's grave there. I don't wish that was me lying on the ground there, man, and not him. And I think that's one of the hardest things that I could have never prepared for. Right when these guys that you love and would do anything for. It's the ultimate dichotomy as a leader. It's the ultimate dichotomy, which is to love your guys and want to do anything for them and be willing to trade your life for them if you could, and yet sending them out on missions where you know that they might get injured or killed. And I think it was something that I tried to pass on to the next generation of SEAL leaders, that just the reminder of like what's at stake. And we would do a memorial run every junior officer training course that I put through. Like we'd park our vehicles down at Dog Beach and Ocean Beach, and we would ride 5 miles uphill all the way to Fort Rosecrans Cemetery, and we'd go pay our respects to where Mark Lee's buried, and Mikey Mansour, our teammate in Delta Platoon, who was killed about a month later, and pay our respects there, and just remind these young leaders about what's at stake, man, and then the burden of leadership. And I think for me, there'll never be like it's a burden that never goes away. You know, it's a burden that never goes away. And I think as a man of faith, Mark was a tremendous man of faith, and he had wanted to be a pastor, and he had gone to the master's college to study to be a pastor before he decided that he wanted to join the SEAL teams. And I remember quoting scripture and talking about there was a time when we were out when we were engaging targets, and we were talking about like the worst case scenarios. These mangy Iraqi dogs that are like, these kind of junkyard dogs that are running around. Like the worst case scenario is that these mangy dogs are like chewing on you out in the street, right? And we talked about how this was, that in the Bible, there's numerous examples of that, where like the prophet Elijah, and Jezebel, who's trying to kill him, and the prophets of Israel, the dogs are going to chew on Jezebel. When David and Goliath says that he's going to give David's body after he kills him to the birds of the air and the beasts of the field. And we were talking about this with Mark, right? This idea of like of being a warrior on the battlefield. And I remember sharing those scriptures, with Mark, and talking about his faith and how powerful that was for him. And I know I'm going to see him again one day. And I look forward to that day, man. He was an incredible man. And Ryan Job, 3 years after the surgery, I think it was the 22nd surgery to repair those wounds that, when he was wounded, we lost him, from complications of that surgery as well. And like him, just like Mark, Ryan was an awesome man of faith. He came back from that deployment, and being blind to him was like an inconvenience. It was he climbed 14,000 foot Mount Rainier, totally blind, through this awesome organization called Camp Patriot. I know a number of SEALs that attempted it and were unsuccessful in their summit attempt. With their sight, and all their limbs. And he asked me to go on. I was the spotter for him, and he shot this world-class bull elk using this little camera system. I mean, Ryan was just a phenomenal guy. He married his longtime girlfriend. They were expecting their first child. And when that happened, it was just a tremendous loss. But I know that Mark would have wanted us to keep going, right? To keep operating, to keep doing what we were doing, to try to make a difference there. And I would talk to Ryan on the phone, and Ryan would tell us to keep going, in those operations. Keep doing what you're doing. Keep going out there. Keep getting after it. Do everything you can, to try to bring more soldiers and Marines home, to try to win this thing in whatever capacity we can. And man, I'm just so thankful and fortunate and honored to have been able to serve with guys like that, who were willing to lay down their lives And Ryan one time told me, he's like, it doesn't make me a hero. Just because I got shot in the face, I'm not a hero. That doesn't make me a hero because I got shot. And I told Ryan that what what made him a hero is not that he got shot. It was the fact that he knew that he could get shot at any time, that he could get gravely wounded or killed, and yet he jocked up in his gear and he rolled out on those operations over and over and over again. And he did it for me, he did it for his teammates, he did it for the teams, he did it for the soldiers and Marines that we were trying to protect. He did it for the innocent Iraqi people that were out there living under this brutal reign of terror and fear, that Zarqawi's henchmen in Al-Qaeda in Iraq, later ISIS, ruled over them with. And I know Mark was a hero for the same reason, man. Mark was a hero for the exact same reason, that he was willing to do that over and over and over again. And I just think it's the honor of my lifetime to be able to have served alongside heroes like that, and have and be able to tell their story and share their legacy.
Damn, Leif. That's heavy. That's heavy. I'm sorry I had to go through that, man.
We're gonna see him again one day, Sean.
Yeah.
I look forward to that day.
Yeah. Yeah, when I first checked into 240 at Bud's, Mark was my head mate.
No
And
kidding, man.
yeah,
I didn't know that.
didn't get to know him terribly well, but I am very thankful that I got to meet him, and he gave me the ins and outs of Bud's. What a great guy.
I didn't realize that you guys. I guess I should have known that, because I didn't put it together for several months in a Charlie platoon as he started to come. He joined our platoon and started working with us, and that wasn't in our initial workup. That was several months before we deployed. But somehow we put it together like he knew Brian Bill, and so I realized that he had been to Buds previously.
Yeah.
And those guys, Brian was one of the guys that had trained with him. They'd lived together in Virginia Beach, and Brian was one of the guys that encouraged him. And I'll tell you what, man, as destroyed as I was, Brian Bill was as close to Mark as you could be. And Brian wasn't close to a lot of people, man. But he was very close friends with Mark Lee, and we talked a lot about Brian. And obviously, I was close to Brian and Buds, and was a friend of his through that time. And when we came back, man, I just my soul was crushed. My soul was crushed, man, from losing Mark and Ryan being blind, and particularly knowing that I had some minor wound, man. It was like it patched me up, and I'm going back to work. Like it was. Like, why couldn't that have been me? Why couldn't I have been killed and not Mark? Why couldn't I have been blind and not Ryan? And, luckily I had a great commander in Jocko who pulled me aside and said, hey, man, we don't have a crystal ball, and we don't know when that stuff's going to happen. And if we did, we wouldn't go on that operation. But we can either choose to do nothing, and take no risk, or we could do everything we can to try to make a difference here, to try to save American lives here. And that's what Mark would want us to do. That's what Ryan is telling us to do, and encourage me to keep going, man. And that support from Jocko was immense. But I remember sitting in the mission planning space as we're just kind of all reeling, from Mark's loss. And at this point, we didn't know Ryan was going to be blind. I knew it was grave. I knew he was wounded badly. I didn't even know if he was going to out of the woods as far as making it at that point. And I got a call from Brian Bill, who was in Baghdad with SEAL Team 8. And he said, hey, man, I heard about what happened. And I just want you to know, I'm going to go home. I'm going to take care of the family. I'm going to take care of Mark's wife. I'm going to be there for Mark's mom, Debbie, and his family. Don't worry about it. I know you guys are going to continue to operate. I got this. And, man, I can't even tell you how much that meant to me. He never questioned a thing. He never, said, what happened? What are you guys doing? All the emotions that you might, expect. He just said, hey, man, I'm here. I'm here to help. And gave up what was an awesome deployment, for those guys. In Baghdad, doing a bunch of great operations to go and support Mark, man. And it was, that was the kind of guy that Brian was. And it was, I can't even tell you how much that meant to me, man. Just getting that call in like the darkest hour and realizing like a teammate just putting his arm around you saying, you know, because that was one of the hardest parts is like, hey, we're here. Like what deployments continue and operations are going on. I want to go back. You know, I want to be able to talk to Mark's family and support them and be there for them. I want to be with Ryan's family. And yet you can't do that, right? There's still operations going on. So just knowing that teammates like that, you know, we're doing that was, I'll never forget that, Matt, for Brian. That was just, I think, a real testament to the man that he was.
How long was it after that you guys were on the next op?
We had to stand down, and because we needed it, man. We've been going hard. And Delta platoon working across the city out of Camp Corregidor was going to be on the. They were going to launch an operation like the next day, and Seth Stone called Jocko, said, "Hey, we're going to roll this 24 hours." And so and Jocko said, "Hey, man, you can still go on the op." And Seth was like, "Look, I think we need to roll this 24 hours, right? Everybody needs to decompress. Everybody's emotional." You know, and so that was an important thing for us, I think, just to realize like we need to allow our guys to decompress. But we had a memorial service for Mark, and man, it was guys drove down the most dangerous roads in Iraq. You know, our teammates came from Fallujah and Haditha and from across the Ramadi down that, you know, Route Michigan, that deadly road, you know, to come pay their respects. And we had an awesome memorial service where we said goodbye to Mark. And then 40 hours later, we jocked up in our gear and we rolled back out.
Do you want to talk about the service with Mark, or do you want to keep that between the platoon?
I think we all just said our goodbyes, man. You know, we all just did our best to honor him. And you know, 4 guys had gone back with Mark to escort his you know, earthly remains home and be there with his family and be there for the memorial service, you know, for that. And I think it was an amazing turnout, man. Soldiers, Marines there, Iraqi soldiers. It was just the kind of person he was, man. He was the best, man. He was. I've never seen anybody who could use humor in the darkest situation, like to just drop a joke or like a movie quote, you know, and get people laughing and like get him just to kind of shake things off. Like he just was, yeah, man, he was awesome.
You guys took a lot of losses, and you know, the world is very volatile right now, and we're going to get involved in some more stuff. There's not a doubt in my mind, the U.S. And so, you know, for the future generations that are going to go through similar experiences as what you just described, you know, what advice do you have for them?
Yeah, I mean, our losses, you know, every time I think I've seen some combat, Sean, I read about Marines at Iwo Jima. You know, I got a chance to visit Normandy this summer, right? And I'm standing on the beaches of Okinawa I'm sorry, the beaches of Utah. And I've been on the beaches in Okinawa as well. You know, when I was deployed there back in the day. But just being there in Normandy kind of opened up my eyes to some stuff, like some of the inland fighting campaigns and things that were happening. And you realize the kind of losses that military units have sustained over the years. You know, you go to the battlefield like Gettysburg, you know, or so many of the battles around here, you know, in Tennessee that are not far from where we are now. I mean, just massive, massive loss of life that eclipse anything that I've experienced. And I think what I can say is like, what's helped me is number one, faith, man, knowing that like God has a plan for you. You know, and the survivor's guilt that's so easy for any of us to carry with us, is like God has a plan, and so I think you got to lean on God for His plan. We don't know what that plan is. None of us are guaranteed tomorrow. We don't know what He has in store for us, but just trusting in Him for that plan, leaning on faith, and knowing too that like, you know, taking extreme ownership of situations, debriefing, learning lessons, even if it's things that, you know, on August 2nd, the enemy fought in a way that we hadn't really expected them to do. Like they attacked in huge numbers. And that was a different that was a different tactic, right? The enemy's going to adjust tactics. So you got to debrief. You got to learn lessons to apply that stuff going forward to make sure that you try to prevent those things from happening again. And I think more than anything else, I think it's about taking care of your people, man. Your responsibility as a leader goes way beyond just looking out for them the time that you serve with them. It is about looking out for them and their families, like for the duration of your life. And I will feel that way about the guys that I serve with, and as long as I'm breathing, man, like there's nothing I wouldn't do for them. There's nothing I wouldn't help them out with. And sometimes, you lose touch with people and you haven't talked to them in a while, and maybe people forget that. And I think it's important to reach out to people and remind them of that. It's important to check in with people. It's important just to be thinking about how you can continue to support them, because it goes way beyond just in the immediate aftermath of some horrible situation like that. And it's not just about showing up and paying your respects at their graveside. It's about checking in with their family, checking in on their kids, reaching out to your teammates, asking them how they're doing, letting them know that you're there for them, man. And that is, you're all in this thing together, and no matter what. And I think that's, when you go to a battlefield like Gettysburg, there's memorials all over that battlefield. And that's what it's for, man. People put their hands up. Just like in Normandy, there's memorials all over there. People, the veterans that survived those battles go there and they put their hands on those memorials, and they remember their lost teammates, and they support each other and they help each other. And I think that's something that goes way beyond just the time and service that you have with people. It's lifelong and even beyond that.
Thank you for sharing that, Leif. Let's, I know it's been heavy for you, and I appreciate you going through that, man. And let's take a break. All right, Leif, we're back from the break. Once again, I really appreciate you digging deep and sharing those stories, because one, I think it's extremely important for those guys to live on, through stories, and two, it's a very, very important piece of history that I'm just honored to be able to document here with you today. So.
Well, I appreciate it, man. I'm honored to share it. And anytime I get a chance to talk about, the teammates that I lost and honor the legacy of Mark Lee and Ryan Job, I mean, I think it's, I'm happy to do it, Sean, and I appreciate you. I appreciate you passing it on. I think there's so many lessons, that we learn from that. And I think, for me, I think some Americans, though, need to understand, like, sometimes people will come up after I speak about leadership and I talk about Ramadi and I talk about Mark and Ryan and Mikey Mansour, and gave his life in our sister platoon, another phenomenal team guy, and awesome machine gunner, just like Mark and Ryan. And people will come up and be like, I'm sorry, man. Like, I'm sorry you went through that. And I think it's important to say that like, we had some dark days in Ramadi, man. I think it's kind of cliche, right? The Charles Dickens Tale of Two Cities, right? The best of times. It was the best of times. It was the worst of times. But I think it's important to say that, man. Like, I would trade those dark days for anything. I would trade the days when we lost Mark and Ryan, and when Cowie was wounded, and when we lost Mikey Mansour. I'd trade those days for anything. But most of those days were some of the absolute best days of my life. And knowing that we were working with an awesome crew of warriors, that we were out there fighting against an evil enemy, making a difference and have an impact, and making sure more soldiers and Marines came home to their families as a result. And I think that's something that I think a lot of Americans have a hard time. We kind of live in a day sometimes where it's like, well, is there really good and evil? I'm like, yeah, there is.
Yeah.
There absolutely is. And I think when you see the kind of savagery that the precursor to ISIS, the Al-Qaeda in Iraq, what they're doing to innocent people, just the butchery and torture and rape and murder and just horrific stuff. And I think when you know that you can make a difference in the world and rid the world of some of that evil, then it's a great thing, man, to do everything you can in that regard. And I think America needs to remember that.
Yeah.
And so most of the days that I served there were some of the best days of my life. I wouldn't trade it for anything.
Is there anything else on this deployment you'd like to cover?
No, I mean, I think just knowing that we, there were so many lessons learned, like so many things that I thought I was ready, or I thought like, hey, combat was so much more difficult than we thought it was going to be. And we were just humbled, like on every single operation. Like something didn't go right. The enemy does something you hadn't planned. You thought you deconflicted that so that all the friendlies knew where you were. And next thing you know, you're taking 50 cal, rounds right over the top of your head. You thought everyone knew, what the position was because they could see your marking device. And come to find out that they can't see that, when they're looking through their tank sights. Just so many things like that. It was just over and over again those lessons that we learned. And I think probably the biggest lesson that I learned is that it's not about you, man. Like it's not about me. It's not about Charlie Platoon or our SEAL unit. And that's one of the lessons I try to pass on as I went to take over that leadership training course. And one example of that is like, when we first joined the SEAL teams, right? You're training to operate in a SEAL squad or a SEAL platoon. And it's just you, right? And you have assets that are supporting you. And obviously, if you're JSOC or, there are times when you got a whole bunch of assets that are supporting just a special operations unit like that. But on the battlefield for us, we would have, there might be 2 aircraft, all of Anbar province wide. So if you're going to declare troops in contact so that the aircraft would be over your head and you could utilize them just in case you might need them, where you're pulling them off of a Marine squad that's pinned down and maybe has guys that are going to bleed out and die, or maybe they get overrun, or maybe these soldiers that are, in this horrific situation, like you're pulling assets away from them. So I think that really was, for me was an eye opener of it's not about me or my platoon or we're part of the overall team, the overall mission. And so we got to share assets, right? We got to share resources. We got to actually contribute to the overall success of the mission. And I think sometimes teams get focused on what they're doing, but I think Jocko really kind of pulled me aside and helping me understand that this is not about us and how many operations we do or how many bad guys we kill or capture. This is about, our U.S. forces winning or losing. Are we going to be successful as a nation here? Our coalition partners are not. So I think that was one of the biggest lessons to bring back.
That's interesting.
For us.
I've never heard it put that way, to be honest with you. It's always been about the unit.
I think that's what...
Pulling assets. It's always been, what assets can we get? Not, we're pulling them from these units, and unique perspective.
Well, everybody, look, you should be trying to get as many assets as you can, right? If you've got an AC-130 gunship, use that thing, right? If you got helicopters, use that thing. If you got tanks and Bradley fighting vehicles, whatever assets you can have, that's great. But I think when you start to, this is my favorite thing to do with, when I came back from that deployment from Ramadi, they sent me to the center, and someone decided to put me in charge of the junior officer training course. And so I was happy to pass on whatever lessons I had there, but we spent 4 weeks in the classroom and a week-long field training exercise. And the thing that I loved to do was I would play the part of a Army company commander. And I used main gun Mike, the guy I talked about earlier, as this is his, he's got tanks, he's got assets. So these SEAL, these junior officers, they're leading a squad out, onto this training battlefield. They got to come up with a plan. They got to come brief me on what they're doing and what support they need from me. And so they'd come up to talk to me about their mission, and I would just be like, "Hold on, what you got, man? I got some guys. We're actually activating QRF right now, so stand by." And I would just have them stand there, and just to realize that hey, these Army units that you're working alongside, that company commander's in charge of 200 soldiers and a dozen tanks. Like, he's got a lot of stuff going on. You're not the only thing that's going on. So if you're showing up there thinking it's all about you and hey, my big op that's happening. And I got to witness that with a special operations unit. I was standing right there next to a company commander when a special operations unit rolled in the theater, rolled up there, handed him like the the GRG and said, "Hey, here's what's going on." And they actually were blocking the exits to the combat outposts. And the company commander's like, "Hey man, I got troops out in the field right now. You gotta get your vehicles out of here. I gotta be able to use these tanks." And it was kind of a rude awakening for that special operations unit to be like, "Oh, there's other stuff going on around here
that
than
it
just
was.
my big mish." So I think that was what I try to train those junior officers, is just to pass that on to them. It's not that as a leader you don't try to get every asset that you can for your team, but it's that you realize that it's about the overall team and the overall mission. And so if you are hoarding assets, or you are focused on yourself, like, there may be things that you're doing that could negatively impact others, who are also trying to carry out their mission, and we're all in this thing together. So I think looking up and out for a leader and thinking about others and those other units that you got to operate, in the same battle space with is crucial.
Yeah, definitely. Before we move on to the rest of your career, I want to go back and I wanted to ask you, what did you receive the Silver Star for?
I received the Silver Star for that horrible situation, August 2nd, 2006. And I don't know if I've ever publicly said that before, but I asked Jocko not to write me up for that, man.
Really?
Yeah, I was like, I don't want an award for that. This is the worst day of my life, man. I traded for anything. Mark got killed, Ryan's wounded. I don't want an award for that, man. We did the best that we could in a horrible situation. I'm proud of my platoon and how they responded in the worst situation imaginable. To get the building clear, to call in air support, to get casualty evacuation, all the things that they did under the worst situation, imaginable. But I was like, I don't want an award for that. And for whatever reason, he decided that it was deserving an award, and he wrote me up for it. So I accepted that award as a recognition for my team, Charlie Platoon, and what they were able to accomplish.
Do you feel that there's anything you could have done to prevent that?
I think that when you lose guys on the battlefield like that, like, I will rethink that for every moment of my life.
I know you were going to say that, and that's why, as tough of a question as it is, have you found anything you could have been different, or is it a never-ending thing where you will always look for what you could have done different?
Yeah, I think that you're constantly thinking, man, what if I'd have done this, or what if I've done that, or what if I'd done this? And that's where I think Jocko's guidance, is my task at a commander, and saying, like, man, we don't have a crystal ball. Like, if you'd have known that stuff was going to happen, you wouldn't have gone on that op. You wouldn't have launched that operation. And I think the tough thing for me is, like, is realizing, like, I can't, we've got the Army out there that needs our help, and they're in the worst situation they're in the worst single engagement of, like, the entire Battle of Ramadi that lasted for 9 months. That killed 94 guys, I think 94 guys killed in action in the 228, that National Guard unit, and I think 98 total guys killed in the Ready First Brigade combat team. And so of all the combat that those guys saw, like, this was, like, the worst. Or this was the single, like, hottest day of, gunfire and mayhem and enemy attacks. And so I think for me, it's the recognition of, like, when somebody needs your help, I think you do everything you can to help them. And I try to mitigate the risk that we can control, by riding in Bradley fighting vehicles so that we were behind armor and not out in the street getting shot at by snipers, by smashing through the walls, by softening up targets with 25 millimeter chain gun rounds from the Bradley fighting vehicles and main guns from the tanks, before we actually enter those buildings. But there's just never, it's just a burden that never goes away, and I think you have to do the best you can with the information that you have, and I think I would trade that day for anything, to do something different, to bring Mark back or Ryan back, and it's something that will always be with me. You know, I think sometimes too when you're on the battlefield, that if you're conducting operations, like there's no the expectation that you are going to be able to be in significant combat, sustained combat over time without taking casualties, it doesn't happen. It doesn't happen. And I remember a question our commanding officer asked us, like, with any operation that you go on, you should ask yourself, like, is it worth it? Is it worth the loss of one of your guys? And as we thought about that question, like I can answer that question right now. No, it's not. I wouldn't trade my guys for Osama bin Laden. I wouldn't trade my guys for Zarqawi. I would trade any single one of my guys for any of these, insurgent terrorist savages that we're fighting. But that's not the right question to ask. And I don't think it's any different than if you'd have asked a company commander at Omaha Beach, like, would he trade one of his soldiers for Adolf Hitler? I think he'd have said no. Of course not. Like, this is my soldier I care about. I'm not gonna trade that guy's life. But they were willing to make the sacrifice because they realized that establishing a foothold in Fortress Europe was the key to being able to defeat Nazism so that we could live in freedom around, across the globe and maintain our way of life. And so I think it's the same thing, right? If you're looking at a mission like that, it's never going to be worth, like, you're never going to make that trade. But the trade is that you do the best you can to try to have the most impact that you can. And in the time that you have, and you got to mitigate the risk that you can control. And I think that's all you can do as a leader. And I think sometimes the lesson learned is that combat is dangerous, man. It's dangerous business. And if we don't have the will to kill, the enemy, and if we don't have the will to sacrifice American lives, then we shouldn't be in combat in the first place.
Leif, I just want you to know I don't take that question that I asked you lightly. I asked it because there's going to be people in your shoes. There have been many people in similar situations, and just your answer alone might save somebody's life. So, thank you.
Well, I'm happy to share that, man. I think for every leader, right, we gotta take risks. There's no combat operation without risk, right? You can't do anything in life without taking a risk. But you got to mitigate the risks that you can control, right? You don't want to run to your death, right, with your hair on fire. And I think trying to balance that dichotomy, right, of being aggressive but not being reckless, is crucial for every leader out there. And it definitely made me think, deeply about that. In fact, there was a follow-on time where we had some aircraft overhead that saw, like, some armed insurgents, like, run into a building, and so, after losing Mark and losing Ryan, like, we were going to look at alternatives, to try to hit them in a different way, instead of, even if we smashed that building with tanks and blasted it, like, we weren't going to run into that building. We were going to make some adjustments. So I think every leader has to learn the lessons that they can, lessons that they learned. And I did a poor job, I think, of even letting my guys know of even some of the ops that we turned down. I've talked to some of the guys I served with in Charlie Platoon that were, like, blown away that we turned down operations because we looked at it. The risk versus reward wasn't there. We're like, no, we're going to focus elsewhere here. There's too risky, and I think the chance of mission success are limited, so we're not going to take the risk there. And some of them never even knew that that we were doing all we could to try to mitigate those risks.
Yeah.
But you're not going into combat without taking risks. And if we're not willing to take risks, man, we ought to not even be there in the first place. And I think that's the kind of thing, like, the idea that we can go to war without taking casualties, it's just not true, man. It's not true. And I think that's more than anything, I wish that we had leaders who have been to war, who understand that, so that they can think very deeply about whether or not those risks are worth it.
At breakfast, we had a small discussion about, I guess there there had been some controversy about the special operations mission that you guys were on, and people were saying wasn't special operations missions because you were operating and gunfighting in the daytime. And so I wanted to just give you the floor on that.
Yeah, there was all kinds of criticism, like that. I've certainly been the victim of the armchair quarterback stuff. I mean, that's going to happen, right? When things go wrong and things go bad. And I understand that. I think that's a function of people just, I think, not understanding what we were doing and why we were doing it. And I think I could have done a lot better job of, instead of getting angry or frustrated with people, of just kind of explaining that, and talking about why we did what we did, and the impact that it actually had. And yeah, I think, Casket and Bruiser killed a lot of bad guys. And a lot of those were Chris Kyle, our lead cyber point man at Charter Platoon, was the ringleader of that, like, who did a tremendous amount of damage to the insurgent fighters there, disrupted dozens and dozens of attacks on soldiers and Marines and our own guys and Iraqi troops. It saved a lot of lives, man, and had some huge impact. And when we were in the squadron after action brief, when everyone's standing in there, all the senior officers and non-commissioned officers are in there kind of talking about the lessons learned, someone stood up and asked Jocko, hey, you guys were out in the daytime for a lot of this stuff. Do you think that's a special operations mission? And Jocko explained that, 99% of the enemy fighters that we killed were during the daytime. And he said killing bad guys is a special operations mission. And that's the question. And I think that's exactly right. Like, this is, I think sometimes as special operations units, we need to be innovative. And I think you can be conventionally unconventional sometimes. You're like, oh, we can only go out when it's nighttime. We can only go out when we have like well, what happens when you have a target that shows up in a marketplace in the middle of the daytime? Like, we have to be able to action those targets, right? We have to be able to figure out ways to, to do things where people aren't expecting. If they're expecting us to come at nighttime with under cover of darkness every time. So I think our best special operations units are constantly innovating and adapting, ways to do things like that. But I looked at what we were doing in Ramadi. We were going out. A lot of what we were doing was under cover of darkness, in that it was going in at nighttime, setting up, remaining over day when the enemy was actually out, when they had freedom of movement, when they were actually running around the streets, because they knew we would dominate at nighttime and aircraft could take them out, and they knew we owned the night. So, and then trying to patrol out, under cover of darkness at nighttime. But there was, I think that, taking a fairly small group of guys, a lot of firepower, going in deep into enemy territory in a place where people couldn't get, supporting the conventional units that were then coming in, in behind us in mass, I think is very closely equivalent to our forefathers from the underwater demolition teams, the naval combat demolition units, right? These were the first guys on the beach taking the risk, that were hitting the beaches in landing craft like Higgins boats and naval combat demolition units or scouts and raiders. And then in the Pacific theater, the frogmen, right, the underwater demolition teams, they were out there doing the reconnaissance, opening up the way, blasting holes in the the coral reefs and obstacles so that the Marines and soldiers could underwater. And I think that's a lot of what we're doing. And there was a shift in World War II where those underwater demolition teams, the UDT, went from daytime or nighttime to daytime operations. Nighttime, they were trying to do nighttime. They thought it was safer, and they shifted to daytime because they thought, well, initially they thought it was too dangerous. But they realized that when they got these little frogmen swimming around, even with the Japanese pillboxes blasting at them with mortars and artillery and machine guns, most of the time these guys wouldn't be hit. And I think there was only a handful of UDT men that were wounded or killed throughout the entirety of like daytime, like beach reconnaissance operations. So they were able to do it and mitigate the risk. And they also were far more effective in the daytime. And so I think that was what we were doing in the daytime was, I think, very similar, like, to just making that shift. And then it was the opposite in Vietnam, where in the Vietnam War, when SEALs, were going out in the daytime initially, right? You're training the Vietnamese frogmen, and that's kind of how the mission started. And now all of a sudden we're going to start into some kinetic operations. Well, nobody went out at nighttime because Charlie owned the night. You knew the Viet Cong were out there patrolling, setting booby traps, setting up ambushes. And I've talked to some of those Vietnam SEALs who made that transition and realized, like, okay, the enemy's out at the nighttime. We've got to shift to being out at night. And the conventional units thought that was crazy. They thought you're going to get a bunch of people killed, but the SEAL teams were able to have massive impact, for such a small unit on the battlefield because they went out at nighttime. They went into areas that nobody else could get into, and they did a lot of damage to the bad guys. So I felt like what we were doing in Ramadi was very much in the spirit of that. Those SEALs in Vietnam and those same underwater demolition teams in World War II.
Great analogies. Great analogies. And so you get home. Let's wrap up tasking and Bruiser deployment. You get home, you move into this leadership course. What's the time frame here? How fast did you change?
I reported in I think it was like February 07, and so we got back end of October 2006, and I basically spent a couple months at SEAL Team 3, turned over, and then went to the center. And so I took over the course.
Did you want to go over there?
I was ready for a break.
Very different role.
I was ready for a break. I didn't know what I wanted to do. I wanted to see, did I want to get out? I didn't really know what I wanted to do. That was a heavy deployment, man.
Yeah.
And it was, so I wasn't seeking that role. Somebody decided that was a good place to put me. And what was cool about that is I loved it, man. I loved every second of it. It was awesome. And the best job in the world is being a SEAL platoon commander. There's no better job in the world than that. The next best job, I think, was teaching that junior officer training course. It was, I had some, I got to see, it was an amazing leadership laboratory. I got to see different officers that were coming through that training. We had prior enlisted SEALs coming through the training. We had, we had guys coming out of OCS that had been in the civilian world, and now all of a sudden in the Navy, we had people coming out of ROTC programs. We had people coming from the Naval Academy. We had people doing inter-service transfers from the Marines or Air Force or Army that would come through that program. Also put some special operations or some Air Force special operations officers through there, and some Norwegian Marine Jaegers that came to that program as well. So I just got to see a bunch of different people, a bunch of different styles of leadership. And it really solidified for me like what works and what doesn't work. Because I'm putting them all in these challenging situations and seeing how they react to things. And so it really solidified like this is what works and this doesn't work. And so it was awesome to see. Just it was a phenomenal learning experience for me. I think if you really want to know something well, you need to teach it. Mm-hmm. I'm sure just like when you started teaching tactics, all of a sudden people are going to ask you questions. You have to be able to know things from different angles. You have to be able to think deeply about things and how you might react to certain situations and with different variables. And so that, I think, really solidified my thought process in thinking about leadership. And of course, the first thing I did was bring Jocko over to give what we call the Jocko brief, kind of his lessons learned and seeing that over and over again. And I got a chance to bring in Vietnam SEALs, and one of my most favorite things was bringing in the most outstanding senior and junior enlisted SEALs that I worked with, and having them talk about the officers that they respected and liked and admired, and the ones that they didn't, and what the difference was, and give their perspective. And so I think that's something as an officer, you don't often get to see that or hear that.
What were the major differences?
Many of the ones I talked about: humility, people that were humble, willing to listen. I think there were, I think the people that wanted to try to act like they have it all figured out or have to show people that, I've got something to prove. I think that number one is that's what pisses everybody off, right? When you got somebody that's not humble, that thinks they know everything, nobody likes that. No one likes to know it all. It doesn't matter what experience you have. We used to joke, we had an acronym for Wee Weeb, which was when I was in Baghdad, and then it became Wee Weir when I was in Ramadi. And so like when people are like dropping these, like when I was there, like, when I was here, when I was this unit or that unit, and like, look, man, that's not the way to lead, right? I think asking people questions, helping people understand, the truth for themselves, like I mentioned before, is the way to lead. And so I think that's what really rose above, is people that were humble, people that were willing to listen and learn. And then the fact that people were going to like look out for the team and the mission first. It's amazing to me. I remember the first time I heard the term servant leadership, and I was like, what does that mean? And the idea that like a servant leadership means that yeah, I'm gonna look like I'm here to serve the team. I'm here to. They don't work for me. I actually work for them. I'm here to help them. I'm here to put the team and the mission first before myself. And I thought that was kind of a crazy term the first time I heard it. I mean, obviously that's what good leaders do. That's great. If you're a servant leader, that's awesome. But I just thought that was weird that there was even a term for that, because it's like the worst leadership ever, right? If you're going to look out for yourself, if you're going to be one of these ticket punchers that's going to be like, hey, I'm all about me. I'm going to put my needs and my wants, before the team or the mission. And I think that's terrible leadership. No one wants to work for someone like that. So those were things that kind of, and then obviously somebody that just puts out, somebody that's going to try hard, somebody's going to have a sense of humor, somebody that's going to hold the line on things when it actually matters, and let some things slide when it doesn't.
How do you, this is a personal question about leadership, and, how do I gotta, there has to be a line between you and your guys. And how do you keep, let me rephrase this. It sounds like your leadership style and the conversations that we had at breakfast, and I mean, you were really fucking close with your guys. Like very, very close relationships, very personal relationships, it sounds like. And so how do you maintain that respect as a leader at the same time as getting so personal with your guys? Because that, as a business owner, I found that line can be very tricky to navigate.
It's extremely tricky. And that's a fantastic question, Sean. I think this is the $1 million question, right? As a leader, you have to be close with your troops, but you can't be so close to them that one becomes more important than the other, or more important than the overall team and the overall mission, or that they forget who's in charge. And I think that's a real fine line, because it's different for different people, right? I mean, there's the SEAL teams. I came from the fleet where I was Ensign Babin or Lieutenant G.G. Babin. It wasn't this like first name basis. We worked with a lot of the soldiers and Marines that they were like that. Whereas we're on a first name basis. My Charlie Lieutenant, I was Leif Tenant. That was my, I'm a lieutenant, but I'm Leif. Like that's everyone's on a first name basis. I'm sure your platoon was like that. Your platoons were like that as well. And but so the line's a little more blurry, but I think it's different for different people when you realize like, hey guys, we got to knock this off and like get focused on what we need to do so we can get this done. And if people aren't paying attention, then like, okay, I'm a little too close. Okay, I need to. I'm gonna have to maybe create some degree of separation, here in some way. So you got to be close with the team, right? I think you got to know your people. You got to understand what motivates them. You got to understand who they are and what they do and what their skills are and what their strengths and weaknesses are, and how you can help them, like where they want to go in life, what you can do to set them up for success. And I think that's crucial, for any leader to know. But you do have to like find that balance. And I think for me, as the AOIC, right, the assistant platoon commander, you're like one of the boys, and you're not quite the OIC. You're not the platoon commander in charge. It's a big step up, I think, to go from AOIC to OIC, and all of a sudden like you're in charge. And I realized that I probably crossed that line, particularly with guys that I'd gone to buds with, and I was. Or I've been in SQT with, and I had very close relationships with, and, we'd go out drinking and partying and hanging out, and you realize like, oh, okay, I have to, like, I'm going to have to create some degree of separation here. Maybe I go out and, spend some time with them. I'm like, all right, guys, stay out of trouble. I'm heading back. But I think it's just trying to create that so that you're close with your troops, you're close with the team, you understand them, you know them, they know you care about them, but you're not so close that one becomes more important than the other or the good of the team or that they forget who's in charge. I think it's a tough balance, but it's different for different people. So you have to I think if you're aware of it, one thing that Jocko and I say with dichotomy leadership is even just the awareness that there's this dichotomy that exists and you have to find the balance is one of the most powerful tools you have as a leader. Because then you can start to monitor it. Hey, am I too close? Am I not close enough? And then you can start to find balance, and you're never going to be perfectly in equilibrium. It's always kind of be constantly trying to make adjustments all the time.
Okay. Makes a lot of sense. Did you ever vent to your guys' frustrations?
I was probably the chief haterade drinker in Tasking and Bruiser for a little while. If you remember the old Dave Chappelle, the Chappelle show, the Player Haters Ball was one of my favorite episodes. And remember, they just held up pictures of people, and they would just they'd sit around and go hate, and just make fun of them. And I would just throw shade at my chain of command, talk about. I had a great relationship with Jocko. Like we all love Jocko, but the next level up in the chain of command, our commanding officer and his staff, they were always asking for paperwork, and look, they were good people. I liked them, but they would pile a bunch of paper requirements on them. Like, I don't have time for this stuff. We're out here trying to fight the war. I don't need to be doing that stuff. And then, you get questions from, the siege of Sodif in, 80 miles away. The JAG officers asking, about, the rules of engagement and just making sure that everything was followed, precisely. And you start to, it's really easy to get frustrated and get emotional and push back on that. And I'm lucky that I had, Jocko to ask me, is like, hey, does it help you to not have a good relationship with your chain of command? And I was like, no, it actually doesn't. And worse than that, it actually hurts my team. Because if I don't have a good relationship with my chain of command and they don't trust me, well, they're not going to approve our operations, right? They're not going to give me the resource I need. They're certainly not going to be, we're not going to be the go-to unit that they choose to go action a target if they're going to pick one platoon out of the entire team, where it's not going to be us, And so, when I would vent sometimes, Jocko would kind of just allow that and then just ask some questions to kind of turn it back around to kind of think about, like, what could we do to actually lead up the chain of command? Like, was our commanding officer and staff, what do they want? Do they want us not to be successful? No, they want us to win. They want us to win. So if they've got questions about what we're doing, about how we're mitigating risk, I haven't pushed enough information up there. Right there, they don't understand why this mission's important, and they're questioning that mission. I need to actually push some information to them and talk to them about why we're doing this. Pick up the phone and call them and talk them through it. And then the JAG at Siege of Sodif, we were writing these like really basic, like engaged military age male, with an AK-47. And the JAG is like, well, every, senior male of the household is allowed to have like one AK, within their home. If you remember, they were allowed to have one firearm. It's like their Second Amendment, because a lot of people didn't have access to banks, and so they had their valuables in their home, and that was how they defended their valuables. So the JAG is like, hey, is it illegal for them to have an AK? And meanwhile, I'm like, are you kidding me? This guy's shooting at us, and you're questioning my decision, but I didn't write that in the report. So that's why he had some questions. And the moment that I put the haterade down, stop hating on the chain of command and telling them they just need to back off and let us do our job, and realize like, oh, I need to push more information up the chain. And we started to think, okay, what does a JAG? He's never sat behind a sniper rifle. He's never looked through a 22-power Night 4 scope. These snipers were operating with incredible discipline, man. Incredible discipline. I'm talking, watching hundreds of people walk in front of their sniper scope, and they're engaging enemy fighters. And we're talking about like with minimizing collateral damage in a way. Sometimes these sometimes these savages would use like human shields, like children, like
Yeah.
hold them in front of them and try to run across the street with their RPG. You know, and snipers like Chris and Tony and others were like able to drop those guys and not injure the children. I mean, amazing in a way that nobody with a machine gun's gonna be able to do that. Nobody with a Bradley fighting vehicle, 20 millimeter chain guns gonna be able to do that. And so I was very proud of our snipers and the discipline that they were using. And I realized that the problem was we weren't describing it in a way that articulated to someone who had never been there, you know, what we were actually seeing. And the moment that we started doing that and putting that into our shooter statements, man, they were like, awesome, that's great. Keep doing what you're doing. And what support do you need from us? So, you know, I think so often we feel like we're in a hopeless situation, you know, if we're getting scrutiny from our chain of command. And if we take ownership and actually just lead up the chain, it makes all the difference. And I realized, you know, when I was venting to my guys and kind of throwing hate, you know, at the Siege of Soda or at our task group that was, you know, 30 miles down the road in Fallujah, all that does is just undermine my authority, you know, as well. Like that never helps you, right? If you're gonna just throw your chain of command under the bus, that just undercuts everybody in the chain of command. If you do that, it's not good leadership. And the best thing you can do is to say, hey, listen, understand this is frustrating. Here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna put this paperwork together. We're gonna get this done. We're gonna send it to our chain of command because they need this information. And we're gonna do this so we can build a relationship with our chain of command so that they're gonna support us, you know, where we need it. And so when you can talk to your chain of command about the realities of it, you don't have to like just sugarcoat something that doesn't make sense. You know, like, hey, they're telling us to do this stuff. It's not fun. It's a bunch of extraneous work that we have to do. We're gonna have to put in a bunch of extra hours. Maybe you have to stay long, you know, stay late or stay over the weekend or whatever. You don't lie to the team, right? You don't say like, oh, this is great, we're gonna do it. Like, they're gonna see right through that.
Yeah.
But what you have to do is tell them the truth, tell them why you're gonna do that, and then help them see that you're building a relationship up with the chain of command. You're putting some leadership capital in the bank so that you're not pushing back on everything, so that when it comes time to really push back on the things that matter, you're able to.
How much of your decision-making process and the reason that you made certain decisions did you share with your guys, if any? Did you ever feel like, I mean, these are personal questions that I'm asking for myself as a guy running a company, and you know, I feel the need to explain some of the decisions that I make to my guys. I don't necessarily know if I should be doing that, and so I'm just curious. You know, what do you do?
I think it's absolutely the right call to, you know, this idea of like 100% transparency. Not everybody needs to know everything that you know. You know, you would spend all your time trying to communicate things to people all the time. That's not a good use of your time as the owner of a company. But if that's one of the biggest lessons and the most humbling lessons that I brought back with me, I wrote an entire chapter about that in Extreme Ownership. It's chapter 10, leading up and down the chain. So I talked about leading up the chain, but this is leading down the chain, which is I don't think you can do it enough to explain why we're doing what we're doing. Because I think when you kind of think people get it, you know, leaders will think, well, maybe they get it like 7 out of 10. Like, no, they get it like 3 out of 10, maybe 1 out of 10, maybe 0 out of 10. And your job as a leader is to connect the dots between the hard work that people are doing and the overall success of the mission. And it's because they don't see it, right? They don't see it when they're out there in the grind, you know, every day. You got to constantly help them see how what they do contributes to the overall success of the mission and how it's going to ultimately benefit them as well. So I don't think as a leader you can remind people of that enough. And I mean, I planned the so many major operations to go and take areas of that city back, and we were the lead element on the ground with this, you know, 1,000 soldiers and Marines and all the tanks, everything we talked about. And when we got back, Jocko put this slide together. He was tasked with going and giving a brief to like I think it was the chief of naval operations, you know, the senior admiral in the Navy. And he put this slide together, and they showed the map of Ramadi. It showed the red areas that were Al-Qaeda battle space, where when we'd arrived, we'd been told, don't go there, you're all gonna get killed. And then it showed these blue circles going in with these combat outposts, the US outposts that went in. And then it showed like, and each one had like what our SEAL involvement was. and how we supported them. And then it would have like yellow and green kind of expanding out. And and he put this, it was like a building slide, on a Microsoft PowerPoint slide. And so the map overlay with this building slide. And before he went to brief, just because Jock was a great leader, he always was like, hey man, take a look at this. Tell me what you think. And he played that slide for me. And I was like, damn, dude. Like, that's what we freaking did. Like, I'd never put it together like that before.
Wow.
Never. And it was, I planned and led almost every single one of those operations that are the blue circles that are going in. Like, we were the first boots on the ground for these, support. I was intimately involved in the planning for these things. Some of them were weeks in planning, and when he saw my reaction to that, he was like, I had never put it all together. Because, man, I'm coming back from Mighty, man, we lost Mark, we lost Ryan. Like, I'm like, man, I know we we certainly had some impact there, but did we have any lasting impact? Like, should we have done what we did? Like, all these questions, right, that I'm constantly running in my head all the time. And when he put that together, I was like, that's what we did. That's what we contributed. We contributed to take that city back. And you could see it in the combat outpost, knowing that hundreds or maybe 1,000 soldiers and Marines for each one of those blue circles are going in. That these are people that dozens of them might have not come home to their families otherwise, And so when you start putting that together, what's cool about that, Sean, is, we all split up and kind of went our separate ways. And I have had the chance over the years to pull some of my guys together and show them that slide.
Do you still have that slide?
I do have that slide. And
Can I
will
put
provide
it up
to you.
on screen?
Absolutely. And it will be, it was, when I showed them that slide, they say the exact same thing. Damn, dude. I had no idea that's what we did.
That's cool, man.
And so I think it's a reminder that, like, you can't do that enough as a leader. And it's one of the most humbling lessons I learned of, like, if I'd have just taken the time to take a step back, remind people about what they're doing, how the impact, our mutual friend Jake, that we went through buds with was a machine gunner for us. I remember him telling me, he's like, man, I'm just carrying this machine gun. He's carrying this 600 round loadout and this machine gun. And we put optics on those machine guns because they needed PID. They weren't using like the ACOG to shoot the gun with it. We needed a PID, a target. So, it's getting heavier, right? With all this gear you're putting on, it probably weighs 20 pounds, and you're carrying, 600 rounds. Each of those 100 round boxes is 7.5 pounds. Mm-hmm. They're carrying, plus you got helmet, body armor, water, all this stuff. And they're patrolling multiple kilometers to get in, to some of these areas, particularly in the rural areas outside the city when we were doing some of that work. And I remember Jake coming to me and being like, dude, I'm just security detail for Chris and the snipers, man. And I was like, man, I have just failed him as a leader. I was like, Jake, when we get attacked, which is pretty much every operation, and we have 36 enemy fighters trying to overrun our position, we're not beating back that attack with a bolt action rifle, bro. We're beating back that attack because of you and your machine gun. And that machine gun has saved our lives over and over and over again. We could do none of this without you carrying that heavy firepower. And then we talked a little bit about, I was like, how many times have you like shot your loadout, your entire loadout? And he was like, I don't even know. I was like, I don't even know. Like, he didn't even know. And it was interesting because I talked to some of the Vietnam SEALs and some guys that were machine gunners, including Moki Martin, who's a phenomenal SEAL. If you remember Moki, was just a legendary West Coast SEAL, 6 deployments to Vietnam, amazing guy. And he was telling me, like, we were just talking about like how many times they actually like changed the belts on their machine gun, their Stoner, their M60. And it was like, in his 6 deployments, he told me it was a handful of times. Like, they would break contact and they would break off. And I was like, well, how many times did you guys shoot your entire loadout of belt-fed rounds you're carrying? He's like, I don't ever remember a time doing that. And so, Jake and our machine gunners did that. Like almost every single operation we went on. So I think I did not help him understand just how important he was for the mission and how he was contributing to the mission. We couldn't do any of this without all the work the snipers were doing, and making some precision shots is not possible without those belt-fed machine gunners. guys like Jake, guys like Mark, guys like Ryan and Mikey Mansour that were out there, carrying that heavy equipment. So every leader, I think, has to do that. And then when you can put
So
it in context.
you're just consistently empowering your guys every chance you get.
Well, I think the lesson is that I wasn't doing a good enough job I did not do a good enough job of taking a step back and realizing like, hey, they don't know that. And they don't know that because I'm not telling them.
That's what
And
you did.
that's the
after.
lesson I brought back is like, I got to do a better job of telling them, of letting them know what they're doing, why they're doing it, the impact they're actually having. What's the strategic impact that they're actually having? So, I think when you've got people on your team that are in the grind, they're head down, they're doing a thankless, what seems like kind of thankless work, whether it's editing videos or posting social media clips or, scheduling travel for podcasts, whatever it may be. It is absolutely imperative that you constantly remind them about how important their job is and how what they do contributes to the overall success of the mission and how that ultimately is going to benefit them, down the road as your team continues to grow and expand. And I think it's every leader's job to do that.
Man, there's some great advice in this one. Thank you. So after the I'm sorry, the leadership, what was the unit? Where did you, I'm sorry. After your next station.
So I went back, I taught that junior officer course for 2 years and tried to teach, those junior officers everything I wish someone had taught me before I went into a tough combat situation. And then I went to the director of training was an awesome leader who came to me and said, "Hey, why don't you come be my operations officer over at SEAL Team 1?" And that was Keith Davids, who was our just stepped down as our Naval Special Warfare Admiral. He was a phenomenal leader and was an awesome guy to work for. So got a chance to go and serve with him as operations officer at SEAL Team 1. Did another deployment to Iraq, supported some guys in Afghanistan. We sent guys to multiple locations around the world, but I was pretty frustrated on that deployment, man. Like sitting in, we did the theme was to like, I had said for all our guys in Iraq, we were trying to embrace mediocrity and like not operate a bunch so that we could try to pull our guys and move them to Afghanistan where the fight was going pretty hot and heavy. That was 2009 and 10. And so things were kind of just ramping up for like the Marine push down into Marja and Helmand Province and some of these big operations that were going on in kind of the Taliban strongholds in Helmand and Kandahar Province. And we didn't do a good job of embracing mediocrity because we did a ton of operations. But I don't think I was a single SEAL on that operation. Or in Iraq, we captured a bunch of bad guys and, disrupted some terror cells and guys did great work, man. We had an awesome team. But we didn't have a single SEAL fire his weapon in anger in Iraq on that deployment. And meanwhile, it just was Marines are getting blown up all the time, soldiers getting killed in Afghanistan. And it was very frustrating to me, that every time we tried to say like, hey, we can send more guys to Afghanistan, we can support, the conventional units, and they're moving into these villages and Taliban stronghold areas. We can do what Tasking and Bruiser did for the, for the Army and Marines in the urban environment, from the high ground, on the ridge lines with SEAL snipers. And we would constantly get told like no demand signal for more SEALs.
What changed?
I think it was the force cap. President Obama approved like the surge numbers there. And I think there was force cap limitations. Hey, we'll surge forces there, but we're only going to serve X number of forces. So people are tracking everybody that's there. And frankly, I don't know that there was a lot of appetite in our senior leaders. I think there was kind of an argument going on that we should be more on the kind of the find, fix, and let the kind of host nation forces do the finish piece,
It was a really interesting time. I mean, I had no idea you were sending guys down to Marja in Helmand at the time, and I was down there contracted for the agency. We had a safe house get hit, and I remember it was supposed to be the second biggest offensive force of the entire global war on terrorism since Fallujah. And they had amassed a ton of Marines down there to do this push. And then I remember when the ROEs came out for the military that they were, somebody could shoot at you and drop their weapon, and you could not engage them. And I remember hearing that and thinking like, holy shit, you just chopped the fucking legs out from every Marine down here that you want to conduct this massive offensive force with. And it was just, it was mind-blowing to me. Like, talk about demoralizing your fucking people.
I can only imagine, Sean, there's no way you can win, right? It's what I talked about before, right? If you're going to go to war, man, you got to have the will to kill the enemy, and you got to have the will to die. And I mean, this is what it takes to win. And I think my frustration was that we couldn't get hardly anybody involved in it. So, we had one troop that was working out of Kandahar at the time, and they kind of got split up. And tasked to some different provinces. And we had some guys that did some great work there, man, and made a difference. It made an impact for sure. They did awesome work. Did a bunch of combat operations that killed a bunch of bad guys and opened up some areas that the Taliban had kind of controlled before, and enabled freedom of movement for U.S. forces and kind of pushed the white space back around some of those bases where they kind of, kept people, in where they're attacked the moment they get off a base. But we couldn't get more people there. And, we only had a handful of guys that supported, some of the Marines pushing into those areas. And the whole time, like, there was just a pushback with the Naval Special Warfare. And I just felt like, to me, that was probably the number one driver. Our friend Elliot, that a month after we left Ramadi, got blown up, coming out of a sniper overwatch position. He'd been wounded. And one of the insurgents had crept up near his position and literally rolled a grenade through a loophole. So he's sitting there on his sniper weapon, and they pushed a grenade through the loophole. They snuck up, somehow jumped from rooftop to rooftop, pushed the grenade. Grenade goes off, wounds him in the arm. And so as he's getting casevac'd, they called in the Bradley fighting vehicles, and as they're getting casevac'd, they clacked off a big IED on him. And they could ripped an Iraqi soldier in half in front of him and blew him up, really bad. He lost a leg. I think they were white phosphorus shells, Willie Pete shells. So
Oh, man.
horrible burns on his body. Yeah, man, he just was man, you remember, Ellie's just as good a dude as there is, just an awesome team guy. And we'd served together at SEAL Team 5 and been to Buds together, served together at SEAL Team 5. Then I turned over with him. I remember seeing him and my close friends that were now relieving me, as we went home. And I remember seeing him in the turret of a 50 cal, man in the 50 cal in a turret of a Humvee about to make the push across down that horribly dangerous road, Route Michigan, that was the most heavily ID'd road in all of Iraq. And he was all smiles, fired up, and I was just, man, just said prayers to, protect these guys and look out for them. I knew what they were up against, and I think it was November 19th, he got injured, and then one of the other SEALs got injured, thought he lost both his legs, was blasted on his back with an ID, lifted his legs up in the air, but his tib fib is he's got double compound fractures, so all he sees is his stumps, and he lifts his legs up, they're hanging down. So thought he lost his legs, and that guy, thank God, ended up recovering and had these titanium inserts in his legs. Amazing guy. But Elliot was in real bad shape, man. And so I spent a bunch of time with him when he came back to the States, and he went to Brooke Army Medical Center, which is the primary burn care facility, center for the military. And just seeing some of the guys who were in the ICU there and coming out of Iraq at the time was a horrific thing, man. Just knowing you see these soldiers, Marines with their faces burned off and no fingers and no ears and noses and lips and stuff gone, and many of them still are they're making the best of it, man. They're happy to be alive, and they're continue on their lives, and it was man, those guys were just heroes, man, just heroes, just awesome. Their attitude on life, and but it made me wish that we'd put a lot more of those insurgents in the dirt than we did. and we did everything we could. But then when as I was serving, I would go over, and Elliot then went to Balboa Naval Hospital. And so I was going up there and visiting with him, and I'd see a bunch of those Marines that were coming in from Helmand Province and Kandahar Province and places like Sangin and, Marja and, legs gone, arms gone,
Yeah.
And to me, I think that was kind of the final straw for me of like, man, we can help these guys, and we're not being allowed to do it for political reasons, whatever those are, whoever's responsible, and I felt like it was, that was probably the final straw for me of like, I think it's time for me to probably get out,
Yeah.
do something different.
How was it getting out for you? A lot of people
Hard,
struggle
man.
with that.
Hard. Like I never wanted to do anything else, and
Had you met your wife yet?
I did. I met her. She put up with a final deployment for me. We were dating.
So so you married her in service.
Well, we didn't get married till right as I left.
Okay.
So we got engaged right as I got back from my last deployment. So I was like, we're going to put her to the test, see how she does to the deployment. But we had met at the SEAL Warrior Fund event, which is the big fundraiser for the SEAL teams in New York City, and in October 2008. So the financial world had just melted down, and yet we still had some very patriotic Americans there giving money to support SEALs and their families, and it was Elliot was there for that. Ryan Joe was a speaker for that. In fact, I don't think I would even have spoken. I don't think I would have attended if Ryan Job called me and said, dude, if you're not going to this, we're never talking again. So like he was a speaker. He gave an amazing speech, and they handed him the speech like the night before, and he's like, hey, knuckleheads, I can't read, I'm blind. Someone's gonna have to read this to me. So you're gonna have to, give me the speech. But he gave a fantastic speech, man. And we were all there because the Mansour family had wanted Mikey's teammates to be there. Mike had received the Medal of Honor for jumping on a grenade to save his two teammates on either side of him, and our teammate in Delta platoon, and so the Mansour family had asked that Mikey's teammates be there, so they flew a bunch of us out there, and it was amazing. I sat right next to Mike's mom, Sally, who's as I met Jenna for the first time, I met this pretty red-haired girl. I was like, what's her deal? I want to get to know her better. And I told her that we had, she worked at Fox News. I told her that Fox was in our Tactical Operations Center. She's like, well, if you guys want, come by, I'll give you a tour. And so I brought me, Seth Stone, and another one of his guys by, who were like the biggest wannabe lady killers ever. And they were just spitting game at everybody from the interns to the to the anchors, and Jenna, who's just put everybody in her place, didn't take any of that stuff from anybody. And then I took her out that night, I talked her into coming and meeting us for a drink, and I took her to meet Elliot. She met Elliot and was instantly loved Elliot, and was fast friends with him, and so the rest was kind of history there, man. But that was another contributing factor for me certainly to get out. I mean, we had been dating 2.5 years on the opposite sides of the country. I was stationed in San Diego. She was in New York City. Closest the Navy was going to get me was the Pentagon. I had zero interest in being a staff officer at the Pentagon. And so I was like, it's just time for me to move on.
What was it about her that got you?
Man, she's beautiful, she's smart, and she's got an amazing heart. And she asked me within 2 minutes, 3 minutes, she'd probably learned more about the SEAL teams than anybody. People might oh, you're a SEAL, oh, that's cool. Oh, that's really neat, or oh, I'm so annoyed. People, that might say something like that, but she was like, well, how do you guys train exactly? How often do you deploy, and what's the training like, and how are you organized? She asked all these just interesting questions, and I was like, I definitely want to get to know her better, and it was yeah, man. I knew right away. I texted somebody when I was leaving New York City of I just met the future Mrs. Babin.
First night, huh?
Girls in the phone book, yeah.
Right on, man. How long have you guys been married now?
13 years.
13 years? Congratulations.
What is the secret to a successful marriage?
Man, the secret to successful marriage is extreme ownership. It's extreme ownership, man. Because it's the most important place that you can apply these leadership concepts we've been talking about. It's also the hardest because you're so emotionally tied to someone, and your ego's involved, and I could tell you that when I start pointing fingers and casting blame and making excuses, my wife reminds me that I wrote a book called Extreme Ownership, and I should start taking some. So she definitely puts me in my place. And I'm like, check. But all the things that like any team needs to be successful, right? Cover and move. We talked about is like we got to cover and move for each other on the home front with the kids, with work, like around the house, whatever it is. We got to be able to cover and move for each other. We got to communicate, man. It's simple, clear, concise. It's not that, hey, she asked me to do something. I need to use a read back to make sure that I understand, what it is that I need to do. I need to ask for some clarification. I need to make sure that, just because I asked her to do something, she'll put something out in the morning like, okay, the kids need to be here, here, and here, and then she thinks that like that doesn't all process in my brain, right? I got to write it down. I have to reference it. So prioritize and execute. There's going to be a billion things going on at the same time. For the family, we got to be able to pivot and be flexible and shift to emerging priorities, and stay detached, particularly from our emotions when somebody's like, had enough. Like the kids are kind of, they got you at wit's end and you're frustrated to be like, hey, babe, I got the kids. I got this. I'm going to take them out for a little bit. I don't need to ask what she needs me to do. I don't need to ask her where she needs me to help. I can just step in, and then decentralized command. I think if we all kind of understand like what's the goal we're trying to do. And I think when we do that enables us to we can all work together toward that goal. She may do something that's slightly different than I might have wanted it done, or I might have not thought about it doing it in that way. But if it gets us toward the goal that we're trying to accomplish, if it helps us to raise, some patriotic, God-fearing, competent, kind-hearted children, that are going to be good members of contributing members to their society and community. That's what we want, man. That's what we're trying to do. So I think letting some things go. Sometimes you're like, these little pet peeves,
Yeah.
I think that's the most important thing of like, okay, if she's doing something that's annoying me, it's not her fault. It's actually my fault. It's my fault. And I need to figure out a way to like take ownership of that and like fix that.
Great
so
advice.
I think that's the key.
Let's move into your transition into civilian life. How was that for you? Did you find it? I mean, there's no secret. There's a suicide epidemic going on in the veteran community. A lot of addiction, a lot of alcoholism, a lot of drugs, a lot of womanizing, it's really a nasty time in a lot of our lives. And I'm wondering if you experienced any of that. A lot of depression, a lot of resentment, a lot of anxiety.
I certainly, I think I experienced some depression, anxiety. I think when all of a sudden, the thing that I had always wanted to do with my life is like now behind me, and now what, and I think that's a freaking hard thing, man. It's hard for anybody.
Do you feel like you wrapped a lot of your identity into being a SEAL?
I don't know if I wrapped my identity into being a SEAL. I loved it. I mean, I just thought it was the best job in the world, And even though it's not without frustrations, right? It's not that it's as I got further up the chain of command in the SEAL teams, you get further away from the guys you like to be around and the job that you like to do. So, I mean, just an example of that I was at the Special Operations Task Force, like headquarters, and we were in Ramadi, just down the street from Camp Markley. We'd named the Shark Base Camp Markley, and then and so what had been a former kind of intel base was named after Mike Mansour. So I was at Camp Mike Mansour, we were working out of there, and man, there was, I think we had 180 people at the Special Operations Task Force headquarters, and I think there were like 6 SEALs there. So it was, and we were great people there, all performing an important function, but it was, getting further away from the guys you like to be around and the things you actually like to do. So I think, when you're completely removed from that, right? When you get out. And so then it's like, okay, now what? And I was going to do like a lot of people do, just go back to school, because it's kind of a transition. And, you can get paid, you get money through the post 9/11 GI Bill. And so I was going to kind of follow that path. And for whatever crazy reason, I decided I was going to go to law school. And I had some people help me out because my grades were atrocious in college, but pull some strings to like get me into law school. And like, I was accepted to Fordham Law School in New York City. And so it was just right down the road from where my, wife was living at the time. And so we just got married and man, I started this like 2-week kind of academic enrichment program, they called it, which was like for the people who've been out of school like me or didn't make good grades like me. And so they as I started it, I just realized like, man, I had zero in common with the other students in the class. And as we started to study law cases and things like that, I'm like, I don't think this is what I want to do. And this is a 3-year program. I have to spend 3 years doing this. And then Extortion 17 happened, and the largest loss of life in a single incident in the history of the SEAL teams. Helicopter shot down. Brian Bill, Derek Benson, both in our Buds class, awesome dudes, both lost on that. I knew a handful of guys who were on that too, as I'm sure you did. And Brian Bill had just been at my wedding a month before that. It was just crushing, man. It was crushing. And it was, he actually like finagled a deal. He stayed to like go to like a jump master school so that he could like stay late, go to the wedding, and then he like flew overseas to to meet his unit. And it was just horrible, man. And it was just a reminder of something that you and I both know, right? Which is life is too short, man. You can't waste a day of it, man. Can't waste a day of it. So I immediately deferred law school. I was like, I'm not going to spend 3 years going to school. And so then it was like, well, now what? Now what do I do? So I go in and defer law school. I'm like, I don't have a job. I'm not employed. I don't know what I want to do. I'd had people offer me some positions in like the finance sector, and I went in and like saw what they were doing, the traders, and I was like, I don't care how much money they make. Like I would rather shear my testicles off with a rusty pair of kitty scissors than sit here in front of this like trading. Like it just wasn't what I wanted to do. And it was. And so we went out to this little place down the way, had some good margaritas, and I was sitting there with my wife, Jenna, and she says, well, what are you going to do now? I was like, I have no idea. She said, well, what is it you love to do? Like, what are you passionate about? And I said, SEAL platoon commander is the best job in the world. Like, that was the favorite job in the entire world. I'd do that over again in a second if I could, but I can't. And even if I could do it, I wouldn't be deployed to Ramadi. Like there's no, I can't go back and relive that again. But as she kind of asked me that question, I thought about it. I was like, the next best thing was teaching leadership to those junior officers. That 2 years that I spent training those junior officers, putting 130-something SEAL officers through training, and trying to pass on all the lessons I wish someone had taught me. Like, it was incredibly rewarding to see those guys grow as leaders, take on that, the lessons that we learned, apply it, get better, and then I see them go forward, go, places that I didn't deploy or didn't have any combat experience with, like Afghanistan. They would come home and say, this was game changer. Thank you for teaching us. Hey, you taught me this leadership concept. I applied that. It made a huge difference. We focus on building these relationships.
Damn, that's
it
awesome.
opened up all kinds of opportunities for us.
These guys all kept in touch with you.
A bunch of them did. Yeah. I've lost touch with some of them, but it was awesome, man. It was so rewarding to see that. And to know the lesson that we learned and that we paid such a heavy price for, a Tasking and a Bruiser, were being passed on. And so when I said that, my wife said, call Jocko, start a company. So I did, and we launched a company that became Echelon Front.
How'd that conversation go? With Jocko.
Let's start a company.
You just said, let's
start a leadership company. He said, Roger that, let's do it.
Well, what was he doing at the time?
He was working for a mortgage company and teaching leadership for that mortgage company and kind of helping them kind of in their process. And they basically like carved out like a I think they made
Jocko Willink was working at a
COO.
mortgage company.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah. But he learned a ton about leadership, right? And how it applied to the business world. It solved all the problems that they were having, from the inside. And so from that, he taught me a ton about what he learned, from there. I thought Echelon Front was my idea, Sean, for about a year and a half. And then I realized that just like this is Jocko's way, like about Jocko retired in October 2010, so about a year before I left active duty. And he was, I went over and was like cleaning out his cage. I was like, man, it's going to be a sad day in the Jocko, the SEAL teams here, when you get out. And he said, I forgot about this conversation. We had a conversation, and we were standing in his office at training detachment, and he said, what would it take to bring you on board to start like a leadership consulting business? And I threw out some number that I thought was like gargantuan, right? It was like barely six figures. It just seemed like it seemed like the most gargantuan number in the world compared to my like Navy paycheck. And so he had planted that seed like probably a year and a half before we had that conversation. And I'd forgotten about it for a long time. And that's kind of Jocko's way, right? That indirect approach of like planting the seed. He wasn't like, hey, remember when I said that? Like, he doesn't care who gets the credit. Like, this is what good leadership looks like.
That's cool, man. And so how did it develop?
It developed the very first year. I made less than half my Navy paycheck, and I was like, this thing is never going to pay the bills. And thank God my wife had a great job.
Well, let me what was the original plan? I mean, what were you guys doing at the very beginning?
The plan was to teach leadership. The plan was to teach leadership, the same leadership concepts that I taught in that junior officer training course, the same leadership concepts that he taught when he was running training detachment.
To who? To companies? To
anybody that wanted to talk about leadership. Just to back up a little bit, I had the first epiphany that I recognized that leadership applies everywhere. There was a company that did an offsite to San Diego, big corporation, kind of in rapid growth mode. And they had so they had a leadership offsite in San Diego. And somehow they got connected to someone at the SEAL team, like one of the junior officers that I put through training. And he was one of my, he'd been an assistant platoon commander, then was a platoon commander. And he said, hey, this company's going to come by. There was a retired, I think it'd been his former, the CEO, because he was a lateral transfer from the surface fleet like me. So he'd been on a Navy ship. And the commanding officer of that ship had retired and was running this kind of leadership consulting business. And so he was bringing this team of, 10 or 12 executives by. And so he's like, hey, will you come and talk to them about the stuff that you taught us in, the junior officer training course? And I was like, well, how long is it going to be? He's like, I don't know, man, 20 minutes, whatever, something like that. Just short. Just, put out share a thought, answer a question or two, that's about it. Mm-hmm. And so we went in there and I talked a little bit about leadership and like what we were trying to teach these, even just like putting the team and the mission first, right? It's not about you sharing resources across the entire organization. They just started firing questions, and we were in there for an hour and a half of just nonstop like questions being fired, and I didn't know anything but the military. I mean, like you, like I went to the Naval Academy out of high school, and so I was 18 years old. I never knew anything about the civilian world other than part-time jobs, that I worked in high school. But it was the first epiphany for me of like, hey, everything that we learned here applies, and the world needs this. The world needs leadership. Leadership is the solution to people's problems. They don't know that. They don't know it. And what we understood is that leadership is a skill. It's a skill that we're not born with. It's a skill that we have to learn. And you're not, just like you don't know how to play the piano when you're born, or drive a car, or shoot a basketball, or wrestle, or whatever it is. Like, you have to learn that stuff. You might have some innate abilities that give you an advantage over others, that maybe give you a leg up on others. But if you're not willing to learn the skill, you're not going to improve. You're not going to get better. And I think leadership's exactly the same way. And I witnessed that over and over again when I was teaching that course, because I saw leaders who might have what you might think are a lot of innate leadership qualities that would be important, right? Like, they were charismatic. They could, they weren't nervous to stand up in front of a room and present an idea or talk to their team. And then you had other leaders that were super introverted, like didn't want to, like were terrified to stand up in front of a group and present an idea. And of course, I made them do that all the time, to try to get them used to that. But what I realized is that even people that you might have all this advantage with these innate qualities of charisma, or they're kind of loud, person that kind of people gravitate toward, or they can engage with people. And if that person wasn't willing to learn, if that person wasn't willing to humble themselves and like get better and apply, and take ownership of mistakes they made, and apply the skill of leadership going forward to improve, like they didn't get better. They struggled, and some of them actually got fired, and maybe even had their birds pulled, and left the teams as a result. And yet I watched leaders who were terrified to stand up in front of a group, like super introverted, like the quiet spoken, kind of soft spoken types, maybe didn't have any of the, what you might define as an innate quality that might give people an advantage in leadership. And they did awesome. I mean, they were phenomenal. As long as they were willing to learn, they were willing to improve, and they were willing to get better all the time. And I'd see those guys go, some guys who struggled in the field training exercise portion of that course that I ran, and I would see them get better, and watch them go out on the battlefield and do amazing things, man, and have their guys talk about what an extraordinary leader they were, and how they made, just how they saved lives, or, were able to build relationships or vector resource. I mean, just incredible stuff. And so that, to me, it was the recognition of like everything that we learn applies, to people in the corporate world, in the business world. We work with people in the nonprofit sector, in the education space, first responders. We do a ton of work with first responders, and anywhere that people want to talk about leadership. I think we take the lessons that we learn and we talk about how it can apply. And I think we totaled it up last year. At the end of last year, we worked with something like 1,600 companies and organizations over the last
1,600.
No.
Wow. How many of those, we had talked about a lot of the SEALs that went through the leadership course with you. You'd heard from, after later on in their career about what worked, and do you get a lot of that in the civilian world as well?
We do. We definitely do. And it's super rewarding, man. It's our why, right? It's sometimes when you're in the grind and you're traveling and you're gone from home a lot. And I'm always thankful for the opportunities that we have, and it's amazing to see. I mean, even after, we're pushing, this month marks the 9th anniversary of the publication of Extreme Ownership. And the follow-on book, Dichotomy Leadership, that was published in 2018, has now been re-released. But there's still people driving the sales of that book through word of mouth. People are reading it, buying 5 copies for their team, buying it for their kids, buying it for their family members, and that kind of word of mouth of like, hey, this has been impactful, and it's been amazing to see that. And when people come back to us and tell us that, Extreme Ownership saved their marriage, when they were blaming their wife for all their problems, and or the wife blaming their husband for all their problems, or having issues with their kids, or they were frustrated at work, that they were in a hopeless situation and didn't feel like they had any influence on the organization, didn't think that their leaders cared about them, and they were able to start to take ownership of those problems and lead up the chain of command. It's amazing to see. It's amazing to see the impact that has, and it's just humbling and mystifying to me, man, to see how how those lessons continue to be applied. And I'm blown away by it over and over and over again, and about how people are taking and utilizing this. And it's not me that's doing it. It's not Jocko that's doing it. We just shared some lessons learned that they actually have to apply. That's the hard part. I could share some concept with you that can help you, but it's up to you to actually put your own ego in check, have an honest assessment with yourself, and actually, implement a solution to get problem solved going forward. And I think, for us, probably the best thing that we do is just help people realize what winning looks like. What does winning look like? What does winning look like for you? And when you start to think about that from a detached perspective, it's not about how much money you make, right? It's not about, proving that you're right. If you're in a conflict with someone, it's actually about, building the strongest relationships that you can, with people, and having the most impact in the world that you can, and spending time with the people that you love and care about most. That's most important. And so I think when we can get people to detach from their emotions, kind of put their ego in check. And like, if you and I have a conflict at a company and let's say we're fighting over resources and we're two department heads, I want those resources, you want the resources, I'm in there like lobbying to have the resources taken away from you. Or some cases that may be so, it may be, we'll see conflicts that get created so bad that we can only communicate through like mediated email by HR. This is what happens.
Wow.
Human conflicts, and you're like,
Wow.
crazy. When you can help someone say like, hey, is it important? Is that other department important for like what you're trying to do in your department? Like, yeah, it is. Okay. Do you think it's important that you have a good relationship with the leader of that department? Like, yeah, it probably is. And so like when you can't communicate with someone except through mediated email by HR, do you think that makes you what does that look like to everybody else as a leader? When you can help them start to reveal the truth to them, what's the chairman of the board thinking about? What's the CEO? What's the senior executive team thinking about you? Like, how's that? Do you think you're ever going to get a chance to be promoted up the chain? If you can't actually get along with people and work alongside and build a friendly coalition so you guys can actually cover and move for each other, mutually support one another so that the team can win. And when you get people to start to think about leadership like that and they realize like, oh, they're looking at this little tactical victory of like, I'm trying to get the best of this person. I'm going to demand that I get the resources from them, and that's what winning looks like. And it's really the opposite, right? If I care about the team, like I should be in there lobbying for you to get the resources. Like, hey, you know what? Sean, we got some limited resources here. Your team needs these resources more than I think my team can probably do without until we can get, more resources available. I'm going to give these resources to you. We're going to build an awesome relationship, man. I'm going to help the team win. I'm showing everybody that I put the team and the mission before myself or my team and our own interests. And it's like, this is what it takes, right? To if I want to be a winning, a member of a high performance winning team, like that's the attitude I got to have. And when you start to just get people to see like what winning actually looks like, it's often very different than. But you just got, if you can put your emotions in check, put your ego in check, it just you free your mind.
Man,
Big way.
this sounds like a lot more than just a leadership training course. Sounds like a way of life, and that can help you with all aspects, of what you're going through with your family, with your business, wherever in the military. Doesn't matter. Sounds like these aspects apply to every aspect of life, and that's really cool that you guys put that together.
I appreciate it, man. It's I'm honored to be able to share that, and it's like I said, it's humbling. It's humbling to see how many people have taken and utilized that. But if I can help even one person out there in some way to not make the mistakes that I've made as a knucklehead leader, to not lead with ego or try to prove that I know, all the answers, I think that to me makes all the difference, right? Of the it's in life, right? It's be humble or get humble. That's the way it is. So happy to pass those lessons on.
Thank you. Well, Leif, we're wrapping up the interview now, and I just want to say, it really was, man. It was great to reconnect, and but it was a real honor to have you here to share what you shared with about everything, man. Especially, your darkest day. I mean, I really commend you for how you handled that, and how you described the guys that have passed, and man, you're just a hell of a guy, Leif, and a true leader, and I appreciate you.
I wish I was better, Sean. I wish I was better, man. And I think I'm just on the path, trying to learn from my mistakes like everybody else. And I hope that people can take those mistakes and learn from them and apply going forward. It's an honor to be here with you, brother. I'm so proud of all that you're doing in the world, man. You got such an important voice on so many topics that, other people aren't willing to tackle or take on. And I couldn't be more we were joking earlier before we started this. I would have never guessed we were working together in Buds with 18-year-old Sean that you would have the wardrobe with so many sport coats out there to put on. But it's awesome, man, and so proud of you. Love what you're doing. Keep doing it, man. You're making a huge difference in the world.
Thank you, man. And just for the record, I personally learned a ton about leadership talking to you today. And so, thank you, man. God bless.
Thank you.
No matter where you're watching Sean Ryan Show from, if you get anything out of this, please like, comment, subscribe, and most importantly, share this everywhere you possibly can. And if you're feeling extra generous, please leave us a review on Apple and Spotify podcasts.